हेलो चेक 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 चेक।
आ गया।
अर्जेंटीना बाहर गया। अभी देखें।
आ रहा है, क्लैप करें। कर दो यहाँ पे, फिक्स कर दो, ओके। दबाना ना, ओके, एकदम गुड, बढ़िया।
चेक चेक। वन टू थ्री माइक चेक।
आ रहा है, टू आ रहा है।
अच्छा अब ये 2 पे ही आ रहा है ना आपके पास?
टू भी आ रहा है।
ओके अब मैं रख रहा हूँ इसको।
लेकिन दोबारा बोलो।
हेलो चेक चेक। 3
ठीक है,
माइक।
टू भी आ रहा है।
ओके।
अब इसकी सेटिंग वैसे कर दे जैसे वन की है।
हेलो 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 हेलो
ओके, डन।
हेलो 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 मैं कंटिन्यू बोलता जाऊंगा, चेक करते जाएं। हेलो 1 2 3 हेलो।
कंटिन्यू बता दो।
हेलो 1 2 3 हेलो 1।
आ गया।
हेलो 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 चेक चेक चेक। हेलो चेक हेलो चेक।
हाँ, बोलते जाओ।
हेलो चेक चेक
ओके,
चेक।
अपने आ गया। हाँ, ओके, ठीक है।
हेलो चेक।
ओके।
हेलो चेक चेक चेक। चेक 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 चेक। हेलो चेक 1 2 3 माइक चेक।
रिसीवर थोड़ा ऊपर करके लटका दे।
हेलो चेक 1 2
वो जो
3।
दूसरे एंड पे रिसीवर लगा हुआ है, आ रहा है, बिल्कुल सही आ रहा है।
हेलो चेक 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 चेक।
आ रहा है।
हेलो चेक 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 चेक।
ओके।
हेलो चेक चेक।
ओके
हेलो चेक।
ओके
हेलो चेक।
ओके
हेलो चेक।
ओके
हेलो चेक।
ओके। क्लैप
हेलो
क्लैप। एकदम गुड, बढ़िया, फिक्स कर दो उधर ही। एकदम गुड है, ओके है। डन है। ओके।
A very good afternoon to all our viewers all around the world. This is WOLF777 News presents Emirates D50, and we are at the last round, the last lap between Dubai and Ajman. This is the last league game, and we're bringing you live pictures from Sevens Cricket Stadium. Now, this game is an exciting matchup between Dubai and Ajman because Dubai have all to play for. If they win today, they qualify and they go straight into the top four. Now, let's see what the conditions are looking out to be, and what we have is Ahmed Khwaja at the pitch with his pitch analysis. So let's head to Ahmed Khwaja.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 2021 Emirates D50 tournament brought to you by WOLF777 News. It is the final game of the group stage between Dubai and Ajman, so let's take a look at the surface. We're playing at oval number 2 once again. As you can see, a lot of dead grass on it, very brownish tinge to it. The pitch has slowed down considerably since the start of the tournament. A lot of dead grass in the good length areas, so it's going to assist the spinners. And of course, Dubai are competing to get in there by net run rate, although they took a hammering yesterday, the Emirates Blues. So what I would suggest to Dubai is get Ajman in and try to bat under lights. Under lights, the same surface, it becomes a lot more true. The ball slides onto the bat, you can hit through the line. As for Ajman, they're fighting for the top spot. So I would suggest to them as well, bowl first, bowl Dubai out cheaply, and then go in for the run chase. Back to the com box.
Well, that was Ahmed Khwaja with his analysis of the pitch, and he also suggested a few things, telling us what the captains need to do. Meanwhile, it's the points table, and with me to discuss about the points table is none other than Abdul Rahman Tariq.
Hi Shoaib. Yes, very interesting that points table now. As Ahmed was mentioning, Ajman would want to win this game, but going top of the table might be a bit difficult for them. Their run rate is 0.76, so it'll have to be a big defeat. So I think the Fujairah Ajman semi-final is confirmed, but it's that fourth spot. Emirates losing yesterday and losing badly. Dubai and Emirates have the same run rate, so all Dubai needs to do is win the game. Don't go into the Super over. Don't do anything fancy. Just win the game. And with that, I'll send us to Shoaib, who was with the captains for the toss.
Good afternoon and welcome to the toss. It's the last league game and it's a big game for Dubai. It's Dubai versus Ajman. The two captains with the match referee are alongside me. Match referee Mr. Iftikhar Ali is here for the toss. We have Shahrukh who has the coin. Let's see what pans out. Heads is the call.
It is tail.
Iftikhar sir says it is tails. So Shahrukh, well done. Good flip of the coin. What do you want to do today?
We're going to ball first. Looking at the wicket yesterday, I think it's the same wicket. The ball was, coming nicely onto the bat, and later on it's going to be a bit due. It's going to come into the play. So we're looking to, restrict them, let's say 225, 230, and as we have a good batting order, looking time to chase it.
Right, so tell me, any changes in the squad?
Two changes. Nikhil is out. Shrek comes in, and there's one change basically. So it's really hard to remember it. Focusing on the game. Let's see how it goes, and we're hoping for the best. Now that the table is open for us, hopefully we have a good game.
All the best. Do well.
Thank you.
शाहरुख won the toss. नासिर टॉस हार गए, लेकिन अगर जीते तो क्या करते आप?
टॉस जीत के प्लान तो बॉलिंग ही का था, क्योंकि ड्यू फैक्टर भी है इधर, तो इस वजह से। लेकिन पार्ट ऑफ गेम है, हम लोग इंशाल्लाह अच्छा रन टारगेट देते हैं ताकि बाल में जो ड्यू फैक्टर है बॉलर के लिए हेल्प हो।
इम्पॉर्टेंट मैच है क्योंकि आप टेबल टॉप भी कर सकते हैं और उसके अलावा दूसरों को भी चांस देने का एक आज मौका है शायद टीम में, जिनको नहीं मिला है मौका खेलने का।
डेफिनेटली बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं, क्योंकि हम लोग अपना बेस्ट करके ही जा रहे हैं। हम लोग 3 चेंजेस किया है टीम में, बिकॉज ड्यू फैक्टर है कि 2 फास्ट बॉलर हम लोग को डिसाइड किया था कि 2 फास्ट बॉलर होने चाहिए, तो 2 फास्ट बॉलर जा रहे हैं और जुहेबिन आ गया है, रेस्ट कर रहा है, अंकुर रेस्ट में है, शकूर है, उसकी जगह सफ़ीर आ गया है, एंड अली रेस्ट पे है।
चलिए बैटिंग फर्स्ट कर रहे हैं। ऑल द बेस्ट, डू वेल।
थैंक यू।
So that was Nasir Aziz. The news from the middle is that Dubai, who have an important game today, have won the toss and they have decided to bowl first.
Well, that's very interesting. Dubai has started the game really well. Shahrukh not very lucky with the toss. So he's won the toss and he's decided to field first. Well, Shoaib, You were in there with the captains. I think Shah Rukh seems to be the happier of the two.
Yes, he got what he wanted, so now it is important that they perform today. Let's quickly check the batting lineup, the playing 11 for today's match. Ajman, it's Asif Khan, Danish Qureshi gets a game today. Dawood Ijaz, Nasir Aziz, the captain. Rahul Chopra, Safir Tariq is the new man in for today's game as well. Rishabh Mukherjee, Sagar Kalyan, Shiraz Ahmed, Sultan Ahmed, and the leg spinner, Zuhaib Zubair.
Well, if you have a look at the Dubai lineup, as Shah Rukh was mentioning, Shrey Sethi comes in. But otherwise, unchanged side, Shah Rukh Ahmed, the captain, Abdul Malik, the fast bowler, Ahan Fernandez, who played a very good knock last game, Amir Hamza, who's having a brilliant tournament, Bilal Chima, the wicket-keeper, Jash, the left-arm spinner, Lakshman Pramod, Muhammad Hassan and Ronak Panoli, a lot of batting, and then Syed Mohammad Haider. So Dubai has got the rub of the green so far. They've elected to bowl first after winning the toss. And Shoaib, Ajman's batting with no Shakur seems to be slightly light. So could this go into the favor of Dubai?
Well, we'll just have to wait and see how that goes. But looking at that Ajman setup, they are still a very formidable side. Yes, Abdul Shakur is not in this playing 11, but he hasn't performed too well to get for Ajman to miss him miserably. But yes, there is a lot of talent that is there in the Ajman team, and Dubai will have to play really, really well today to make sure that they get into the top four. Meanwhile, you see the two umpires are walking out on the green carpet. They're all set for this big clash between Ajman and Dubai. We're bringing live pictures from the Sevens cricket ovals. As you see, the Dubai team.
Have a look at the umpires walking in. They're trying, I think they're having some difficulty finding that wicket. Shoaib, it looks very green. It seems lost in the middle. But this is very interesting to see. Zuhaib Zubair, the leg spinner, is opening the batting for Ajman with Sagar. Sagar has opened all the innings. So Zuhaib opening was very interesting.
Well, Nasir Aziz is a captain who always surprises us, no matter what, with his bowling or his batting or his captaincy. He's a live wire. He's a different character. Now, this is an interesting take on things from Nasir Aziz, sending Zuhaib Zubair to open the innings. So clearly, the idea is that he holds one end up, and the others rotate around him. You've got Asif Khan coming at number 3, Dawood Ijaz in number 4, and you can see the playing 11: Danish Qureshi, Rahul Chopra, Rishabh Mukherjee, Sagar Kalyan, Shiraz Ahmed, and Sultan Ahmed, along with the coach, Shehzad Altaf.
Well, Shoaib, if I'm Abdul Shakur, I'll be feeling very happy right now because there's nobody replacing him actually. If you have a look at the Dubai lineup, Shah Rukh Sheikh, Ronak Panoli, Ahan Fernandez, Amir Hamza, all of them having really good tournaments so far. Bilal Chima, Jash with the ball, Lakshman Hassan, both of them very solid batsmen. Shrey Sethi looked very good with the batting as well. And Abdul Malik actually looked the most dangerous of the lot with the bat. Mohammad Rashid, the coach. So we're ready to kick off the proceedings. So you have a look at Sagar. Ready to face the first ball. He's had a good tournament so far, Shoaib.
Yes, he's been a steady performer for Ajman, opening the innings and has played long innings in the context of the game. This is a 50-over format, so he knows how to play the 50-over format. While you see Zuhaib, the leg spinner, who's getting a chance today, well, I wouldn't be surprised if he does well today. They might just continue with him at the top order. It all depends on how things pan out for Ajman and Zuhaib. So that is something interesting. We'll have to see how he approaches the game. Meanwhile, it's Abdul Malik for Dubai who's going to open the innings. 5 innings for him. This is his 5th, 152 runs conceded, 4 wickets and an economy of 5.85.
He was having a very steady tournament till that last game for Dubai where he conceded a few runs. Didn't look in the right rhythm. He's got some tape on his shirt. He's playing with this shirt named Ali, unfortunately for this tournament. So no more confusion now. Again, Abdul Malik has played a lot against Sagar in Ajman and the domestic circuit. Here we go.
Well, starts off with a full toss, played in the covers.
Well, the very indifferent start for Dubai. Full toss, loosener. And Sagar Kalyan has timed it to perfection. Pierces the infield. In the gap. Shrey Sethi was chasing the ball. But to no luck. So it starts off with the boundary.
Well, this is a good start for Ajman. Not a great one for Dubai. A loosener of a delivery, and Sagar just punches it in the extra cover region for 4. Well, you cannot expect Dubai to be starting like this, especially they know the importance of this game. Everybody has to be on their 100%. Catch it is the call, and just falls short of the fielder.
Well, much better delivery. Again, Abdul Malik, as we've noticed, is a slightly different mold of left arm fast bowler. He takes the ball away from the right hander and into the left handers. Very different from my co-commentator Shoaib, who likes to bring the ball in to right handers. So that caught him completely by surprise. Falls in no man's land. Well, he's backed away. At least that was on the stumps.
Yes, some positives to take from that delivery for Abdul Malik. It was on the stumps, and you could see that ball not moving too much. He backed away at the right moment. It was not just ready for the bowler.
But I feel he backed away a little too late, Shoaib. He was ready to face the delivery, but I think there was maybe something moving behind the bowler. Batsmen can be very particular about these small things.
Yes, sometimes you need certain time before the ball comes to you. You need to look at the bowler coming in, and that's what did not happen. And he was not comfortable. Sagar allowed the ball to just go and hit the stump. So dead ball, but another good ball from Abdul Malik. This time angling across the right-handed Sagar Kalyan. So that is the length that he needs to bowl, and everybody needs to understand in Dubai that this game is a very important game, and they need to perform according to that. If they can play as a team today, they might just pull out something special.
Fourth delivery of the first over. Oh, very close to the bowler. Would have been an amazing cotton bowl if that had happened. But again, Emirates Blues has done Dubai a huge favor after their performance yesterday. We were talking about run rates and how many overs Dubai would have to bat, etc., etc. As we have a look at that dugout, their mentor Amin Farooq, the General Secretary of the Dubai Cricket Council, and Rashid, their coach, sitting in the back. Again, shorter delivery, very well bowled. So he's looking much better after that first loosener. Well, Bilal Chima, the wicket keeper, had a horrible day against Fujairah. Dropped Wasim in the third over of the game, and Wasim went on to score 65. Last ball of the first over of this final round game.
This time flicked off the pads, looking for 2 and will get them easily. So 2 runs to end the over. A good over for Ajman. They started off really well. First over up, Ajman 6 for no loss.
The first over going for 6 runs. The first ball of the over had gone for a boundary, and then 2 in the last ball. As we have a look at the new bowler Amir Hamza, 126 runs given away. He's taken the 3 wickets. He's taken crucial wickets with the new ball, and he's played a very good role as the all-rounder for the team. Comes into bat at 3. That was a big role to play today for Dubai.
Yes, he's the Jack Callis of Dubai. A good all-rounder, bats at the top and bowls at the top as well.
Well, that is a very, very close call. My co-commentator had his fingers raised. Let's have a look. The ball swinging in. Maybe outside. That's a very good decision by Naveed Anjum. That ball has hit him outside off stump. So the impact outside off means that the batsman is not out. It would have crashed into the stumps. Shoaib, you will agree. But because the impact was slightly outside off, so very good decision there by the umpire.
Yes, absolutely. Good calling, good match awareness, and that needs a lot of focus to really make sure and understand where the impact is. But good movement for Amir Hamza in the air.
Well, he loses his run up for the second delivery. He does have a couple of issues with front foot no balls. So maybe a good option to pull out of the run up rather than try to complete it. Second delivery. Again, whooping in swinger there. Zohaib Zubair seems to have got a little bit of bat on it. Have a look at the umpire. Yes, that's bat. So Zohaib is off the mark. But Amir Hamza is swinging the ball in quite sharply.
So 1.2 overs, 7 for no loss. So Amir Hamza to Sagar Kalyan. This time going down leg. Will be called wide. Good glove work by Bilal Chima.
Well, glove work is going to be crucial in today's game. Again, he's not cleanly grasped that ball, but he reached it. Very interesting to see there is a leg slip. I have never seen a leg slip in a 50 over game with the white ball.
This is good captaincy. Really good captaincy because the ball is moving in and initially the batsmen tend to play it late, try to play it fine, and there is definitely a chance for the leg slip to come into play, especially when the ball is moving in. So this is good captaincy, but needs to be backed up by good bowling as well. So now you have a leg slip, you need to make sure that you start off stump and end middle and leg so that you create that opportunity.
Yes, the margin is very low though, Shoaib, because that leg side wide is the shortest of wides. Again, swinging in, much better line and length. Amir Hamza has bowled two very good deliveries and two really poor ones. So mixed bag of overs so far. But again, Dubai has to chase this total down. So extras and poor deliveries have to be in check.
This has to be oh, that's a good shot from Sagar. What a great shot. One bounce into the fence, and this is absolutely magical from Sagar. Pleasing to the eye, smooth, and 4 runs.
Well, if they've seen Sagar play in this tournament, he's very strong in the cover region. He's played some really good-looking cover drives. He plays the ball in the air over the infield, so it's a safe shot in the power play. Again, a poor delivery. Amir Hamza's plan is very clear. The ball is going to swing in. So if you can play inside out, you're always going to get good value for your shots. That almost went for 6, Shoaib. That was really well timed.
Yes, sweetly timed, middle of the bat. This time, just going down leg. Ken will be called a wide. Rightly so.
Let's have a look. I think Amir Hamza was saying he might have flicked his pads on the way to the keeper. It seems like it missed everything.
Yes, it did go down leg.
Fifth ball of this very long over.
Oh, what a great ball! What a great ball! Again, the umpire says no. He shakes his head. And this time, the impact didn't look outside off. We'll have to see that in the
Well,
replay.
Shoaib, it seems Sagar was walking away. Let's have a look at that replay. Was there some bat on it? Ooh, that was really close. And have a look at Sagar. Seems Sagar is just walking away. Then he stops.
No, he was just trying to get back into the crease. But again, this looks very, very close because very difficult to see where the ball hit.
Well, last ball of this long over. I think height might have been a question. He did walk down the wicket like that, exactly like that. This time he's timed it really well. Ball is racing away. Brilliant fielding there by the young Ahan Fernandez. He has stopped a certain boundary and they've taken only 2. So very good cricket all around, but very poor running.
Yes, absolutely. Good ball to start off. And then a good looking shot from Sagar played straight down the ground. And there came Ahan Fernandez running. The intent was always there to stop the ball. And he does very, very well to stop that. And then throws it back. They just take a couple.
Well, Zuhaib was running really fast. It was Sagar who was just cruising. He thought that ball's going to go to the fence. And then by the time Zuhaib had completed the second run, Sagar was still halfway to the batting crease. So poor running by the senior statesman. But I think he had timed it really well. He thought it's going to go for 4. So very interesting over there by Amir Hamza. 2 very close LBW appeals. A couple of wides. And then some 2 good looking shots. So everything in that over.
Yes, it is Abdul Malik who will be continuing. Plays nicely. This time another good delivery from Abdul Malik. This is has been a good start, and Zuhaib is looking pretty confident. He's looking good, compact player, knows how to defend the ball, which is a good skill to have. And does he have the temperament? That is something that we'll need to see. A nice looking willow in his hand as well.
Well, Ajman's biggest challenge has been their lower order batting. Abdul Malik comes into bowl again. Outside off stump, has a flash at it. Misses everything, goes to the keeper. After Dawood Ijaz and Rahul Chopra, they don't have a lot of batting to come. So this is good to see. If Zuhaib can actually give them a start as an opener, maybe they'll move Abdul Shakur lower down the order to give them that finishing power. So far, Abdul Malik seems to be in a good rhythm.
This time nicely played, but straight to the fielder at point. Shrey Sethi is the fielder there, getting a game today for Dubai. 2.4 overs, 4 dot balls. This has been a much better over from Abdul Malik. They also have the services of Hassan as a medium pace bowler.
Well, Hassan was extremely unlucky in the last game against Fujairah. Abdul Malik bowls shot, really good looking shot there by Zohaib. Confident looking pull shot. They take just the one. Hassan got Wasim out in the same over twice, but both times the fielders did not support his cause. Last ball of the third over. Ajman has gotten off to a good start. 17 so far. Malik runs in. Outside off stump. Pokes at it. Very good delivery. Swings away from the right hander.
Well, that was a brilliant delivery to end the over. Beating the outside edge of Sagar Kalyan will give him a lot of confidence. End of over number 3. And Ajman looking good.
We'll have a look at the Ajman lineup. Sagar and Zohaib opening the batting. I'd be very surprised if I see Nasir Aziz walking at 3. They've got Asif Khan, Dawood Ijaz, Safir Tariq, who's playing today, Rahul Chopra. So again, strong batting, but very limited batting. Dubai would know this, that if they can get Asif and Dawood out early, they have a chance that they'll be chasing a small total.
Yes, and for that they'll have to get Sagar and Zohaib also out early so that they can get them early and get them out early. Nikhil, meanwhile, comes out to field as a substitute.
Well, I think Ahan might have jammed his shoulder when he tried to save that boundary in Amir Hamza's over. He was clenching at it. So 12th man has come in.
Well, this is good color combination from Zohaib. He's got a similar color helmet and the bat sticker also matches his jersey number.
Shoaib, the pads, the helmet, the bat, the kit, everything matches. Looking very good indeed. Very royal color, purple. Amir Hamza runs in again. Again that in-swinging delivery. This time Naveed Anjum says yes. Very similar to that first appeal, but I think this time Zohaib did not walk across the stumps as much. So that first breakthrough for Dubai.
That's a good ball. He's been consistent with that line and length, and this time he has been rewarded with a wicket. This time right in front, and looked really close, but wicket nevertheless for Ajman, and it's number 1 for Ajman. Zohaib Zubair is out. 2 of 9. Dubai get their first breakthrough.
That experiment of opening with Zohaib hasn't worked. Used up 9 deliveries, scoring just the 2 runs. And was hit right in front of the stumps. So very important for Dubai. Good start there. But now we see that guy with the red helmet, the red gloves and the red bat. Asif Khan, who's been in red hot form.
Yes, definitely not in any kind of color combination. But who needs that when he's scoring so well? 5 innings, 334 runs, 12 sixes in that. Has hit most number of sixes. I think he's second to Amir Hamza. We'll see a few more from his bat. But for Dubai's sake, they need to get him out. They need to get him out in the previous over. That's how urgent it is.
Well, that strike rate of 92, batting at number 3. We've been talking about the approach towards the game. Well, Asif Khan has played the 50 over format as if he's playing the 20 over format or the 10 over format. He's backed himself to play his shots, his bread and butter shots, and we can see that he's the highest run scorer of the tournament. And it's interesting to see because he was away from cricket for almost 7 months. He didn't even touch a bat, came in, scored a 50.
That's right. That's how immensely talented this man is. High backlift reminds me of certain Ajay Jadeja. That bend, that hump when he's batting.
Well, Shoaib, unfortunately, I think 90% of our viewers might not even know who Ajay Jadeja was. We have seen him bat. His innings against Pakistan in the 96 World Cup changed the momentum of that game. For the first time, we saw the finisher in terms of batting first. He was absolutely amazing. Fourth ball of the fourth over coming up. Asif Khan again. Ooh, very close. I think he's hit the pads, so no wide given.
This is an interesting, again, matchup between Amir Hamza and Asif. Again, they wouldn't mind those extras as long as he's chipping away those wickets. And he needs to continue bowling in that line and length, that danger area, so that he can extract some more leg before dismissals. 3.4 overs, 17 for 1.
Another good delivery there. Swinging in. Asif Khan prefers the ball outside off stump when he starts off his innings. He doesn't play, even though he's a very good flicker of the ball. Look again. He won't play those cross-batted shots in the beginning of his knock. We'll see him play those once he's settled in, exactly the way he did when he scored that 100. Look at umpire Naveed Anjum.
A very experienced umpire in the domestic circuit. Very respected as well. Does a great job. Nicely bowled. This is good bowling from Amir Hamza. Needs to bowl a few more overs, at least 5 of his 10 when the ball is new and shining. 4 overs gone, Ajman 17 for 1.
Well, Amir Hamza has bowled a maiden over. And compared to the fact that his last over was of almost 9 deliveries, I think we can say he's nicely warmed up. So you have a look at most runs. Well, there's Asif Khan, there is Daylight, and then there is Alishan Sharfu. 334 runs for Asif Khan, 272 for Alishan, who unfortunately failed yesterday. Mohammad Wasim is in the table, and we were very surprised when he was not. So 222 for Wasim. Amir Hamza 185, and then Ansh Tandon from Emirates Blues again failed yesterday, not adding to his tally. So Asif Khan is just going to add more daylight between him and Alishan with today's match.
Short ball to begin with. This is a good ball against Sagar, who we have seen is very good and very strong on the offside. But it's good to test the batsman with a few deliveries that he isn't expecting. This time it was a shorter delivery from Abdul Malik.
Well, Abdul Malik was extremely disappointed that the umpire gave that as a wide. Have a look again. It's gone over him. We saw the umpire yesterday say that was not a wide because it went over his shoulder. Abdul Malik was visibly disappointed. Comes into bowl again. Shorter delivery, this time in front of his face. Dot ball. Seems to be a clear plan against Sagar now. Just bowl short at him and make him play the crossbat shot.
Yes, good ploy. And then maybe sneak in a fuller delivery. A Yorker right into the block hole. So you need to try these things when certain things don't go your way. This is again good planning from Abdul Malik. That's a good ball. Very good ball. And as you can see, there is some stickiness in the pitch. There is an odd bounce. The ball is just stopping before it comes to you. And this will get better and it will get a lot easier to bat as the day progresses with the lights on, and some dew that we might see later in the day is going to help Dubai. So everything has started well for Dubai. They've won the toss. They've got what they wanted. They've got a wicket. But they just need to maintain that pressure and try to take some more wickets and restrict Ajman to a decent total.
Third delivery again, short ball. This time Sagar was all over it, and poor fielding there by Nikhil. He got there, then his knee jarred into the ground. We've seen that happen in international cricket. It's not a pretty sight, but he's almost there and then just jams his knee. So 4 runs and 1 short ball too many from Abdul Malik. Well, Shoaib, we've said that he is one of those rare left-arm bowlers who takes the ball away from the right-hander. Would coming around the wicket probably be a better approach? Bowl it within the stumps and then move it away just a little bit like a right-handed outswinger?
Yes, definitely a good ploy. Very valid point, but that depends on how comfortable Abdul Malik is coming around the wicket, because not everyone is so comfortable changing their sides. Up in the air, straight to the point fielder. So yes, that is definitely, and that is what we see Ishant Sharma doing in test matches against left-arm bowlers. He comes around the wicket and then he angles the ball in and then moves just ever so slightly. That's how he creates those edges and wickets. So that is also definitely something that he should consider. It all depends on Abdul Malik and how comfortable he is doing that.
Yeah, because again, as you said, one of the rarest things we've seen is the left arm spinner moving the ball away from the right-hander. There's not a stroke delivery. He comes into bowl, the 5th delivery of the over. He's played it really well, and that goes to the fence for 4. And Sagar is absolutely prepared for that ball going away from him and play that shot on the offside.
He's timing them so well. He's just grabbing those opportunities outside off and then playing them so very, very nicely, leaning into the shot. Good balance and very, very pleasing to the eye. So another good shot. Looks like Sagar is a very compact player outside off, but you need to keep bowling in to the right-hander to make them come into an uncomfortable position. These balls outside off are way too easy for anyone to just play, especially in the power play overs when just 2 fielders are allowed outside the circle.
Again, very similar. He's trying to swing that ball away from the right-hander, but if you start at the legs, it's not going to help at all. Sagar this time, completely opposite to that first boundary in that over, flicks it to mid-wicket for 4. So very expensive from Abdul Malik. He's completely lost his line this over, and Sagar is looking absolutely magnificent.
Yes, he's played a beautiful shot. First on the offside, now off the pads, looking like a very, very disciplined, compact player. Knows how to play on the onside and the offside. And it becomes even more difficult for any bowler to bowl when the batsman is playing so well. Now you've got Asif Khan, the danger man. And I would assume after this over of Amir Hamza, you should get a spinner in, because Asif is not very comfortable against the spinners. He likes the ball to come on to the bat. So it will be interesting to see who they bring in once this Amir Hamza over comes to an end, because Abdul Malik is looking very, very ordinary.
Yeah, as we have a look at the Ajman dugout, Zulfi, their manager, Shahzad Altaf, the legend, their coach. Amir Hamza coming in again. This time he swings it, but the class of Asif Khan, he meets the ball with the bat. Very good timing. The outfield is slightly heavy on that side, and Nikhil does well. But again, poor running. They get just 2.
Well, to start off, it was a good drive on the offside in the gap. But you rightly said, Asif Khan is not the quickest runners between the wickets. Even 2 runs is good runs for him. Needs to start a little closer to Asif. This is much better. Will just be a single. Oh, in fact, they've run 2. Proved me wrong on the very next delivery, Asif Khan.
Well, that's much better. It was to the strong side of Abdul Malik, but Asif Khan quickly realizing that Abdul Malik was slow off the blocks. So as soon as he had played that shot, they were running very quickly between the wickets. Asif Khan taking 2. And already he's looking very dangerous. Very indifferent. The bowling lineup of Dubai. Again, ball swinging in much better on the stumps. No run. They have a left-hander who takes the ball away from the right-handed batsman and a right-handed bowler who takes the ball into the right-handed batsman. Completely opposite to what we would expect in normal circumstances. Mohammad Hassan, we might see him come into the attack sooner. Abdul Malik really looking off colour at the moment. But Amir Hamza has a lot at stake. As he comes into bowl, the 4th delivery of the 5th over. Outside off, pokes at it and gets a nod of acknowledgement from Asif Khan.
Well, that's a good ball. Very good ball from Amir Hamza. Just a gentle push from Asif. Nicely delivered by Amir. Asif Khan scoring heavily in the domestic circuit. Will be a definite addition, good addition to the UAE setup. We'll have to wait and watch when that happens. This time catches the call up in the air. Can somebody take it? Oh no, nobody is close to the ball. Hassan, the fielder at mid-on, was not able to reach. And had he reached, that would have been a big wicket.
Well, things like these have to fall in place for you. Asif Khan again just tentative when playing towards the leg side. And Hassan is quite straight at mid-on. He did put in an effort, but the ball was moving away from him as well. Last ball of the 6th over.
Well, nicely dabbed towards the fine leg for a single. Good over from Amir Hamza. A half chance created. But Asif Khan is still out there. 6 overs gone. So 6 overs gone. 3 overs each for Abdul Malik and Amir Hamza. 1 wicket for Amir Hamza in that 3 overs. But Abdul Malik has been a really little bit expensive. 6 overs, 36 for 1, Ajman.
Well, even though Ajman has lost that first wicket, they're still going at 6 and over. So that's a good start. With a lot of batting still to come. Dawood Ijaz has been in very good form. Rahul Chopra has been scoring runs as well. And new batsman Safid Tariq, who's made an entry into the team. Have a look at the new bowler, Josh. He's taken 3 wickets, been economical. He'll have to step up today. We've said this again and again. There is a lot of competition for that left arm spinner slot in the UAE teams, the under 19s as well as the seniors. Have to be special to get noticed. Balls a delivery outside off. Gentle loosener. Sagar has moved on to 25 of 19. Much better delivery there in the stumps. Sagar has been a bit slow in this tournament, but this will give a lot of confidence to the Ajman team if they can have 2 batsmen other than Asif and Dawood scoring as well.
Yes, that's right. And as we rightly said, there's a spinner who's been brought into the attack from the other end. Will be interesting to see how Asif approaches, and this is a good chance for the young Josh to make an impression, make an impact, take a wicket here, big wicket, and become a hero that Dubai needs in this game. The left arm spinner. Good delivery, very good delivery. This is the right amount of flight, the right amount of revs in the ball, some turn off the wicket. And as we saw when the fast bowlers were bowling, there is some stickiness in the wicket that will help the spinners. I would definitely want two spinners bowling in tandem for Dubai, especially against Asif Khan. Build that pressure, choke him up, make him play a false shot.
Last ball of the 7th over coming up. Wide outside off. And he slashed at it. Beaten. So Asif Lala stays at 5. More sixes. Amir Hamza and Asif Khan, the two men in action today. Asif Khan with 11, Amir Hamza at 12. Wasim, Ali Shan and Shahnawaz were all in action yesterday, and Wasim has added to that tally because of his knock against the Emirates Blues. Again, as expected, a bowling change from both ends. Amir Hamza was looking good, but then lost his plot in the last over he bowled. Mohammad Hassan coming into bowl now. And if he can make an impact the same way he did against Fujairah, provided Dubai hold on to their chances, that would be very good signs for Dubai. 100 runs given in the 4 innings that he's bowled in. He's taken the 2 wickets. Could have easily doubled that tally. Well, an absolute hoik from Sagar. Walks down the wicket. Plays across the line to a delivery outside off stump. The commentator's curse continues.
Yes, absolutely. This time just losing focus. Sagar trying to go for a big heave. Nowhere close to the ball. Still just deciding to go for the shot anyway. Lucky he did not get any edge onto that. Appeal. Big appeal. But the umpire decides against it, says not out. So an interesting start to this Hassan over.
Naveed Anjuman has been in the thick of the action today. Couple of LBW appeals and now caught behind appeal. That looks very close. Both bowler and wicket keeper went up in tandem. Sagar was unmoved and so was the umpire.
Again, some movement. And that has hit Bilal right on the knee without the protection of the pads. That's what happens when you bend and then the ball keeps low, misses your hands and hits you. It's like an injection, that pain. As if something has just pierced your knee.
It's one of the worst things that can happen on the field. You're never mentally prepared for that. As a wicket keeper, he's wearing the protection as you mentioned. Sagar and Hassan play for the same club, so maybe Sagar is trying to prove a point, get one up on him. Because he's played some shots that we've not expected from Sagar. He's looked very compact, very good so far. But a good over so far from Hassan, 4 dot deliveries. Again, outside off, much better looking shot this time, but they've packed that offside field, so no run.
Yes, a good looking shot from Sagar on the front foot. Nice balance. Coming across the line and then playing it towards the cover fielder. This is good batting. Shows you how confident he is and how good form He is in right now. This time up in the air, in the gap. Well, that was a good shot. For some time, we felt that it was heading straight to the fielder, but it was nicely placed in the gap, and he's got 4 runs for that.
Let's have a look at that again. In the air, there were shouts of catch it. The cover fielder is very deep, but in the end, he's pierced that gap to perfection. The ball races to the long off fence for 4. So he ends the over well, gets a boundary, Sagar. And Ajman are motoring along. Well, with that boundary, we have a small change in the com box. Asif Khan tries to send that ball to Dubai. Ahmed Khwaja with me in the com box. Ahmed, what do you think about that shot?
Thank you very much. AB, 41 for 1 after 8.1 overs. Jash Gianani bowling here to Asif Khan. Nicely punched towards long off for a single, so showing his maturity. If he's not feeling comfortable, just pinch a single and get off strike. Been a decent start for both sides. I think the game is in a bit of a holding pattern right now. Sagar as well taking the easy single. He's moved it into the 30s, so he's looking well set.
Yeah, so far he's looked very good. Sagar. He's played some magnificent cover drives. We've seen that in this entire tournament. He's very strong in the cover region. Again, outside off stump. This time takes a funky bounce. But Shrey has done really well at point.
Asif Khan early into his innings. He is the wicket that Team Dubai desperately need if they want to get the 3 points from this game. He's in outstanding form. Edged past the slip this time. Point is giving chase. Shrey Sethi, the youngster, into the side. And they'll stick to a single. Good hustle there.
Well, when you're in good form, those outside edges beat the slip fielders. Again, he's poked at it. Far away from slip, and Shrey has done really well. They were looking to go for 2, but in the end, he keeps them down to just 1.
Nicely slept away by Sagar. There's no fine egg in place, and I feel like that's going to run away. Yes, it does. Excellently executed sweep shot, 4 runs.
Well, again, we did mention that side of the ground is slightly heavier compared to the rest of it. So yes, very good looking sweep shot. The ball was teasing everyone, including my co-commentator. Eventually trickles over the rope for 4. So again, Sagar taking out all the shots in the book.
Yes, he's playing quite fluently today. The pitches have slowed up as the tournament has progressed. That live grass we saw in week 1 has definitely died down. It's become more of a batter's track. Very slow. Bounce is not great. And Sagar has a very big opportunity. Get a big score. Because a lot of things are at stake tonight. We have Dubai battling for a semi-final spot. And Ajman looking to finish top of the table. Mohammad Hassan continues. Flicked away straight to square leg. Excellent fielding by Jash there. Just after bowling an over.
Yeah, very well done. As to his wrong side, he's a left-hander. So he's covered a lot of ground. Then released that ball very quickly back to the bowler. No run. So there's a lot at stake for this game.
Hitting the bat hard there, Mohammad Hassan. He's bowling a good line in length. And getting a bit of movement off the surface as well.
Yes, this is one of those wickets that has everything in it. If you bowl well, you'll get the reward. But otherwise, if you're patient and you play your shots, you get value for those as well.
Asif Khan, 7 of 19. So we've seen especially in that outstanding knock versus Sharjah. Once he gets set, he can definitely go downtown regularly, do some shopping and hit some sixes.
There's the outlet mall downtown. I'm sure he'll go there.
Foolish delivery down the leg side. The keeper giving chase. But I think it's just about going to pull up. Oh, touch and go. Oh, brilliant effort there by Bilal Chima. 100% effort. And they've only taken 2 runs. That's poor running.
Well, this is the 3rd time in the 10 overs we've said poor running. Let's have a look at that again. It was leg buys. Bilal Chima has been hit on the knee with the ball as well. He's wearing all that gear, but he's done really, really well. Good support by Abdul Malik. At least he was not on his own. Bilal Chima.
The funny part was Bilal Chima with a full dead sprint and Abdul Malik just strolling towards it. Once again down the leg side. This time it's going to go all the way for 4. Muhammad Hassan, you have to correct your line and length. 50 up for Ajman.
Well, this time Asif has got some bat on it. So he was going to go quicker. Again, poor delivery by Hassan. Dubai have to realize that all these runs they have to chase. And we have a look at Abdul Malik again strolling to the ball. He's in absolute no mood to put a sprint in and try to save that.
Once again, a hot, blustery day here at the Sevens Cricket Oval number 2. So after just bowling a aggressive spell with the new ball, he's like, let me just chill out at deep fine leg for a while. Better delivery this time. Punch down the ground. They'll pick up a single. In fact, it's going to be 2. My goodness. Mid-on was very casual towards it. Amir Hamza. 10 overs gone. 56 for 1.
It seems that they've adjusted mid-on. It's quite square. Again, very easy too. That experiment with Zohaib Zubair that surprised everyone, failing. So if I'm Abdul Shakur, be breathing a sigh of relief. His opening slot very much still in the bag for him.
Taking a look at that batting lineup, they only have Dawood Ijaz. Maybe Safir can bat a bit. Rahul Chopra will be a key player. So there's a lot of pressure on Sagar or Asif Khan to play deep here, bat the 50 overs. They've beefed up their bowling a bit with Danish in there, taking the new ball alongside Shiraz Ahmed. Sultan is pretty much a left-arm spinner as well. So definitely the onus is on these two to carry the innings.
Well, today would have been a very good opportunity to play somebody like Ali Mirza, who's an out-and-out batsman, opening batsman. They've played him in the last few games, but he didn't click. I think it would have made more sense to play him today when they've dropped Abdul Shakur or rested Abdul Shakur. So, an experiment that has failed with Zohaib. But again, Ajman's challenge, we've seen this from match 1, is that if Asif and Dawood or even Sagar, one of these 3 fails, they do struggle with their batting.
Completely agree with you. Slip in place for Jash Gyanani as he continues. Well bowled there. And he's a tall lad, so that high arm trajectory does get some bounce.
Very similar to Nilansh in his approach. Spectacle like him as well. They play a lot of cricket together.
Nicely swept away once again from Sagar, this time into the gap, and is going for 4. Beautiful execution once again.
Well, this is poor captaincy from Shah Rukh. He's played that sweep shot twice, gotten 4 both times. Maybe get a short fine leg there instead of the square leg, or maybe get a deep square leg who could have reached that because it wasn't very hard. Because you want your bowler to bowl in the stumps. That field that he's given him, is basically a run stopping field.
Yes, you could see he's posted a square leg now. Could be a bit finer. There's a cover sweeper there already and a long off. So Shah Rukh has to bite the bullet somewhere. He has to pull one fielder into the circle and push that square leg back. Nicely punched down the ground this time. So Sagar on to 40 of just 32. He's enjoying this lowish slow track. It's suiting his kind of batting.
Yes, and again, if you're giving your left arm spinner a deep cover and a long off, then basically what you're trying to say is keep bowling outside off stump. But that's a very unnatural thing for a left arm spinner to do. He wants to target those stumps, bowl within the stumps, get that LBW or bowled.
Hit straight to cover this time. Ahan Fernandez does really well. Asif Khan still relatively early in his innings, so if you can pry him out, Ajman will be under serious pressure.
Well, again, I do have to question the captaincy here. He's removed the slip to Asif Khan. Asif has not looked very confident. He's flashed at a couple of deliveries outside off. And then you've removed the slip. So basically given him that free glide to third man.
Foolish delivery this time, just punch down the ground. So the run rate is good. Ajman are sitting in. And it's Team Dubai who need to make something happen. Shahrukh Sheikh needs to get his thinking cap on.
There's a lot at stake in this game. Dubai don't want to be chasing anything more than 240, 250.
Single taken down the ground, a productive over. 11 overs gone. Ajman are 63 for 1.
Let's have a look at the wickets. Ayan Khan at number 1. Don't think he'll be moving from that slot after the end of the round games. Sanchit Sharma was very unlucky yesterday. Didn't pick up a wicket, so he stays at 2. Funny enough, Sabar Rao has not played any games in the last 3 days. He's still at number 3. Dilawar Orakzai has made an entry after that fifer against Sharjah in that amazing match. And Rizwan CP, the part-time Rizwan CP, at number 5 with 7 wickets.
Well, what that indicates, Abdurrahman, is that the pitches have eased up. They were very lively in the first week of the tournament. Very green, a lot of live grass, getting plenty of swing and seam movement. But now the tracks have slowed down. The grass has turned brown, so it's assisting the spinners a bit. It's quite slow. So it's good to see Shahrukh running through his changes. Lakshman Pramod coming on to bowl with 5 wickets in the tournament already.
Yes, and he's going to have a key role to play. He's going to be the senior spinner in the team today. They've got young players, but Lakshman will have to bowl a very crucial spell for them. And yes, Ahmed, I remember the first few matches, it was as if we were playing in Headingley. The Adil Raza swinging the ball around, Abdul Malik swinging the ball around. So the conditions have changed quite a bit.
Sagar in accumulation mode, nicely punched down the ground. And we've seen Lakshman Manjrekar, he's very good with that arm ball, that in-curving arm ball. But I think Asif Khan, if you bowl anything too full to him, it's heading towards outlet mall.
Have a look at Asif Khan, looks deadly focused. He has a lot to prove. He's been in and among the highest run scorers in all the D tournaments. Second delivery in the stumps, very well bowled by Lakshman. That one just coming in with the arm at a very good pace. So Asif Khan has a lot to prove, and he's the highest run scorer of the tournament so far. Don't think he's going to be surpassed anytime soon with the semi-finals coming up.
Yep, has a massive lead at the top. Almost 350 runs in the tournament. He's been incredible in the Emirates D50. Lakshman Manjrekar. Good fielding by Shahrukh, moving across swiftly from his extra cover mid-off position. And he bowls a bit of leg break as well. Perhaps could be an option.
Well, yes, with these two batsmen, that might be a good gamble. Fourth delivery of the 11th over, again in the stumps. And that's the problem with the field that they've given Josh and the plan that they've given Josh. Because bowling within the stumps to both these batsmen is probably the only way you can get them out. If you give them room outside off, they're just going to knock it around for singles.
14 of 27. Asif Khan taking his time, getting his eye in. The run rate is above 5. They're going along quite merrily, thanks to Sagar Kalyan at the non-striker's end, who's batting on a 100+ strike rate. Once again, giving a lot of respect. Just as straight as a mirror is his bat right now.
And again, somebody in form gets bat on ball on a delivery like this. We've seen a lot of players get bowled or LBW, thrusting their pads in front. Asif Lala is using his very good bat. Very good delivery again. Last ball. So dot ball. Good over from Lakshman Manjrekar. 1 run coming off it. Score moves on to 64 for 1. The end of the 12th over.
.42 of 34 is Sagar Kalyan. He's had a productive tournament. Has definitely caught the eye with his steady batting in the top order. It's not been easy going for many top 3 batters in this tournament, but he's definitely been one that's caught the eye. He's done really well. Zohaib Zubair unfortunately falling early. And it's going to be twin left arm spinners going on. Jash and Lakshman bowling in tandem. And you can see that square leg going across your screen. And there's another fielder moving to the leg side. So they're definitely beefing that up thanks to our hidden mic.
Yes, definitely better plan this. Give Jash the opportunity to bowl or target the stumps. So all that protection on the leg side, all Sagar has to do is just play over the delivery when he's trying to sweep and they're in the chance for an LBW.
He's a tall lad as an opener, so he can really get that big stride, and he's quite good against spin using his feet. And Asif Khan just making him wary of the fielding changes, what your game plan needs to be.
But Sagar has looked very good in parts in this tournament.
That's it. Just rotate the strike. Play for your numbers, play for your 50, perhaps even get 100. The pitch is quite placid. The spinner's not that threatening, to be honest. So Shahrukh, I feel, has to take the onus on and make something happen here. Ajman look quite content.
Well, they use Hassan from the end where Lakshman is bowling right now, and he primarily bowls into the batsman. Josh comes in again. See that dab is just open for Asif now without a slip. So maybe change the end for Hassan, give him that option of bowling from the end Josh is bowling right now, and get him that support. Because we've seen Hassan can be dangerous, but so far Sagar and Asif are looking very comfortable in the middle.
Excellent observation, AB. This end looks quite comfortable for the spinners. Nicely punched away towards the cover sweeper. There's nothing quite happening from here. From Lakshman's end, you can see that the ball is perhaps jagging in. There's some variable bounce. But I would like to see them use a seamer or perhaps a wrist spinner from this end.
Yes, they don't have a lot of bowling options. They've gone with the extra batsman in Shrey in this game. Again in the stumps, much better. That's much better from Josh. And just like that, the partnership has moved on to 50 of just 57 deliveries. Asif Khan has just scored 15 runs. Sagar doing the bulk of the scoring.
This time over extra cover. Asif Khan opens up his arms and easy as you like has smashed this all the way for 4.
Well, that's his release shot. He loves to play that over cover, inside out. No fielder there, so safe shot, 1 bounce, almost goes for 6. Dangerous signs these for Dubai as Asif looks in sublime touch today.
Take a look at that. Just a bit too full, a bit too straight from Jash. But that was a top shot created there by Asif Khan. Just creating some room, opening up his stance and launching it. We've seen him time and again pepper that extra cover boundary for 4s and 6s. And his form has been so good in this tournament. He's looking like an absolute champion.
Well, with a lot of senior tour coming up for the UAE, these are good signs. If Asif Khan can bat the way he does and improve his fitness just a little bit, he's a definite shoe-in for that batting lineup.
Cut away this time, but straight to backward point. That was an opportunity. And Sagar is wondering, my goodness, why didn't I find that gap? That was an easy four.
Yes, he's missed out on that. Very good opportunity to get a boundary. Move closer to that half-century mark.
Oh, leading edge there. That arm ball just snuck through. Sagar was trapped on the crease. Look at that. My goodness, just a hint of turn as well off the straight.
Well, had that hit the back pad, Sagar would have been walking back. Very lucky to get a bat on it.
This time flick towards mid-wicket, finds the gap. So he will get off strike. Just 5 runs shy of his 50. And looking good for a big score.
Well, what Dubai need to do is be patient. They have to realize that Ajman don't bat very deep. If they can get one of these batsmen out, they'll have a better opportunity of restricting them to the 240, 250 total. It's very easy to get frustrated when you're not getting wickets and bowl loose deliveries.
Yes, and thanks to that big loss that the Blues faced yesterday, that net run rate pressure is not on you. So just take your time, remain in the game. Down the ground this time, Asif Khan has launched this, a bazooka over extra cover for 6.
Well, I think there might be a change of ball here, Ahmed, because he's absolutely smoked this one. Comes down the track, middles it. Goes over the fielders for 4. It's gone into the Sabka grounds. They might start using it for another match.
More like a golf shot missing the fairway into the bunker. And when Asif Khan gets going, then all of us need to head into the bunker. Big 6s.
Yes, and again, ominous signs these for Dubai. That big SG bat has seen a lot of runs. There seems to be no stopping it at the moment.
And trying to flick that past the bowler. Bit of a frustrated shy at the stumps. But when Asif Khan is striking the ball that cleanly, there's nothing you can do as a bowler. Even Bilal Chima trying to unsettle him, but that uncomfortable smile shows he's nervous. Dot ball to end the over. 14 overs gone. 78 for 1.
Let's have a look at the bowling card. Abdul Malik disappointing with the new ball. They would have wanted him to get them the early breakthroughs. 3 overs 20 runs. Amir Hamza 3 over 16 gets the 1 wicket. Josh has been steady 4 over 22. Hassan 2 overs 10 and Lakshman 2 overs 8. 6 of those runs coming in that 1 ball the last over. So they have been steady but going at about 5 runs and over.
Yeah, not looking very penetrative. The economy rates are on the high side. Looks like it is going to be Jash Gyanani to continue. A good contest going on here. That's a better delivery on middle and leg. Can turn either way, so Sagar has to give due respect.
Yes, that's one of the deliveries you would have to play a very risky sweep shot to get for 4. That's what they have missed out on, Dubai.
Launched over the top of extra cover. Beautifully executed shot. And the cover sweeper, Wasi Haider, was active there. Otherwise, that looked very certain for a boundary.
Well, we saw some acrobatics from the cover fielder in the circle. It was in the air. But I think he had placed it really well, Sagar. Gets the 1. Looking very good playing those inside-out shots. Sagar Kalyan.
Once again, the field is being tweaked. Josh in the middle of a spell. Nicely punched away off the front foot. So he's gone for 24 runs. 4.5 overs gone by. So he's been steady, but not that threatening, to be quite honest.
Yes, we saw Aryan Lakada bowl really well yesterday. He was threatening every delivery he bowled. Seemed like it would get him a wicket. Josh more of the steady kind.
And he's having to fire in those quick arm balls. So if the batter makes a crucial critical error, you're gonna get a wicket on those. Other than that, it's just run saving deliveries. Not very penetrative.
This is also probably why Dubai chose to field first. Fifth ball, 15th over, played in the gap. Ronak Panoli was looking to stop it, and now chasing it down to the third man fence. They take just the two. Dubai does not seem to have a very penetrative bowling lineup, Ahmed.
Yeah, the pitch is not really aiding them out there. I have to agree with you. But meanwhile, this guy is looking very threatening. Sagar Kalyan, 48 or 44, playing an excellent knock. And on the verge of a much deserved 50. In the air this time, over extra cover into the gap. Gone for 4, and that is 50 for Sagar Kalyan of 45 deliveries. Well played, young man.
Well, if there was any shot he would have played to get that 50, it was that inside out cover drive over the infield for 4. Beautiful looking shot. Again, not easy to the left arm spinner, but he's timed that to perfection. Placed it perfectly as well. It goes all the way to the boundary for 4. The Ajman dugout looking very happy. Dubai has chosen to field first. And Ajman has gotten off to a great start. 52 not out of 45 deliveries, 9 boundaries, and a strike rate of 116.
Lakshman Manjrekar to continue. 8 runs in his 2 overs. Lovely back cut once again, but that point fielder has moved finer. Amir Hamza alert to that shot.
Yes, but again, giving him that width is not a good idea. Lakshman has to aim at those stumps again wide. This time he was just coming in with the hand.
So what are the bowling options that Dubai has, Abdurrahman? Who can they turn to if the spinners are proving to be ineffective?
Well, I think as you mentioned, Shahrukh is probably one option. They could bring Abdul Malik back. We saw him take a wicket after coming back in the second spell. He bowls those slower deliveries with the older ball. Otherwise, looking very depleted, that bowling lineup of Dubai.
Once again, that late cut, but Amir Hamza, the big burly all-rounder, doing well. Ronak Panoli is another option, left-arm orthodox. But yes, they need somebody with a bit of X factor, and I don't really see that in this Dubai bowling line.
Well, I'd completely forgotten about Ronak Panoli. He has taken some very crucial wickets in the middle of the innings for Dubai.
Oh, inside edge. Asif Khan had stepped out of his crease. Once again, there's no fine leg. So the keeper, Bilal Chima, giving chase. And they'll just stroll through for 2.
Well, again, I think that's poor field placing. They should have that short fine leg there. If he's bowling in the stumps, very close this. Gets the inner half of the bat. Again, somebody in form. And you're lucky like that. If he was out of form or out of touch, that would have gone under his bat, straight into the wickets or into the keeper's hands. So yes, Ronak Panoli is a very good option for them at the moment. He took the wicket of Wasim in the last game when he was going great guns.
Off the back foot this time. Bit of a bad bounce, but the captain does well. And of course, this is that stage of the innings where you're only allowed 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So they usually have a long off, long on, and a deep extra cover and a square leg in place. I think they have to take a gamble and bring on that long on into the circle. Let's take a look at the 50 of Sagar Kalyan then. That full toss was easily put away. 52 or 45, 9 boundaries. That is a very productive innings for him, maybe.
Well, that was the first delivery of the match. And then we see again those inside out shots over cover. Abdul Malik did test him with some shorter deliveries, but he was equal to the task. Again in the cover, so strong in that cover region. Absolutely beautiful to watch. But no mug on the leg side as well. He's been playing both sides of the wicket. Again, that drive was in the air, but he had placed it to perfection. Looking very good. 9 boundaries in his 52. He's done the bulk of the scoring with the ball hitting the fence.
And then he brought out that trademark sweep shot of his. Once again, only 4 fielders outside the circle, so Shahrukh Sheikh had to gamble. And he's like, well, thank you very much. I'll sweep you away and then I'll just tap you over extra cover for 4.
Well, his first shot was a 4, and then that shot to bring up the 50 was a 4 as well, as the players take a well-deserved drinks break. Not just the players, the umpires as well.
And these were the wickets that fell for Aryan Lakra yesterday. This is how you're supposed to bowl left-arm orthodox on this deck. Straight, a bit of flight. That was a poor shot, so a bit of a gift there. Excellent catch by Vishnu Sukumaran. And Rahul Bhatia taking a chance with the deep square leg in place. And that was an absolute beauty to the captain Alishan Sherfu.
Well, Lakra making his way back into the side, bowling really well with the new ball. Fujair had gone with the 1 fast bowler yesterday instead of the standard 2. Lakra had a lot of responsibility and he did really well. If you have a look at those points table again, today's match is a virtual quarter-final for Dubai. They lose, they're out. If they win, they're through.
Absolutely. Look at those net run rates of Emirates Blues and Dubai. Identical. So Dubai, all they need to do is secure victory today. Ajman are also gunning for that top spot, but that net run rate gap is quite significant between them and Sharjah. They're at 0.76 and Sharjah are almost double of that. So they need a big win as well. And looking at the current platform that they have, with Asif Khan looking good, Sagar past 50, there's a high chance that they could end up with a big first inning score. And joining me in the comm box as Abdur Rahman has stepped out is Mr. Shoaib Ahmed at the crucial juncture of this game.
Thank you, Ahmed. And as you rightly said, the game is in the balance. Just a little bit favoring the batting side right now because they have Asif Khan out there in the middle. But at the points table, you see that Ajman can get into the second position, but won't change their opposition regardless of where they are, whether they are second or third, because Sharjah will be playing the 4th qualifier. It could be Emirates Blues or Dubai, while Fujairah and Ajman are almost certain to play the other semi-final.
Yep, absolutely. Doesn't matter if you finish second or third, but finishing first will definitely give you an easier matchup, whether it's Emirates Blues or Dubai. And the slight advantage that Dubai have is that they are playing a very long batting lineup. And a very interesting tactic. 2 moves made here by Shahrukh Sheikh. One, it looks like Ronak Panoli has gotten the ball after the drinks break. Has 5 wickets to his name in the tournament. Economy rate a bit on the higher side. He could do a lot better than that. And look at that, the keeper has been changed as well. It's Shrey Sethi taking over from Bilal Chima, who got hit on his left knee, so perhaps feeling that a bit.
Yes, definitely don't want Bilal Chima to be aggravating his injury, and that's why, just as a precaution, I'm sure they have asked the services of Dhruv, in fact Shrey Sethi, to come and keep for Dubai. And as you rightly said, Ronak Panoli is the man with the ball in his hands. Starts off with a loopy ball outside off, drilled towards the extra cover for a single.
And he's a different kind of left-arm orthodox bowler, more round arm, really gives the ball a tweak as compared to Jash Gyanani, who's a bit taller, has a higher arm action, is better with the arm ball. So there's a slight change in tactic here from Dubai. Let's see if it pays off. Asif Khan, the man on screen though, looking dangerous, looking set. Punch straight to extra cover. Misfield, but they won't take a run off it.
Yes, Shahrukh, the skipper, not very happy with Ahan. Rare misfielding from him. You can see Ronak Panoli. Another flighted delivery. Challenging Asif in a way to go for a big hit with those flighted deliveries. And this is another good call from Shahrukh. It's a gamble that he's taken. Just taps it, Asif, no problem at all.
Yeah, the pitch is way too slow to really challenge him. Honestly, it feels like if he wants to get out, that's the only way somebody is going to send him back to the pavilion. In complete control. Steady over from Ronak so far, the only one run conceded.
Yes, good bowling from Ronak and a healthy partnership between Asif and Sagar. They lost the first wicket early. Zuhaib, part-time opener, did not perform today. But since then, they have had a steady partnership between Asif and Sagar. Meanwhile, the last ball just played towards the backward square leg region. Running hard for the second, will get there comfortably. 17 overs, Ajman 91 for 1.
The Ajman dugout there looking a bit concerned. Sultan Ahmed at the front left of your screen. Rahul Chopra, extreme left. He's also a very promising young batter. And the blonde bomber at the back, Shiraz Ahmed Pia. He's been fantastic in this tournament. So, some smiles there seeing themselves on screen. But they do feel a bit nervous. They do look like they have some nervous energy about them.
Well, I don't know why they would feel nervous because they have Asif out there in the middle. As long as he is out there, Ajman are in a very good position, regardless of at what rate he's scoring, because we've seen him score slow in the earlier part of the innings, but he can accelerate as and when required. And once he starts going, it is a nightmare for the opposition team. So, as long as he's there out for Ajman, nothing to worry, my dear friends.
Lakshman Manjrekar continuing as well. Nicely glided away towards the slip cord and Point is giving chase. And Mohammad Hassan will just about rein it in. But once again you see, even if you miss your line just by millimeters, you're going to be glided away behind Point.
Yes, and they have a fine leg, a short fine leg in position. That's what we could see. And also a backward square leg. So you could either get one of them on the offside to cover and block that vacant area. Meanwhile, stepping down the ground, and that's been hammered straight down right into the side screen. That is beautiful shot there from the bat of Sagar. He looks in prime form. This is some really good hitting from Sagar.
Lovely, elegant lofted drive down the ground. It did it so easily, my goodness. Jash Gyanani, just a futile jump. That was many, many yards behind him. And honestly, Shoaib, I don't think there's any point of even keeping a long on there. Keep him in the circle and secure yourself either on the offside or behind square. The way these two strike the ball, look at that, just dancing down the track. My goodness, absolutely flown away for 6. Lakshman Manjrekar, already 18 runs conceded. This time short and quick, outside off, punched away towards the cover. And they'll add 2 more, and look at that partnership really swelling up here right now. They've raced to 84.
Yes, a good partnership. And at the toss, I spoke to Shahrukh and he said they would want them to be restricted around 220, 240. Clearly, that doesn't seem to be the case because they've already crossed the 100-run mark in just 17.3 overs. 300 here, my friend, is definitely on the cards. Maybe 320 as well. So that is the only reason why when we were discussing, I felt that Dubai were better were better batting first regardless of the toss. I would have wanted them to bat first and put out a total of 250, 260 or maybe a 300 if their batting is so good, and then put pressure on Ajman asking them to chase a big total.
Worked away towards long on for a single. So Sagar is looking very, very fluent out there right now. 64 of 51. That current run rate is looking very healthy as well. Setting the stage for this man on screen. My goodness. If you had seen that 100 he made against Sharjah, you know that this guy is going to go ballistic at some stage.
Yes, did see that game, and as you rightly said, he was slower. He had started slowly in the beginning of the innings, but then really upped the ante as the game progressed towards the end of the innings. He was hitting them so cleanly. 18 overs gone. They've just lost a wicket, Ajman. 102 for 1. The only wicket was Zubair Zuhaib, taken by Amir Hamza. He's bowled 3 overs and since then hasn't been brought into the attack. All the other bowlers wicketless.
As you can see, Dubai have cycled through all of their 6 bowling options. Only Amir Hamza producing anything. So if Mohammad Hassan has bowled only 2 overs, perhaps you can take a gamble, try him for another spell. A couple of overs here in the middle, change the rhythm of spin from both ends. That is the only option I can see perhaps for Shah Rukh. Full toss nicely flicked away towards mid-on. They'll only take a single though. So Shoaib, if you were the captain of Dubai right now, what would be your tactic to break this partnership?
Well, very difficult when you've got those 2 players out there in the middle to think about something, but this is what you need to do here is try to extract a wicket. So in that sense, you need to ask these players to do something that they're not doing right now. They're happy to take those singles and rotate strike and then come down the track once in an over and play a shot that is clearing the boundary comfortably. So as a captain, I would want to put some pressure here. Get your best bowler to bowl.
Totally agree with you, and I think their seamers are the better options, Amir Hamza or Abdul Malik, because these two look very, very secure against the spin, and all 3 are left arm orthodox bowlers. That's the main problem. They don't have any variety in it. Safely shouldering arms to that one, but practicing that reverse flick.
Well, right now you have 2 problems on your screen for Dubai. You have Sagar, who's scoring at a brisk pace, and Asif, who is taking his time out. So out of the 2, if you were looking to take a wicket, it had to be Sagar, who is actually doing the real damage for Dubai right at the moment. And we know Sagar is very good against spin bowling. We've seen him play so well. So you're right, maybe another over or 2 from Abdul Malik or Amir Hamza should be the right way to go.
Swept away this time, a bit shorter in length, but there is a square leg in place. So decent over from Ronak. 19 overs gone. Ajman 107 for 1. Two off 9 for Zuhaib Zubair as he fell early. Plum LBW to Amir Hamza. After that, Sagar Kalyan 66 of 55, batting really fluently. And Asif Khan is just getting into his groove. So you have guys like Dawood Ijaz, Safir Tariq, Rahul Chopra is another very talented player. And you can expose their batting lineup if you could pick up wickets. But so far, Dubai's bowling lineup is looking relatively tame. And he's continuing to persist with the left arm spinners. Lakshman Manjrekar into the attack once again. And nothing really happening here for Team Dubai. I think Shah Rukh Sheikh is letting the game slowly but steadily drift away from his grip.
Lakshman has been looking good in patches. This time another good delivery checked at the last moment. Stepping down. Lakshman needs to keep an eye on Sagar till the end so that he knows that he is going to move away and out of the crease, and that's when you need to bowl a little wider into the stumps, and good stop there again. So they are creating those dot ball pressure, but then just loosening up on the loose deliveries, and that's when Asif and Sagar are so dangerous. They take on the loose deliveries and then just smack them out of the park.
Oh, chance for a cotton bowl there. Fingertip stuff there from Lakshman. My goodness. That was a strong drive off the back foot. And I think it's harsh to call that a dropped catch, Shoaib.
Oh yes, absolutely. That was a hit hard. Lakshman just managing to put his hand, the ball brushing the fingers. Those hurt really bad.
And he's absolutely the last person that Dubai would like to see injuring his hand. He's a key player in the middle order, but he looks in some strife there. Shahrukh Sheikh, I don't know what he's trying to do. Maybe he has some healing powers. That's a very, very nasty blow.
Yes, that must have hurt. Meanwhile, it's time for a short drink for these two players. And that must have hit his top two fingers. Let's check that shot one more time. Straight. And yes, right on the fingers. Oh, that must have hurt real bad. And for Dubai's sake, they would be hoping that it's not very serious, because he needs to come out and bat today as well.
Well, I think they've put some magic spray on his fingers there. Time to get a quick drink as well while you're at it. So it's important for Dubai that this man, number 9, stays 100% and able to bat, most importantly. They need him to counter-attack the spinners at number 5 or number 6 in the order. But 108 for 1, we're just 20 overs in. They need something special from someone who can produce that moment of magic, that moment of brilliance, and get this man especially on screen sent back to the pavilion. It's looking quite difficult out there. They're playing the spin really well, and it's perhaps too hot to get your fast bowlers on for an extended spell so early in the piece.
So if you look at it, Asif has been not very attacking against the spinners. He's taking his time out, and maybe that's why Shahrukh is persisting with the spinners on from both ends, because they think that Asif's wicket is the big wicket, and if they can manage to get that, they will be able to restrict Ajman to a decent total. Outside off, edged and gone. That is it. This is the wicket. This is the wicket we were talking about. And Lakshman manages to get the big fish. It is Asif who's out. Will have to walk back. And this is a breakthrough for Dubai.
Probably the worst delivery he's bowled in his entire spell. It was short, wide, and cut away. And what a catch by young Shrey Sethi, the backup keeper behind the stumps. What a moment in this game. 20 overs gone. And the big fish Asif Khan has been sent back to the dugout. He played well, 33 of 52, but out of nowhere, absolutely nowhere, Team Dubai have got him out.
Well, we've seen this so many times. A break does more damage than good for a batsman who is so focused, and that is exactly what has happened here. Asif just losing his focus a little bit. That ball was way too wide. And the faintest of edges, well done by the keeper. Sethi takes a good catch. Now this is Dawood Ijaz, the batsman who's coming out to bat in a very sticky situation. He needs to build a partnership with Sagar.
He's had a very good tournament as well. 154 runs to his name, a couple of 50s. And with 10-20 odd here, he would also move into the top 5 run getters of the tournament. But just out of nowhere, this young buck, this champion, has produced a moment of magic for his side. Those catches are very difficult. It's not easy at all with those hard edges. But his technique and execution was absolutely spot on.
Yes, good catch there from the keeper. Good bowling again from Lakshman. He was economical. He had kept it tight for Asif. And finally, Asif gives in to the pressure of a spinner. That brings the new man in, Dawood Ijaz. Going down leg. No, says the umpire. A half-hearted appeal from the keeper. Ronak looked very excited and interested. But now the responsibility is on Sagar to perform for Ajman.
Absolutely spot on. He will be the one needed to carry through the bulk of the innings. He's batting well as well, to be fair. But all of a sudden, he's just missing the ball, mistiming it a bit. It's the pressure of a wicket falling. Let's take a look at that once again. Brilliant. And he was looking for a stumping even after that. So his technique and his routines are absolutely outstanding. Good job, young Shrey Sethi.
Yes, that is what a wicket does to the entire game. If you could see that replay, you saw how disappointed Sagar Kalyan was on that wicket. His reaction said it all. So that will definitely play on his mind now. He will feel the pressure.
This is a good over here from Ronak so far, building up those dots. And that man on screen producing a wicket for his captain. He took a nasty blow to his fingers. And 2 balls later, bang, there you go. He got his revenge. Down the leg side, nicely tucked away by Sagar. Bit of a loose ball there from Ronak. And it's going to be Dawood Ijaz facing his first delivery.
Well, Lakshman wouldn't mind getting hit on his fingers every time before a wicket. And that too a wicket off Asif Khan. It will be Dawood Ijaz, who has had a good tournament. Will be looking to score some more runs. Plays a good looking shot on the front foot. Will get a single, will be off the mark. End of over number 21. Ajman 110 for 2.
Taking a look at that batting scorecard then. 33 of 52. A rare occasion of Asif Khan not playing through after getting a start. They still have Rahul Chopra, Safir Tariq, the wicketkeeper bat who's coming to the side. Sultan Ahmed and Nasir Aziz can bat a bit too. The two experienced old-timers in the side, so to speak. Rishabh Mukherjee, young leggy as well in the side, so he's been given an opportunity. But they definitely need a partnership from these two. That is our head honcho, Mr. Jeff O'Brien. Working hard, always busy. Always keeps an eye on the prize. Keeps us motivated, keeps us going. So good to see him out there in the middle. Lakshman Manjrekar to continue. Foolish delivery, and mid-off is in the circle, so that's quite interesting. And match referee Mr. Iftikhar, a very, very nice man. And always a treat to say hello to him every afternoon and morning.
Oh yes, he is such a live character, always smiling. Whatever stress you have, you can forget about it when you look at him. Gives you such a positive vibe. And a thorough professional as well. Knows what he is doing. Brings a lot of character and positivity in this entire setup. Mr. Iftikhar Ali.
This is brilliant fielding. Wasi Haider there at extra cover. Inflicting some pressure, creating some dot balls. Putting that spin strangle on Ajman. Dawood likes to get on with the game, so this is going to be a very good battle. Oh, squared him up a bit there. Good bowling from Lakshman.
Yes, he's now again with that wicket. He will be bowling with a lot of confidence. He's got a big wicket now. He thinks that he can get a few more. He should get a few more. I wouldn't be surprised to see him bowl out his 10 overs. Maintaining that pressure and trying to get a few wickets, preferably of the well-settled Sagar Kalyan.
Once again, Wasi Heather is absolutely magnificent at extra cover. Dawood Ijaz is peppering that area, but he's been spot on every single time. Attacking the ball well, not letting him pierce that infield. Bit of a false start there, no worries. Mr. Naeem Anjum getting some arm exercises in there as well.
Physiotherapy sessions for the umpire. Cut outside off. Good looking shot from Daud. Looking for two. A misfield, and that will make it easier for them to cross and get 2 runs. With those 2 runs, it's end of the over, number 22.
And these are our 2 scorers from the Emirates Cricket Board. The unsung heroes have to be out there in pretty tough conditions, keeping an eye, very focused, and writing down everything, jotting down everything, informing our production staff what is going on, whether it's a 4 or a 6.
And you can also see different colors of pens. That's how well trained they are as scorers. It's a very difficult job. It's a difficult job, as you can see, different colors for different numbers, runs. They need to record everything, the time, and there's a specific course for that. Well qualified professionals.
Nicely executed glide once again from Sagar. He's been really good on that shot. Been very productive for him. And good to see them getting some much needed limelight as well. They work really hard. Keep us on our toes sometimes when we're faffing about, especially Mr. Shoaib, our high profile celeb in the comm box. And they keep him in check.
Well, yes, I need to be kept in check.
I think Mrs. Shoaib is watching this live stream very closely as well, keeping an eye on you.
She has zero interest in cricket.
Cut in the air. Has he taken it? Jash Gianani. Yes, it's an outstanding catch at backward point. He's still hanging out there, watching the leg umpire. My goodness, a bit of controversy at the Emirates D50, Shoaib.
Oh yes, a low catch, difficult catch. The fielder thinks that he's confident. Raunak Panoli has a very weird expression on his face. Not too happy, not too sad. We'll have to see in slow motion whether that was a clean catch or not.
Well, Jash Gianani looks very, very confident. The umpires are consulting each other. My goodness, what a moment in the game. Let's take a look at this angle from behind the stumps. Well, well, well. I think he's taken it. That right hand might have gotten underneath the ball.
We'll have to wait and watch how that pans out, because
Well, it is very touch and go. It's very close here. I think he's got his fingers underneath the ball and he has claimed it. Yes, there you go. There you go. That's the money shot. What do you think, Shoaib? I'm putting you on the spot. And it looks like the umpires have given it a big celebration from Dubai. Dawood Ijaz has to walk back to the dugout.
Well, we are just waiting for the official signal from the umpire. From the looks of it, it looks very, very tight. We're checking the overstepping issue, but it looks like it's clear. No issues in that. So the umpire has given his decision. It is out. Dawood Ijaz is out on 3 of 9. And he has to walk back.
A moment of drama, a moment of controversy here at the Emirates D50. It was very, very close. Jash Gyanani, fingertip stuff at backward point. But he has walked out beyond the white line, so he is out. It is all over for Dawood Ijaz this afternoon. That man on screen in the background, Jash Gyanani, taking a wonderful catch at backward point. And there's a new batter coming out there, but let's take a look at this replay once again, Shoaib.
Yes, let's look at that. One frame at a time. There you see the ball still in the air, still in the air, still in the air. And there your hands come in. And that ball there has touched the ground. So the ball, the rule says that the ball should not be touching the ground at any moment. From the looks of it, it looked like it touched.
But from that angle, Shoaib, you can't see his fingers underneath the ball. So I think it was touch and go, very close. The impact was perhaps simultaneous. And the umpire gave it out in the ground. So I think it's fair enough. Safir Tariq then coming in. And solidly behind that first ball. Slip in place. So good captaincy from Shahrukh Sheikh. 113 for 3. This game is right in the balance. It can swing either way.
Absolutely, you're right about this. Now they've got a few wickets. They will feel the confidence that they need. They will believe in themselves that they can restrict them to a low total. It all depends on how the bowlers bowl and how well Shahrukh manages his troops.
The fielding has definitely gone up a level. Nicely punched down the ground. Shahrukh Sheikh with a despairing drive, and Safir Tariq will get off the mark. A very eventful over so far. It was a good bowling change after the drinks break. 23 overs gone. 114 for 3. Sagar Kalyan still out there for Team Ajman. 69 of 65. Dawood Ijaz fell for just 3. A fantastic catch by Jash Gyanani at backward point. Zuhaib Zubair was trapped in front by Amir Hamza. So bowling dry and bowling economically has worked for Team Dubai here. This man has produced the huge wicket of Asif Khan, a fantastic catch behind the stumps by Shrey Sethi, the backup wicketkeeper. And since then, Team Ajman have gone into their shell a bit and lost wickets in the process.
Yes, that's right. And now it's Lakshman who's bowling the 7th over. Flighted delivery outside off. Straight down the ground. I'm not sure whether the umpires have the liberty to use a third umpire in such scenarios. They had to go with whatever on-field evidence they had.
Well, we're definitely split down the middle in the com box. I think that was out. Shoaib thinks it was grass first. So we'll have to agree to disagree. And since the batsman was out, so I won. So that's fair enough. Short delivery, cut away into the gap between backward point and short third. Bilal Chima out there at point this time. Good fielding.
Yes, good work. First, a good intent from both the players to stop the ball. There was a point fielder and a backward point fielder, both trying and going for it. This is good intent. So suddenly there is a different approach, a different attitude from the Dubai players. They feel they are in this game now. For at one time it looked very dim for Dubai when they had Sagar and Asif batting from both ends, but right now the game, as you rightly said, Ahmad, is in the balance.
Look at that inside edge onto the pads there. Lakshman is going to bowl those arm balls spearing in, so you have to play very straight. That's more like it from Safir. This is good bowling. This is a brilliant contest.
Yes, 23.3 overs. Ajman have a good score on board. Good fielding again from Shahrukh Ahmed.
And good to see Amir Hamza in slip as well, in case there's a genuine outside edge. Keeps his bowler motivated. Short ball cut away towards the sweeper. They're pushing for two. They've turned back. Throw is in. But I think he's made it in time. That's a good call and good running. 24 overs gone. 118 for 3. Taking a look at that ball. Nicely cut away by Safir Tariq. He looks pretty secure against spin. And they ran on his throw, in fact. So Mohammad Hassan perhaps need to change that fielder. His throw is not quite good enough. Not powerful enough.
Also, the point fielder for me is way too backward, especially for a left arm spinner with the ball moving away. Once he cuts, the ball is always going to be in front of the square, not backward. So they need to get that fielder adjusted. Meanwhile, it's Ronak Panoli who will continue with his left arm spinners. Left arm flighted dollies. Good shot again from Sagar, reaching for the ball, not allowing it to pitch, converting it into a full toss and then taking a single. He's moved on to 71 now after facing 67 deliveries. Looks set for a big total. Could very well get to his maiden 100.
Pulled away by Safir this time. And looking at that current run rate, it was at 5.7, 5.8 at one stage. And it's really dropped sharply there, Shoaib. Now below 5.
Yes, you're right. And that is what happens when you lose wickets in clusters. The run rate tends to slow down because the new batsman wants to take his time out. Meanwhile, another delivery in the slot. And this is what is the difference. Earlier, the same delivery was hit for a 6 straight down the ground. And now even a fuller delivery is being just blocked away.
Pulled away this time. Wide of long on. But they'll stick to a single. And you can see Ronak in his 4.5 overs only gone for about 15 runs. So he's doing what Jash could not. He's keeping it tight as well as producing wickets. So this was a very good bowling change by Shahrukh.
Yes, you're right. He's been very effective for Sharjah, for Dubai, apologies. This time wanted to cut very close to that off stump. Safir. Another good over comes to an end from Ronak Panoli. Ajman are 121 for 3.
You can see the Dubai coaching staff on the right. Mohammad Rashid, their manager, on the extreme right. Always very chipper, very lively. Always keeps his troops motivated. Always shouting encouragement from the dugout. And they'll feel quite comfortable of their position at the halfway stage. 120 odd for 3. And good to see some spectators in as well, following the D50. And perhaps checking their score on the app as well.
Yes, good to see some fans and followers of domestic cricket. Have they come to see us, or have they come to see Royal Challengers Bangalore, who are practicing on the oval besides us?
Well, I can guarantee you they're here for the D50. Forget RCB.
Meanwhile, another good-looking shot from Sagar. He looks well set. Hasn't been bothered at all by any of the spinners. And he's middling almost everything.
Yes, he is very good against spin. Has that tall stride. Nice, elegant player on the offside. Likes to target that extra cover area. Oh, Safir Tariq taking the bait on that big loopy flighted delivery. That ball could have gone absolutely anywhere.
Again, this is a good change from Shahrukh to bring in Jash, get his overs, maybe get him some confidence. He could get a wicket or two here. Too full for my liking. He's bowling it almost like a block hole delivery. Needs to keep it away from the spin from the right-handed batsman. Allow the ball to turn in front of the batsman.
Shorter this time, pulled away, beats the mid-wicket fielder. They're going to push for 2 as square leg gets around. It's Ronak and a misfield, my goodness. Very close to the rope, but only going to be 2. And yes, he's switched around Jash. He's taken over from Lakshman Manjrekar from the near end. He wasn't getting a lot of purchase from the other side, the Dubai Lane Road end. So fair enough. He is a good bowler. Needs some support though in the field. Oh, outside edge, my goodness. And Bilal Chima at point does well.
That was a good ball. That is the area where I want Jash to bowl, where he would also want himself to bowl, because that's where you need to be bowling to create some doubt in the minds of the batsman. This time Fuller and outside off, straight to Amir Hamza. No run, 26 overs gone, 124 for 3. So Ronak Panoli to continue. And starts off well just on middle and leg. Single for Sagar.
Tried to glide that away, but the point fielder is very fine. Ahan Fernandez there, very alert in the field. The Dubai boys worked really hard in the outfield. They support their bowlers very well, very active, very agile. Nicely flicked away, beats the mid-wicket fielder this time. They'll pick up a single.
Again a full toss, converted. Gets a single. Just need to avoid bowling too close to the batsman. This time on the back foot.
Oh, I think there's a no ball that's been missed there. Ronak Panoli very close to that popping crease. A lucky young boy. He gets very close to that popping crease line, right on the front, and especially when his foot rotates off it in his delivery stride, it looks quite dodgy.
Yes, you're right. Ronak Panoli. Another good shot, but no run there. This is the last ball that has been bowled.
That is certainly a no ball there. A lot of distance there, so the umpire needs to be switched on a bit. But looks like they've raced through their over quickly. A good one from Ronak. This man on screen is the key wicket here that Dubai need to take. Sagar Kalyan, he's moved into the 70s. It's tough work out there. You can see his forearms are really glistening with perspiration. Jashki Anani continuing here. Pulled away once again by Safir. But they're only sticking to singles right now. They're not finding that boundary shot.
Yes, absolutely. We haven't seen a boundary in quite some overs now. So clearly,
Twenty-seven and a half overs gone, 130 for 3 as Ajman looked to rebuild. And Jashki Anani, he's looked more potent from this end, Shoaib.
oh yes, absolutely. He's got some purchase and he's bowling in the right areas as well. So yes, he is looking a little lethal compared to what he was in the first spell. Nicely bowled again. And Safir is taking his own sweet time.
The only mild criticism I would have is Shahrukh should have a slip in place for him. He still has 3 overs to bowl, so he does need them, so might as well back your main spinner. This time whipped away towards long off, but a decent over from Jash once again. 131 for 3 at the end of 28 overs. There you can see the youngsters in the Rajasthan Royals Academy working in the nets. It's right adjacent to our ground. The young budding stars of the future. And one star on the future is this man on screen, Ronak Panoli. Very, very stylish right-hand batter and a very effective left-arm spinner as well. You can see excellent spell from him today. 1 for 19 in his 6.
That's right, this time a fuller delivery in the slot. Safir just playing it along the ground. Ronak has been exceptional in this spell. 6.1 overs, given away 20 runs, taken a wicket. So suddenly, Ajman, who were looking in a very commanding position, have just slowed down, and rightly so. This time up in the air, straight down the ground. Another single, but again, to talk about Ajman's batting, it's a little thin when it comes to the middle order. Now, besides Dawood Ijaz, who's already back in the hut after this pair, you don't have anybody who's actually spent some time in the middle, has scored a lot of runs in the middle order for Ajman.
Cut away this time, but the backward point fielder Ahan Fernandez does well. Yes, they only have Rahul Chopra, who is a recognized batter after this, the wicket keeper. Then it's up to Nasir Aziz, Sultan Ahmed, who are a bit dodgy at times. They could play good cameos, but nothing more than that. Safir Tariq has been given a promotion today. So I guess they're keeping Rahul back for the quick acceleration in the last 12-10 overs or so. just telling Safir, go out there, hang around. But they're both playing at a lowish strike rate right now. Even Sagar has slowed down considerably. So they will be concerned. This time a no ball has been given. Ronak has been flirting on that popping crease for quite a while, and rightly called. Good call by the umpire. And you know what that means? It's a free hit.
Oh, yes, absolutely. This is a free hit, and it's a rare sight again from Ronak Panoli. That's a big, big no ball. Well, looks very difficult from here for Ronak to restrict Sagar. Will be interesting to see where he goes. In the slot, that's a good ball. Right into the block hole. Will just be a single.
Yes, excellent fuller delivery this time. Right in that block hold on that fourth stump line. Nothing much Sagar could do there with it. 136 for 3. They're racing through their overs now. Dot ball to end the over. 29 overs gone. 136 for 3. Abdul Malik 3 overs, none for 20. Amir Hamza 1 for 16 in his 3 overs, picked up the wicket of Zohaib. Jash Gianani none for 36 has responded well in his second spell. Muhammad Hassan only 2 overs bowled so far. That's quite interesting. None for 10. But Lakshman and Ronak, the spin twins, have done an excellent job coming in. 1 wicket each, 1 for 28 and 1 for 24 respectively. And you can see in the fall of wickets that mini collapse. From 108 for 1, they went to 113 for 3. And since then, Ajman have been rebuilding, taking their time, hanging in there. So that projected 300 that we were looking at is definitely not a viable scenario right now, Shoaib.
Yes, you're right. At one moment, it looked like Ajman will cross the 300 barrier. And we were thinking whether Shahrukh would be able to restrict Ajman to 220, 230. But that is definitely on now. Depends on how well this young man bowls.
Nicely squeezed away to short third man and stopped the single as well. That's an excellent effort. So Lakshman, since the change of ends, Jash Gianani, pardon me, since the change of ends, has looked very, very threatening here. He's getting the ball to turn off the square.
You're right, this time he's played that up in the air. Will just be a single. So in the first 5 overs, Jash gave away 30 runs. And now he's just given 6 or 7 in the next 2 that he's bowled. So clearly there's a difference in his bowling. He looks in much more control now. On the back foot, nicely played by Safir.
Taking a look at that current run rate, it's dipping by the minute, by the second, like the thermometer in winter. Safir Tariq, he's also getting bogged down a bit here. 13 of 30. Something has got to give, Shoaib. Something has got to happen.
Yes, absolutely. They won't be able to continue this for long. He will have to try and attack another good ball. No run there.
You can visibly see the anxiety on Safir's face. And Sagar has slowed down a bit as well. They're not running swiftly between the wickets. I think a big shot is coming around the corner.
This is the first time Sagar has reached the 100 strike rate. He was always scoring at more than 100. So clearly that indicates that things have slowed down for Ajman. Flighted delivery again, looking for that single. Lakshman is there, won't get that single. So end of over number 30. Ajman are 137 for 3.
Thirteen of 32. Safir Tariq coming in at number 5 needs to play a lot more positively than that, in my opinion. Sagar is already occupying one end, so he needs to get a move on. He needs to add some impetus to the innings. Instead, that run rate track has been reversed, and from 5.7 at one stage, they're at 4.5 right now. Another bowling change here. This is quite interesting. Ronak Panoli, who was bowling a very good spell, has been changed, and Lakshman Manjrekar coming on, and he's got his shades on for some swag points as well, Shoaib.
Yes, he knows that he's on TV now as soon as he's got the ball in his hand, so he needs to look at his best. Also bowl at his best, and that is what is more important, and I'm sure he knows that. He's done a decent job with the ball in his hand. Can he get another one here?
1 for 28. 4 runs per over is his economy, so an excellent holding role he's done, as well as taking the wicket of Asif Khan. Big full toss this time, but look at that. Hit straight to point. So Lakshman is even missing out. Sagar, pardon me, is even missing out on full tosses now.
Yes, clearly now the pressure is on these two players, especially on Sagar, because he's taken his time out in the middle. He's the one who's the set batsman. It will be on him to score. This time cut nicely. Will it go for 2? Yes, they take 2 runs.
This time that glide, once again a very effective shot. Finally some width on offer. Lakshman tends to bowl it a bit quicker in the air, so he just used the pace. He's moved into the 80s, no doubt looking for that triple figure mark. So Safir Tariq needs to recognize the game situation. His partner at the other end. Nicely flicked away towards long on. So that break in the scoring has been released a bit here. Lakshman not quite as effective from this end. And I think Jash still had 2 overs up his sleeve, so I'm not quite sure why Shahrukh has made that change. Having a word with his bowler there. Number 10, the captain of Dubai. Hard hitting batsman. Can bowl a bit of leg break as well in emergency situations. Flicked away towards fine leg this time. Safir Tariq will get some runs, and that is going all the way for 4. A poor delivery from Lakshman Pramod and duly punished.
Well, really a poor ball on the pads, asking to be hit, and Safir does well to get back to ball. Swept nicely. No fielder there patrolling that region, so another boundary, and that is after a long time that you've seen a boundary. A 4 off the bat of Safir. Lakshman under pressure.
Yes, it's been quite a while since we saw a ball cross the boundary rope. This time short and wide, cut away into the gap. The cover sweeper will not pick it up. Back-to-back boundaries here for Team Ajman.
Well, that is what one good boundary does to you. It gives you immense confidence, and look at that shot. Not too full, not too wide, but still gets back to ball. And again, that point fielder is way too backward. He needs to be more on the square, but having said that, it's a good shot. Safir gets another boundary. So back-to-back 4s for Safir. Expensive over from Lakshman.
Dot ball to end the ball. 31 overs gone. 148 for 3. Ajman picking up some momentum in that over. So some much needed momentum picked up there by Team Ajman. Lakshman Manjrekar was brought in to replace Ronak from the other end. 2 poor deliveries, 1 down the leg side and 1 too short and wide. Sagar Kalyan has moved on to 81. eyeing that extra cover boundary. Jash Gianani to continue. Slower in the air this time, trying to pick up a quick single, but that ring field on the offside is very active.
Yes, Josh bowling his 9th over. And he has this tendency to stick his tongue out every time he bowls.
Once again, no run. Yes, a bit like the legend himself, Michael Jordan, when he used to play basketball. Really stick that tongue out. So he's got the right role model, one of the greatest to ever do it. Let's see if he can reach those levels, though. In the air this time! Oh my goodness! A despairing dive from extra cover. It was the captain, Shahrukh Sheikh. Almost took an absolute blinder.
Well, yes, he was in the air. A full length dive. And you can see, tried his best. Had he taken that, that would have easily been the catch of the tournament.
My goodness, very close. He's a tall lad, Shahrukh Sheikh. This time slower in the air. Nicely bowled there from Jash Gianani. If he had taken that, my goodness. No doubt, we've already seen Ansh Tandon from the Blues take some blinders in the outfield. That would have been right up there with them.
Yes, 2 more deliveries in this over. 18 after this over. Left in this innings. Oh, that is another good delivery from Jash. Wanted to sweep that Safir. Gets the bottom edge of the bat. Could have gone anywhere.
Yes, once again, bowled slowly. Tried to sweep that from outside off. And not getting enough bat on it. Barely got bat on it, in fact. Pushed away to the cover sweeper. 32 overs gone. 150 up for Team Ajman. So our score predictor is suggesting 267 might be the final score that they achieve in the 50 overs. I think Team Ajman would be very satisfied with that. 18 overs remaining. And they don't have a lot of batting to come. Only Rahul Chopra, the recognized batter. Everybody else is more of the bowling all-rounder mold. So this man on screen, number 13, he's moved into the 80s. He's been there since ball 1. Has worked hard for his runs. Gotten away quite a few boundary shots, 9 to be precise. So he's batting really well out there. He needs to prove a point. It's been his first Emirates D50 tournament. And he's been very, very impressive at the top order for Team Ajman. Ronak Panoli to continue. Dragged away over mid-wicket this time. Long on trying to give a chase. And he'll just about rope it in. It's Bilal Chima, who's been relieved of wicket-keeping duties. He's manning the boundaries, the straight boundaries. You can see a nicely created shot. Got that bottom hand through it. Found the gap towards mid-wicket. So Safir has picked up the scoring now after getting those 2 boundaries. Slower ball, cut away, misfield by the point fielder. They'll scurry through for a single. It's Jash Gianani there. Already took a very good catch in the outfield, but perhaps a bit tired after bowling a longish spell. Sagar is on 83 of 85. 17 runs away from a landmark innings. In the air this time and taken at extra cover straight to Shahrukh Sheikh. A despairing Sagar Kalyan cannot believe he's given it away. He falls for 83. Look at that. My goodness, he worked oh so hard for his runs. And one loose shot has brought his innings to an end. My goodness. Was going for that extra cover loft. He placed so well. Ronak beat him in the flight. Toe end of the bat. And straight to Shahrukh Sheikh, who takes that catch gleefully. A big wicket here for Team Dubai. "83 of 86. A brilliant strike rate of 96.5, 9 boundaries and a 6 to his name. He played oh so well. But my goodness, one mistake, one mistimed shot, one loss of concentration, and he has had to pay the ultimate price. So it's the young wicketkeeper batter coming in. Rahul Chopra. 119 runs to his name in the tournament already. That strike rate is fantastic, 92.25. So he will get on with the game. It's very, very important that he build a partnership here with Safir. That man on screen, Ronak Panoli, has come good for his captain. 2 big wickets on the day for him, Dawood Ijaz and Sagar Kalyan. Slip in place. Lakshman Pramod in there. 153 for 4 is the score. And this game could go either way. Shorter delivery, tried to cut that away, but straight to backward point. Rahul looking a bit disappointed with that shot. It was there for the taking, but didn't find the gap. Tried to hit the ball too hard. Bit wide there, and rightly the umpire has his arms outstretched. Ronak has been a bit errant with the extras, overstepping as well as bowling some wides. But those 2 wickets have been absolute gold dust for Team Dubai here. Crucial stage of the game here. Punch down the ground for a single, so Rahul Chopra will get off the mark. Team Ajman losing their way here in the middle overs. These are usually when you accumulate your runs, build some partnerships, but they've lost 3 wickets after a very long opening second wicket stand between Asif and Sagar. Since then, Dubai have done well to elbow themselves into the game. Pulled away by Safir Tariq towards square leg this time. They're pushing for 2. And he has some work to do, but he'll do it well. Excellent throw right at the keeper. 33 overs gone. It's 156 for 4. So it's going to be Jash Gianani to continue. Perhaps he's going to bowl out now after the fall of Sagar's wicket. It's been a consistent left arm spin attack from Team Dubai here. Jash Gianani, Ronak Panoli, Lakshman Pramod, and they've produced wickets for the captain as well. Gone for 39 runs in his 9 overs, so he's been quite steady, if not penetrative. 26 of 42 is Safir Tariq. He's the senior batter. Trying to take a single within the offside ring once again, but they're very active in there. Bilal Chima, Lakshman Pramod, and the captain himself at extra cover. Just a drop kick down the ground for a single. So Team Ajman, when they were looking to get on with the game, push to get that 250 plus score, they have lost steady wickets. Asif Khan was caught behind. Dawood Ijaz, uppish cut, caught at backward point. And now Sagar Kalyan, uppish drive caught at mid-off, was desperately disappointed with his dismissal. Oh, going for that slash outside off was Rahul Chopra. It was there to be played, but did not quite execute. Only 1 run conceded so far in his 4 deliveries by Jash. He's bowling a very steady final over. Once again, that's exactly where he needs to be, on that middle and off line, turning the ball away and given due respect by Rahul Chopra. Captain of Dubai, Shah Rukh Sheikh there, keeping an eye on proceedings. Excellent over to bowl out his spell for the day. None for 40 in his 10. 34 overs gone. Ajman are 157 for 4. Right then, it's time for the second drinks break. Let's go over to Shoaib Ahmed, who's out there for a sideline interview.
Thank you, Combs. Well, I'm at the ropes and it is time for a drinks break. While there is drinks on the field, I have a special guest alongside me who is going to talk to us about everything besides cricket. It is Asif Khan. Asif, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. हमने काफ़ी बातें की हैं क्रिकेट के ऊपर, लेकिन आज जो हम छोटा सा एक क्विज कर रहे हैं ये क्रिकेट को लेकर नहीं है. मैं आपसे कुछ सवाल पूछूंगा, उसके आपके जल्दी से जवाब देने हैं और उसकी वजह भी बतानी है कि क्यों वो चीज़ आपकी फेवरेट है. तो शुरुआत करते हैं. रेडी हैं आप?
जी जी बिल्कुल.
ओके. पहला सवाल है फेवरेट मूवी.
गुंडाराज.
गुंडाराज, क्या बात है, क्या बात है. ओके. एक क्रिकेटर ऐसा बताइए जिसके साथ आप शाम अपनी एक बिताना चाहेंगे इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेटर के साथ.
शेन वॉटसन.
और क्यों?
वो मेरे फेवरेट क्रिकेटर हैं इसलिए.
क्या पूछेंगे उनसे?
बैटिंग के बारे में पूछूंगा उनसे.
शेन वॉटसन, चले सही है. सचिन और विराट, ये सवाल बहुत पूछा गया है, कौन है बेटर बैट्समैन आपके हिसाब से?
सचिन.
सचिन तेंदुलकर. फेवरेट जगह वेकेशन डेस्टिनेशन की कहाँ जाना चाहेंगे वेकेशन के लिए?
न्यूजीलैंड में.
न्यूजीलैंड में जाना चाहेंगे, क्या बात है. ओके. ये बताइए कि जब बैटिंग के लिए जाते हैं तो कोई सुपरस्टिशन रखते हैं आपकी, पहले कोई पैड पहनना है या कोई कपड़ा जेब में रखना है? नॉर्मली क्रिकेटर्स ऐसा करते हैं, आपकी कोई ऐसी सुपरस्टिशन?
जी मैं कोशिश करता हूँ पहले राइट पैड जो है वो पहनूं.
ओके. और ग्लव्स वगैरह भी राइट लेफ्ट?
ग्लव्स भी मैं राइट.
ओके. ऐसा कोई टीम मेंबर बताइए आपके अजमान टीम में जो हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ मांगता रहता है आपसे, या बैग में से ले लेगा या कुछ कर लेगा?
सुल्तान अहमद.
सुल्तान सुन रहे होंगे. ओके. लास्ट सवाल है, ये बताइए कि सबसे फेवरेट खाना कौन सा खाना आपको सबसे ज़्यादा पसंद है? फिश खाना पसंद है. चलिए, वेरी गुड. ओके, ग्रेट. थैंक यू सो मच. आज हमने आपके बारे में काफ़ी चीज़ें जान ली हैं, सुल्तान अहमद के बारे में भी जान ली है. थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग अस.
Thank you very much.
So that was Asif Khan with some interesting points, interesting insights about the dugout as well. It's back to you guys in the com box.
Thank you very much, Shoaib. A very entertaining interview there with Asif Khan, the superstar of Emirates D50. He's on top of the run getters charts, and he said he likes to have fish as his favorite meal. So that's definitely helping with his eyesight, keeping it sharp when he's watching the ball coming out of the bowler's hands. Most sixes in the tournament. There you can see Amir Hamza. He's going to feature today, batting at number 3 for Team Dubai. He's got 12 big ones to his name. Asif Khan added a few today as well in his kitty. Mohammad Wasim of Fujairah in there as well with 11. Ali Shan Sharfu, the captain of Emirates Blues, he's keeping an eagle eye on proceedings, hoping for an Ajman victory so his side can go through to the semis. And Shahnawaz Khan of Fujairah as well has been really, really good in the middle order. There you can see the captain of UAE, Ahmed Raza on the left in the blue polo, and Ali Shan Sharfu on the right, the captain of Emirates Blues as aforementioned. So he'll definitely be keeping an eye on this game after he's done, with our main man to the bottom right, Abdurrahman Tariq, conducting one of his outside edge shows. We play them every day during the innings break, so do tune in for those as well. Ronak Panoli, meanwhile, continuing once again after the drinks break. Seems to be a pattern, a bit of a lucky charm pattern here for Team Dubai. Safir Tariq batting on 27 of 45. Down the ground this time, slogged over cow corner, and that's going all the way for half a dozen. A massive hit for Ajman. My goodness, what a shot there from Safir. Floated delivery, pitched up, and a beautiful swing of the arms gone all the way into the bunkers once again, pitching in those grass banks. So Safir Tariq has made his intentions 100% clear after the drinks break. He feels a bit recharged and is looking to clear the boundary ropes. He's moved into the 30s now, 33 of 46 to be precise. Excellent start to the over. Nicely cut away this time. Once again, a misfield in the ring. The cover sweeper will have to work hard, but he cannot get to it. 4 runs to Safir Tariq. My goodness, what a counter attack from Team Ajman. Bit too short, bit too wide, hard cut, and that's a poor fielding effort by Jash Gianani. He needs to do a lot better than that. The ball going underneath him, it was hit hard, but you need to do better at this level. This is the Emirates D50. It's the premier tournament of the UAE domestic scene. You're one of the key players in one of the premier 6 sides. So you need to stand up and be counted for your side. This time quicker delivery, was late on that but drags it towards square leg and picks up a single. So a productive over for Team Ajman already. 11 runs to their name. So this ploy of using Ronak Panoli has backfired here for Team Dubai. His figures have been spoiled. 11 runs already off the over. Going for that hard slash, Rahul Chopra. That was too full to play that shot. He's looked a bit tetchy, a bit nervous out there. If Safir is going to hit those boundary shots, he can just afford to rotate strike. Finally gets that cut shot working for him. Cut away to the cover sweeper, pushing for 2, but they'll just stick to 1. 35 overs gone. A good one for Ajman, 169 for 4. As you can see, the top 5 run getters in the tournament. Asif Khan adding a few runs today as well. 367 runs to his name, ruling the roost. 12 sixes and a highest score of 137. That was a sensational knock against Sharjah. Alishan Sharfu, his tournament is done so far. He's nervously waiting on the result of this game. Mohammad Wasim has moved into the top 3 as well. And Sagar Kalyan played a fantastic hand today. 215 runs. So he's in the top 5 as well. And later to come in the day, Amir Hamza, he's going to have an innings to play as well. A big part to decide the fate of this contest. 185 runs to his name as well. So it's a new look top 5 now as we get into the latter stages, the crunch stages of this tournament. And speaking of Amir Hamza, he's been brought on to bowl here. 3 overs, 1 for 16 so far in the game. Oh, good delivery, cutting in off the surface. Rahul Chopra playing a big booming extra cover drive, but the ball just nipped in. Take a look at that, hitting the seam and just jagging back. Just that slight couple of inches of movement makes all the difference. And young Shrey Sethi, he's worked really hard behind the stumps. Just a young lad, 14, 15 years of age. And keeping in the Emirates D50, what an opportunity for him. 2 of 8 is Rahul Chopra. Needs to get going here for Team Ajman. Safir at the other end is batting beautifully, 38 of 48. Off the back foot this time. They'll take a quick single to point. Shy at the stumps, but that was pretty much academic. So 170 up, 15 overs still remaining. This man on screen is batting quite well. He's been very, very effective against the spinners, cutting them away. And that big slog sweep also put away for 6. Will be interesting to see how he performs against the seam bowlers. Now that Shahrukh Sheikh, the captain of Dubai, has decided to get them into the attack. Oh, short ball, tried to pull it away. Shrey with a bit of a misfield. Rahul Chopra, my goodness, where were you going, young man? He thought the ball had beaten the keeper, but he recovered in time. Look at that, bit of a, I think he got an inside edge on that, and Rahul was bounding out there to pick up the single, not realizing that Shrey had it in his hand. That could have been disastrous for Team Ajman. 35 and a half overs in. They have the platform, but they don't have the batters in the dugout who can come in and really add some quick runs. That's the issue for Ajman. Short ball, and he's pinged him on the helmet this time. My goodness, Safir Tariq. Have to be careful there. And equally careful as he joins me in the comm box is Shoaib Ahmed.
Well, thank you, Ahmed. Ahmed introducing Ahmed. This time it was right on the helmet. Slower delivery, a slower bouncer. Played that too early. Safir. Did you enjoy that interview with Asif, Ahmed?
Fantastic stuff. And when he mentioned fish, immediately I felt in the mood for some fish and chips. Perhaps in the innings break then. Edged away in the slip cord, and the third man will have to work hard to get around and gets that big boot down. Bilal Chima doing well out there.
Yes, he's injured. He's not 100% fit, and that's why he's been given that third man position. But he still has to run and stop those balls, and he's doing it. This time it was played fine by Rahul with a lot of intent. Nicely done by Bilal Chima. Well, I was a little surprised to hear Asif Khan say that his favorite movie is Gunda Raj.
Well, he certainly bats like one sometimes.
Yes, he definitely bats like a Gunda.
A Gunda, for those who are not familiar with Urdu, is what you call a bully, a hooligan. So sometimes when he gets going with those big forearms, he's a very aggressive and very intimidating batter.
So yes, Gunda Raj was a unusual answer. That was the last. In fact, not even the last name I was expecting. I would say that.
Way down the list. Back of a length, squeezed away to point, and a quick single taken. 36 overs gone. Ajman 175 for 4.
So that is how the batting scorecard looks for Ajman. Sagar Kalyan played a very effective knock of 83 of 86 deliveries. Zuhaib out early, 2 of 9. Asif Khan scoring 33 of 52. 3 of 9 for Ijaz. Safir Tariq 38 of 50. He's still out there in the middle with Rahul Chopra on 6 of 11. 175 for 4 after 36 overs. Some boys enjoying their day out with their bats in their hands and gloves, getting a batting lesson for sure from one of the coaches of the Royals Academy. What do you think, Ahmed? If that question was put to you, Sachin or Virat, who is the better one?
Well, that's a very controversial question to ask. Abdul Malik, meanwhile, coming back into the tag, none for 20 in his 3 overs. Honestly, even though Sachin is such a mythical figure, 100 international centuries and all of that, but the captaincy factor, that Virat Kohli is such a great leader for the Indian team, I think that holds a lot of respect in my eyes for him. 243 is the score predictor, so perhaps Virat Kohli's test form has gone down a bit in the last 18 months or so. So if he can recover that, play some more landmark innings, then it will definitely be him. But I think Sachin is still just a tick ahead for me, perhaps, based on his score, based on his runs.
Right, interesting points there from Ahmed. Score predictor 243. Abdul Malik, apologies, pulling that ball, angling across the right-hander, straight into the hands of the fielder. They'll still take a single.
So Shahrukh has recognized that it's time to turn to his fast bowlers. He doesn't want to expose any more spin bowling to Safir, who has been striking the ball really well against them. 38 of 50. He's had limited opportunities in the D50, but he's making this one count for sure. And if he can make perhaps double his score from this position, I think his side will be very hard pressed to leave him out of the 11 in the semi-final stage. Short and wide cut away. Could not quite find that gap over point. Hits it a bit too square to the sweeper. But definitely quite a hefty score already on the board. Shahrukh working furiously on the shine, trying to get that ball to perhaps reverse. It's 37 odd overs old now. Abdul Malik, none for 23. He's just in his 4th over, so he can bowl a good spell here, a longish spell. Hit in front, big appeal, but the umpire shakes his head and refuses him. I think that might just have pitched outside, but it was very, very close.
Yes, a close call. Ali just... Yeah, that was clearly pitching down leg. Good call from the umpire. As soon as it pitched down leg, that's it. It's gone out of the window. Even if it's crashing into the middle stump, it's not out.
But one thing that was interesting there, Shoaib, there was a bit of reverse, a hint of reverse in the air. That ball jagged away into Rahul Chopra's pads quite significantly. Foolish delivery this time, just squeezed away to point. So Abdul Malik is really bending his back here.
Yes, he's putting in some extra yards. Trying to get a wicket here because that is what is needed. 178 in 36.4 is a good total for Ajman. If they can get another 100 runs, that will be a very uphill task for Dubai. Again, pitching down leg, just a nudge towards the fine leg region.
Only a single though, so the backup keeper Shrey does really well there, scampering after the ball. It's not easy for a youngster. He was only in his teens to be playing 50 over cricket in this heat, keeping. But he's done really, really well. Really been impressed with him. And shows the flexibility in this Team Dubai outfit. All the fast bowlers are gathered there. Amir Hamza, Abdul Malik. They need to bowl a good spell here. They need to execute.
This time a much better shot from Safir. Fuller on the pads, just flicked nicely using those wrists towards the square leg region for another couple. 37 overs gone, 180 for 4.
$13 overs remaining then. 180 for 4 on the board for Team Ajman. They should be looking to get at least another perhaps 80 runs or 90 runs. But they don't have many wickets in hand. They don't have a lot of batters in their lineup. So it's going to be touch and go. It's going to be fascinating viewing.
Yes, a wicket or two here. Dubai will definitely find themselves in control of the game again. Starts off with a short delivery, Amir Hamza. Safir not able to connect. Just an edge straight to the keeper. Asking for the umpire whether that has been called a one for the over. Don't think so. Amir Hamza gets away. So Shahrukh having a word with Amir, making sure they stick to their plans. Because these few overs that are next in line are very important in the context of the game. Another slower bouncer this time, played it nicely towards backward point. Another run added to the total. They wouldn't mind that, Safir and Rahul. As of now, they would be very happy to take those singles and doubles and then get an odd boundary. But Dubai desperately looking for a wicket now. They managed to get a few wickets in the middle overs, but then they haven't been able to convert that into a strong grip on this innings. Rahul and Safir have built a small partnership here. Short delivery, this will be called a wide. Poor keeping from the young Sethi. Meanwhile, they'll take 2 runs. So 3 wides. And that was a really poor delivery from Amir Hamza. Wanted to bowl the quicker bouncer. Bowled it way too short. Did not even reach Sethi. And a misfield has resulted in a couple of more runs.
Well, I can understand the plan that the square boundaries are a bit bigger and you want them to play horizontal bat shots. But even then, trying to hit that block hole, trying to bowl full is always a workable tactic in 50 over cricket. Back of length. Quick single taken here, and yes, they'll make it in time. So good call from Rahul Chopra.
Yes, that's good running between the wicket. As soon as they hit it, they were ready to go for that single. While you see the coaching staff, Mohammad Rashid, the coach of Dubai, a very experienced personnel, knows his cricket, loves his cricket. And you also see Mr. Farooq, the chairman of Dubai Cricket Council.
Really good to see the senior executive members of the various cricketing councils all in attendance at the Emirates D50. Gives the dugout a lot of motivation. The Ajman dugout looking very, very relaxed at this stage. They feel like the game is in control. But a couple of wickets here, or even 1 wicket here, Shoaib, I feel the match will swing back into the middle once again.
Yes, you're right. There are quite a few hitters in that Ajman lineup. So the challenge is still steep for Dubai. So it has been a story of either it's just dot balls or boundaries and sixes. We haven't seen a lot of strike rotation.
Yes, and to be fair, the inner ring fielding from Dubai has been very, very sharp. The boys have been very active. Taken some good catches as well. Amir Hamza in his 5th over. Nicely cut away this time from Rahul into the gap, but it'll only be a single, so a decent over there from Amir Hamza. 38 overs gone. Ajman are 187 for 4.
So 38 overs gone, 187 for 4. 15 extras in that 187. So that is clearly a point of concern for Dubai. Your favorite destination, Ahmed?
Wow, that's a very good question. I'm being put on the spot here. Let me think about it. I think I'd love to go to Tokyo, Japan. I really want to visit Japan. I'm really fascinated by Far Eastern culture. So that's one country I'd love to visit.
Nice. Tokyo is very expensive.
Indeed. Slower ball just dragged towards mid-wicket. It'll be a dot ball. So Abdul Malik showing some variations. Rahul Chopra was outfoxed by that one. Good contest going on here between bat and ball.
Yes, that was a good start to the over. Rahul was not expecting a slower delivery. There is still some shine on the ball. Comparatively newer. This time up in the air. He's not connected it too well, but the fielder will have to run back. Amir Hamza has taken a beautiful catch. That is one of the best. And yes, you have to celebrate when you take those catches. Amir Hamza has done a couple Dev, and that is Rahul Chopra walking back.
Absolutely sensational effort there by Amir Hamza. Back of a length delivery, toe end of the bat. There was no chance he could get that ball in his grip, but look at that. The big mitts hanging on. Amir Hamza producing a fantastic wicket here for his fellow fast bowler, and Team Dubai have struck a vital and crucial blow. Rahul Chopra gone for 9 of 20. So Team Dubai have produced a wicket just before the final 10 overs, when the fielding restrictions will get even easier. Nasir Aziz, the captain, striding out. 34 runs in the tournament. He hasn't had a lot to do with the bat because of Asif Khan and Dawood Ijaz. But today, he needs to play a decent cameo. Today, he needs to put up some runs.
Yes, you're right. Nasir will have to lead from the front as a skipper. He's got good 10 overs left. 60 deliveries, legal deliveries left in this innings. In fact, more than that, because it's just 38.2 overs. So he has that time to settle in and then play a T10.
Yes, absolutely. 10 wides in that extras column. So those are all extra deliveries that Team Dubai have had to bowl. Shahrukh will be disappointed with that from his bowling unit. But other than that, they have done really well to consistently pick up wickets in the middle overs. 187 for 5. Abdul Malik is among the wicket takers now as well. So this match is very finely poised. It can swing either way. It's all about who executes and who holds their nerve. Short ball dragged away towards square leg, so will only be a single. Safir has moved into the 40s.
Yes, he's played another important knock here for Ajman, getting a game today and then proving himself. Has batted well until now. That was a beautiful catch from Amir Hamza. Going back all the way and then taking that beautiful catch and the celebration. Shahid Afridi, Kapil Dev all in one there.
Absolutely, that 2009 World T20 catch that Shahid Afridi took versus New Zealand, that completely changed the momentum of that team, who went on to win the World T20. Definitely shades of that there. Round the wicket this time, Abdul Malik is changing his angle. So that's very, very interesting. Good to see some variations and a thinking fast bowler here. Rishabh Mukherjee on the sidelines, padded up and ready to go. He'll have a role to play. He's a leg break bowler. And we saw Maroof Merchant take 5 wickets against Team Dubai, bowling under lights, so Rishabh will have that in mind. 188 for 5. Getting some batting practice in, but not very good batting practice in, to be quite frank. Not middling the ball at all.
Well, that's the pressure of being on TV. When you're being watched by hundreds and thousands of viewers.
And speaking of somebody performing in front of an international audience, that man, that young man behind the stumps, Shrey Sethi, he's been really, really good and deserves a lot of plaudits for doing his job. Coming in as a backup keeper, it's never easy, but he's done a sterling job. Nasir Aziz, the captain of Ajman, he needs to play a good innings here. A cameo of about 25-30 odd will put his team in a strong position, but Team Dubai are working hard, fighting desperately to get a slot in the semi-finals of the Emirates D50. Foolish delivery once again. Nasser Aziz not quite reading the swing of the ball. It's curving away from him. And the shape of his bat is definitely not in the right position.
Well, for Nasir, I would want Abdul Malik to come around the wicket, bowl that ball into the stumps, and then move away. I think that will create a lot of problems for Nasir, because right now, with that angle, the ball is always going to go away from Nasir Aziz.
Once again, beaten outside off. This is a superb over from Abdul Malik. 39 overs gone, 188 for 5. Safir Tariq on strike. Amir Hamza into the attack. Another short ball. This has been a consistent tactic here from Team Dubai. They're bowling short at Safir Tariq. So Shoaib, they have identified something here.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Now, this is some good cricket from Dubai. They've managed to restrict the flow of runs and have also managed to get wickets. So, some momentum shifting in the favor of Dubai.
Safir Tariq's scoring has certainly slowed down since they've started this short ball barrage at him. Fine leg has been pushed back as well. So they're looking for the top edge.
Another short delivery and cut nicely. This one will race away. Yes, it will race away towards the boundary. Good looking shot from Safir. Pounces on that short delivery, expecting another short one. And when you're bowling short, you need to have fielders in those areas. Not happening.
Completely agree with you. If he's bowling that line, why is he standing so towards extra cover, the sweeper? He needs to be a lot squarer there. That's poor thinking there from Mohammad Hassan. And Shahrukh Sheikh, the captain, should have been aware of that.
Yes, 4 runs. 192 for 5 now, Ajman. 39.2 overs.
Safir Tariq has moved on to 47 of 58, nearing his 50. And this time he's been hit in the ribs, a rib roaster, as Ramiz Raja loves to say, the new chairman of Pakistan.
Yes, a rib roaster. And this is good bowling, much better than what he previously bowled. Amir Hamza this time attacking the batsman and not allowing and giving room to Safir to cut that ball. Safir had no answers to that.
But the only criticism I have of Amir's bowling here is eventually you have to pitch up something really full right in the block hold so that you can counter that back foot that Safir Tariq is camping on right now. Good battle. Short again, outside off once again. Could have been edged, but gets away with it.
Yes, as long as he's not been hit for runs, it's good bowling, isn't it? This one again, a short delivery. Safir not too comfortable to play that shot. Too close for him to cut. Dot ball.
They must have done some research on Safir Tariq. Absolutely nothing is being pitched up to him right now from Amir Hamza. So we'll have to talk about this with them during the second innings. What's going on? What was the plan here?
This time a fuller delivery, and that does it. This is absolutely brilliant bowling from Amir Hamza. Thinking and bowling and executing his deliveries to perfection. 3-4 short deliveries and then a fuller one has got him a wicket. Safir was undone by this fuller delivery, just checking his shot, and the ball going straight to Amir Hamza, who takes an easy catch. Cotton bowled, another wicket for Amir, and Safir, who played a good knock of 47, in 61 deliveries has to walk back to the pavilion. So the new man in is Rishabh Mukherjee. Gets to bat today for the first time in this edition of Emirates D50. There's a slight change in the comb box. Ahmed Khwaja is out along with Safir. And the new man in the comb box is ABT.
Thank you, Shoaib. It feels absolutely wonderful to be in the com box now.
We have ABD in the ovals just besides us,
Yeah,
and
he did.
ABT in the com box.
He ran past because there were a lot of people trying to take pictures of him running into the ground. So yes, there is ABD and nowhere close to him in terms of cricketing talent. ABT.
You're running with the phone yourself, asking people to take photos, and nobody's taking our photos, right?
I did try to tell him I'm almost famous in Dubai. He didn't believe it at all.
So another short ball to end the over. It's 40 overs gone. Ajman 192 for 6.
Let's have a look. Shrey's wicket keeping. That caught and bowled. Easy chance for Amir Hamza. Ajman not doing themselves any favors. They had a great start in the power play, but then this is something that we've been talking about since the tournament began, that their middle lower order and finishing is not up to the mark. Abdul Malik comes into bowl again. Wide delivery outside off. Nasser Aziz, the captain of Ajman, lets it go. Well, we have a small change in the com box. By small, I don't mean his age, but I have the son of Muhammad Tawqir, the UAE captain who led UAE in the 2015 World Cup, with me in the com box. Omar, how are you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling good. How about you?
Not bad at all. Well, I understand from your dad, you're an absolute cricket fanatic. You enjoying the D50?
Yeah, I've been watching it live at home, so yeah.
So what do you do? Are you an off spinner like your dad?
No, I'm a right-handed batsman, left-arm spinner. I'm mostly a top order batsman.
Top order batsman and left arm spinner, completely opposite to your dad. Absolutely brilliant dad. Mohammad Tawqir, legend of the game. He led UAE to the Australia-New Zealand 2015 World Cup. They put in some brilliant performances. Third delivery coming in from Abdul Malik. Well, I see you are moving the ball with your hand, Omar.
Yeah, I think he should stand slightly more outside off stump to get a better reach to the ball.
Well, Umar, if you said that to Nasser Aziz on his face, I can guarantee you the response will not be a very friendly one. Nasser Aziz, having played a lot of one days, he's probably going to come and tell you, listen, you little kid, you're 12 years old. I have 12 years of experience in cricket, but that's brilliant what you've pointed out. He's playing away from his body to a ball moving outside off stump from left-hander. It's a great observation. Well, Umar, you're an Emirati, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Fourth delivery coming up. Wide, down the leg side. So as an Emirati kid, do you have a lot of friends that play cricket with you as well, or you're the odd one out?
Yeah, I am the odd one out, but I have some friends at school that play cricket as well. Like I've got them more involved in cricket, and they've joined some academies and yeah.
So you're the big brother for all of them. You have to tell them join this academy, play this, play for this team, and then hopefully one day all of you will be playing for UAE together.
Yeah, I hope like it's a good challenge when I reach the international level.
That's very good to hear for delivery of the over. Again, outside off, as Umar Tawkir was mentioning, he needs to step into the line of the ball and play it. But seems Nasir Aziz does not want to listen to you, Umar. So tell me, how much pressure do you have being Mohammad Tawkir's son, captain of UAE, played in the World Cup? Do you get a lot of lectures about your batting and bowling and how you have to lead the team one day?
I don't feel any pressure like being his son. I feel like I just need to play my own game, not think about like anyone from outside and what they're gonna say.
Was straighter delivery again. Score is 193 for 6. But good to hear, Umar. And how many days in a week do you train?
5 days, 5 to 6 days a week.
So you train every day?
Yeah, besides Sundays.
Wow, even on Fridays you're training.
Yeah, because we have practice like nearly every day besides Sunday, so I just go to Sharjah English School for practice.
Well, we'll continue the conversation after the last ball of the 41st over. Ajman's 193 for 6 at the moment. Straighter delivery beats him outside off. Nasir Aziz looks down the wicket. Well, he'll be hoping that that wicket plays some funky tricks when Dubai comes into bat. Who are you supporting in this tournament?
Emirates Blues, I've been supporting them this whole tournament.
Well, my friend, you picked the wrong team to support. And the funny thing is, I have Alishan Sharfu in the com box. He'll be joining us in an overs time. So, did you say that because Alishan is sitting right next to you, or do we actually support Emirates Blues?
Maybe because he's sitting right here.
Well, that's very intelligent answer, Umar. Yes, I was supporting Emirates Blues as well till they completely messed up that game yesterday.
Yeah.
They were looking very good to qualify for the semi-finals. But unfortunately, now they've opened the doors just slightly for Dubai.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at Lakshman Manjrekar coming into bowl. Very interesting to see the last 9 overs. Dubai is going to use a mix of spin and fast bowlers. So where do you bowl your left arm spin? Do you bowl with the newer ball up the order like in the power play, or in the middle, or right at the end?
Yeah, I ball like with the new ball in the start because usually I don't have much spin, but like I can skid the ball, so that's why.
Well, good looking shot there by Rishabh Mukherjee. His primary role is that of an off spinner, but he's played a very good looking shot to get 2. Well, I've seen a lot of left arm spinners do that, even in UAE. Even in UAE, there's Sultan Ahmed, Aryan Lakra, even Ahmed Raza bowls with the new ball.
Yeah.
So I think as a left arm spinner, that's one of the things you can do really well. Drift that ball and then it hits the seam and does something funky.
Yeah.
Again, a straighter delivery. No run. So who's your favorite player in the UAE? And you can't say Alishan Sharfu and you can't say Mohammad Tawkir.
I don't know what to say.
Were those two the options that I took away from you, Alishan and Mohammad Tawkir?
Yeah. I say Asif Khan.
Asif Khan?
Yeah.
Asif Khan has been in great touch this tournament. He's been playing really well.
Yeah.
Fourth delivery. 42nd over in place. So final question before we let you go.
Yes.
What score do you think Ajman is going to finish on? 8 overs to go, 4 wickets in hand. They don't have a lot of batting to come.
I think the way they're going, they might reach about 230. I think that can be a good score for them to defend with their bowling lineup.
Very interesting observation. You know about their bowling lineup. It's good to know that there's this interest in Emirati kids for this sport. And we are thankful for you, Umar, to take that word across to your friends in your school as well? He's a shy kid, but I'm sure in the ground you're alive. I saw a picture of your photo, a picture on your phone. You're
Y-
celebrating a 50. What's that about? Give us an intro on the picture that you had on your phone.
Oh, that was I think one of my first ever 50s. I think that's why I was really happy in that photo.
Well, absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much, Omar, for joining us. It's been an
Thank you.
absolute pleasure. We wish you all the best in your career and hope to see you in the grey of Emirates very soon. All
Thank
the
you
best,
very
buddy.
much. Thank you.
Thank you. Within the last 8 overs of the innings, well, we are into the last 8 overs, and my new guest is somebody who is watching this match very keenly because the result of this game will decide whether they play in the final or not. Alishan Sharfu, nervous?
Thanks for having me, first of all. Yeah, a bit nervous because today's result depends where we stand in the tournament. So hopefully Ajman go all the way and we get a place in the semis.
Well, Alishan, we have a small problem here, my friend, because I'm supporting Dubai, unfortunately, today. You're supporting Ajman. But what do you think? What is a good score that Ajman could defend against this Dubai lineup?
Looking at their start, I think Ajman were looking around 300 with 70 for one loss for the loss of one wicket in about 14 overs. Um, but unfortunately, they lost wickets in clusters at the wrong time, and I think anything around 250 they should be happy to defend right now.
Well, there's a big appeal there. The umpire says not out. Abdul Malik is pleading. He's absolutely adamant. They're asking for the DRS. And Nasir Aziz, very upset. He's a very senior statesman. So he doesn't like when there's a bit of banter. He nods his head, says, what are these guys appealing for? Let's have a look again. He's played away from his body. Abdul Malik was not appealing, he was celebrating. Do you do that a lot, Alishan? The celeb appeal? Just run away from the umpire and expect him to give it out?
I did that yesterday when I got Aryan out. Just ran through, hoping that the umpire said I was out too, and it worked in my favor. So might start doing that more often.
Abdul Malik comes into bowl again. Dot ball there. So these dot balls will not be hurting Dubai that much. We're in the last 8 overs. We are in the last 8 overs, and Ajman are 197 for 6. So, Alishan, talk a little bit about this entire tournament that you've played, the D50. There have been a lot of games, some in the morning, some in the afternoon, a lot of heat. And then this Emirates Blues team, which I'm a big fan of, all the young guys. How's the experience? How was the experience of playing this?
Yeah, surely the combox is much colder than outside.
I'll have to make sure while Nasser Aziz has played a delicate cut shot down to third man for 4. It's gone past the wicketkeeper Shrey. Well, one thing I'm going to make sure is that I ban all the kids from coming into the combox. You guys just come here for the air conditioning.
I think these are handy runs from Nasser Aziz as well, as it'll be important for him to, look to play out the 50 overs and, get his team to anywhere around 240 to 250. But coming back to the question, I think we have a very, very young side, and most of us who are eligible to play the Under-19 World Cup that is to happen in January. So I think it's a great experience and learning for them, as they can take a lot from this tournament over here.
A Yorker. Absolutely brilliant reply there from Abdul Malik. If I'm not mistaken, Abdul Malik is your teammate in the club level, right?
Yes, recently he has started to play for Future Mattress, and I think he's been bowling, really well lately, and these are few handy overs from him for Dubai.
The last ball of the 43rd over coming up. 201 for 6, Ajman. Wide ball there, so he'll have to bowl that again. He looks very tired. And again, all these runs have to be scored by the Dubai side.
Yeah, I completely agree. These are unnecessary runs. Dubai would want to restrict them to as low as possible, to secure themselves a spot in the semis. So,
Well, I can tell you for a fact, with that big smirk on your face, that you have not meant a single word of that, Alishan.
uh, I
Good
mean,
sportsman spirit, man. Very good sportsman spirit.
deep down, I would want Ajman to win, but at the end of the day, cricket is the winner.
Very well put. Diplomatic. I can see you're honing your diplomacy skills. Captaincy of the Emirates Blues team has taught you a few things about being diplomatic.
It is a good, great learning experience for myself and for everyone in the team. As we don't have too many of the senior players, so we will have to start taking responsibilities on ourselves and put in prolific performances, to get the team over the line.
Well, the Emirates Blues team, I think, makes up about 90% of your under 19 team as well. I was having a chat with Shah Hussain, and he mentioned that the players are going to be very similar. So this is a good opportunity for you guys to learn about each other. I know you train a lot, but the game environment is completely different from the nets, the camps, the trials or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it depends on what you do out there on the field, and it doesn't really matter how you train or how much you train unless you can convert your training into game situations. So I think that is really important, and as I said, we have a really really young side with most of our players eligible to play the next World Cup.
Good delivery there by Lakshman Manjrekar. He's in the last over of his spell. Well, talking about this game, and again, this game holds a lot of importance for Emirates Blues as well. If Dubai wins, they're through. Their net run rate is exactly the same as yours. But Ajman seems to have lost the plot. They were looking very good for about a 300-ish score.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. You know the way with how Ajman started. They were 75 in about 14 overs, and then from there losing their main batsman. It's really down to Rishabh and Nasir now to take them towards that 50 over mark with a good total to defend later on.
202 for 6. 43.4 overs played. Again plays it in the cover region. This time Shahrukh makes a hash of it. There could be a run out, but that's a very poor throw. And what's happening is that could go for 5 overthrows. Bilal Chima, who is supposed to be keeping wickets, unfortunately still has to run behind the ball. So there's absolute chaos there outside Alishan Sharfu.
It's unnecessary runs, I must say, because it's an interesting choice to have your spinner bowl in the death, but I think they're doing really well. But again, these runs might hurt them later on, so they would want to stop as many runs as possible so that they can chase it down later on.
Well, Nasir Aziz once told me that I can challenge anybody in the Ajman team on his fitness, and fitness is definitely on top at the moment because they have run 4. And I can tell you for a fact, and you know this better than me, it's extremely hot and humid outside.
Yeah, it is hot. So, as I said, for Dubai, it would be important that as low a total they can defend them, it'll be better for them, because later on during the day, if dew comes in, then it's going to be really humid, and you will have to sweat yourself to get your runs.
Last ball of the 44th over. Score moves on to 206 for 6. Rishabh, 7 of 11 deliveries with an all run 4. He looks at Nasir Aziz and gives him a wild smile. I don't think they've enjoyed that all run 4. Let's have a look at that batting lineup. Sagar Kalyan, 83 of 86, was looking very good. And that man, Ronak Panoli, has a tendency of taking some crucial wickets.
Yeah, we've seen him do that a lot in this tournament as it's progressed. He comes in important situations and gets the breakthrough for his team. So I think it's a good role played by him, to get in few handy overs with his left arm spin.
What do you think about Zohaib Zubair opening the innings? He's one of the under 19 guys, so I'm sure you play a lot with him. Is he a good enough batsman to open? You can be honest.
To be honest, I was surprised to see him open the batting because no one really saw that coming. But it's good to see that Ajman is giving opportunities because you never know. Not every opener starts with opening the batting. So, but unfortunately, it didn't work out for him.
Well, you've said that with a smirk and a sly smile because that's one of the things that has happened with you. You were touted as somebody who'd bat in the middle late order as a finisher, but you've done really well to move up the order and made that 3-number slot your own now.
Initially I started as a fast bowler.
I remember because we played against you for a long time. Nasir Aziz misses it again, very close to the stumps. So you started off as a fast bowler and now you're a batting all-rounder.
After the Asia Cup in 2018, I had a back injury, for which I stopped bowling for about 4 to 5 months, and then so I started batting more at that point. So
Well, as the second delivery of the 45th over, I beg your pardon, it's been flicked down the leg side. Ronak Panoli will not chase it down. So important runs here for Ajman and for Nasir Aziz. They're trickling slowly. Well, these are crucial runs and they're making you smile just a little bit. Every run that Ajman scores is one more that Dubai has to chase, Alishan.
these are handy runs, I must say, for Team Ajman as Nasir Aziz slowly starting to find his rhythm and knocking the ball around for boundaries. But I also think it's poor bowling from Dubai, as they would want to be as disciplined as possible, but they're leaking away free runs right now for Team Ajman.
Well, we have 5.5 overs to go. Again, bad bounce there in front of Lakshman Manjrekar. Not a lot you can do when that ball hits those wickets. Has hit the turf. Hassan very upset with Lakshman Manjrekar, but that's one of the things you have no control of.
Yeah, I agree with how you said that Nasir Aziz prioritizes his fitness, and these guys are really running their runs right now. And I'll tell you, these are handy runs.
Well, Ajman, if you want to know if you have a fan, there is one sitting right next to me in the comm box. Every run is being cheered as if it's part of a World Cup final, and Nasir Aziz has cut that magnificently to the point boundary for 4. So more runs for Ajman, misery for Dubai, and smiles for Alishan.
Yeah, I think these are, this is good batting from Nasir Aziz. Initially, it took his time to get his eye in, but in the first 3 balls of this over, they've already got themselves 10 runs. So it'll be important that they capitalize and keep batting all the way.
Well, as a captain, what would you be doing in this situation now? You've got Hassan bowling. Obviously, you've got Amir Hamza, Abdul Malik with overs as well. Again, Yorker delivery, much better ball that, and equally well played by Nasir Aziz.
I think it's important that Dubai bowlers, keep their lines and lengths from stump to stump, and try and make Ajman hit it as straight as possible, as we know that these boundaries are really, really long. So it won't be easy to clear, and they would want to do that.
Well, you've been playing at the sevens from as long as I can remember, when you were a small boy.
Yeah, a lot of our Dubai Council tournaments used to happen, in sevens and at the ICC. So all the players coming from the Dubai circuit, they have quite a bit of experience playing in the seven grounds. And as we know, they're really, really big. So you'll have to run your runs, and the angles that these grounds have are huge. So
Well, we have a look at the Dubai dugout. Salman Farooq and his elder brother Amin Farooq, who I'm sure you know very well, who gave you these opportunities to play for Farooq Sisi and Rashid, their manager. So a lot of credit goes to them as well to give these opportunities to the kids.
Yeah, totally. The Dubai Cricket Council, headed by Amin sir and Salman sir, and all the other members of the council, they play a vital role in developing these youngsters and picking them up from an under 14 level with the domestic tournaments that they have, and these are the guys who later on then go on to play these uh, these big tournaments for the Dubai state and later on going on to represent UAE.
Yes, we've seen Dubai have a lot of focus on youngsters and kids, and Alishan, you, Vritya, Kai Smith, Nilansh, Aditya Shetty, all of you guys were playing together for Farooq CC a couple of years back when we were beating you all ends up as in my team. And then all of a sudden, we see this big Alishan Sharfu come and stonk us all around the park.
Yeah, we've played against each other quite a few times, but again, as I said, we all come from the Dubai Cricket Council and their talent hunt programs and their age group under 16, under 19 teams. So it's good to see that the councils are really looking after their grooming young players, who then later on to go on to play these big tournaments.
Yeah, we've seen Ajman support the likes of Hassan Khalid and Zuhaib Sharjah supporting Ayan, Ahmed Tariq, Hassani Zakhel. So a lot of focus now on the youngsters and to grow that interest in the cricket. So we have a look at Nasir Aziz giving Rishabh some pointers on what he's going to do. Third delivery of the 46th over. Good looking shot that. He's very lucky he's not timed it. That would have gone straight into the hands of Amir Hamza.
Yeah, lucky indeed there. But I think it's important that Ajman cut down on the number of dot balls that they play in the last 4 overs and try and get as many singles as possible and then convert those singles into doubles and then those into boundaries.
Have a look at the bowling mentor, Salman Farooq, giving some ideas on what he wants the bowler to do. He was in the UAE team as well. Wiley Fox off spinner bowled a very good dusra.
Yeah, I'm lucky enough to not have played him before, and came onto the setup once he was not around anymore.
Well, Nasir Aziz is taking no prisoners. Short delivery. He runs down the track to a fast bowler. Let's have a look. And swats it. That's a tennis forehand, if anything else. Goes to mid wicket for 4. And these are very crucial runs for Ajman. Every time that ball crosses the boundary, I see Alishan's smile widening.
I think these are unnecessary deliveries from the Dubai bowlers because as I said, they would want to bowl it as full and as straight as possible. Because anything square of the wicket, it's really hard to stop the moving ball. So they would want to bowl it as full and try and make the batsman hit straight.
Second last delivery, the 46th over. Abdul Malik again, good looking shot there. Is there a mid wicket? Well, Amir Hamza has dropped it and let it trickle over the fence for 4. That would have been a spectacular catch, Alishan.
It would have been, but it would have been difficult with the angle that he was in, and I think he charged in a few steps, away from the boundary, thinking that it would fall in, but I think the wind took it away from him.
Yes, as you can see, he's quite far in. There was a lot of space between him and the boundary. If had he stayed on the line, probably would have been a much easier catch. There wouldn't have been a momentum issue. But again, a crucial boundary. 9 runs in the over so far. Last ball of the 46th over. Well, this time, long on his back. So Nasir Aziz is safe. He's going at a run-up ball. Well, Alishan Sharfu, it's been an absolute pleasure to see you smile every time Ajman has hit a boundary. I'm sure you're vouching for Ajman to get through. But unfortunately, I've got my money on Dubai.
Thanks for having me, and I hope Ajman wins.
All the best, buddy. Thanks a lot. Well, that was Alishan from the under-19 team and the captain of Emirates Blues. He wants Ajman to win this game because that makes Emirates Blues go through. As you can see, very fair these cricketers are. There's no love lost between them at all. As I welcome Shoaib Ahmed into the comm box to take us to the end of the innings.
Thank you, ABT. Interesting conversations between you and Alishan, while slowly and steadily Nasser Aziz is trying to get hold of the innings. All these runs that they're scoring right now are going to come back and hunt Dubai. Hurt them a lot, because these are not runs that have been scored freely by Ajman. These are runs that are actually gifted. That catch drop in the previous over, and the field placement also from Dubai has been a little questionable. Another short delivery played up in the air straight to the third man fielder, looking for two, Nasir.
But Nasir has looked really good, Shoaib, with the bat. Again, 228 for 6. If you ask Dubai if they wanted to hold Ajman at that score, they would have said yes. But in the context of the game, all of these runs are extra runs that should never have been conceded. Boundaries, overthrows, loose deliveries, short balls going for 4s and 6s. So Ajman gaining that momentum we keep talking about. Short delivery, wide given. That has gone over the head of the batsman. An additional delivery, an additional run, unnecessary.
Yes, this is what I was talking about. All these free runs are going to hurt Dubai. And Shahrukh, you can see him pleading, actually pleading in front of Amir not to bowl those deliveries. He knows, he realizes that all these runs are very important. That was a very bad delivery from Amir Hamza. Outside off, driven nicely straight to the fielder. This is what you have to do. That's another good catch from... Has he dropped it? Well, straight in and out.
Well, Abdul Malik wants the ground to open up, swallow him, and close from the top. Have a look at that. The easiest of catches. You know what that reminds me of? The Joe Dunley drop of Kane Williamson. That's absolutely unacceptable. Abdul Malik has had a very poor day in the field.
This time up in the air from Rishabh Mukherjee. Not timing it too well. He's already trying to get himself out. But Dubai is not helping themselves. That was an easy catch to Abdul Malik. Easy as it can get. And he's made a drop of that. He's actually returned the favor to Amir. Amir dropped a catch in the previous over off Abdul Malik. So he said, let's call it evens.
That's one way to look at it. Again, plays away from his body, Nasser Aziz. He's no mug with the bat. He has a 50 against West Indies in an international game. So he can score runs. But every run he scores, every run Rishabh scores is one extra that Dubai has to chase down in order to make that semi-final slot.
Well, Amir has to realize that he doesn't need to bowl those bouncers here to these two players. Just keep it right. Again, that ball wide, signaled by the umpire. This is very ordinary bowling from Amir. Not expected. These are not some well-set batsmen who are hitting you all over the park that you're trying all these different deliveries. Bowl those Yorkers. Get those darting Yorkers in and let the ball do the talking. You don't need to do anything else.
Well, if it's Asif Khan or Sagar Kalyan or Safir Tariq or somebody who was actually playing really well, your point is absolutely valid. With all due respect to Rishabh, he's coming at 8. There's absolutely no reason to give him those deliveries. He runs across around Amir Hamza. Amir was not even looking at him, so he was just walking down his line. 5 runs have been given already, 2 of them wides. There's still 2 deliveries to go, and even one of them goes for a boundary. That's a 10-run over.
You are right now. You've already given a few extras. You're under pressure yourself. Another short delivery Straight to the fielder. Chush wanted a single, Nasir, but sent back by Rishabh. 47 gone. 234. 234 for 6.
Let's have a look at that bowling card. Abdul Malik and Amir Hamza have not gone for a lot of runs, but in the context of the game, very poor, especially in the death. Josh, steady 10 overs for 40. Mohammad Hassan, very expensive, 3 overs 22. Lakshman Pramod, 10 overs 47 for 1. And Ronak Panoli, the surprise package with the ball, 9 overs 42, 2 wickets taken. We have 19 extras. That's a lot of extras, especially when they win the toss and decide to field first. They've been a bit sloppy in the field. I would think Ajman is probably 25 or 30 runs more than they could have been if Dubai had been the top of their game. We have a look again. Abdul Malik coming into bowl. This is very interesting. He has not looked 100%. We all know he's a very capable bowler, but he's not been bowling that well in today's game. He still has a chance to get Rishabh out and make amends.
Good ball. Straight up in the air. This should be taken. This must be taken. Somebody needs to take it. And Shahrukh, of all those players on the ground, it is the skipper who is leading the team with a wrong example.
Well, Shoaib, the moment that ball went in the air, I was about 99% certain that's not going to be caught. As I said, I've been playing with Shahrukh for a very long time, and he is absolutely unsettled when it comes to skiers.
Well, this was just so easy. I mean, he was right underneath it. Everything done right. Just had to hold the ball, and he has dropped it. So they don't want Rishabh to go back into the hut. They want him to continue playing.
He's bowled him. Well, Abdul Malik has deserved a little bit of luck. And fortunately for them, they have the better batsman of the two. I'll tell you what, if Rishabh Mukherjee scores a 30 odd from here, Dubai is going to be pulling their hair out. Abdul Malik, shorter delivery, that's not bounced a lot. It's going to be very interesting for Dubai to see as well. Shoaib is showing me he's rolled his fingers over the ball, so slower delivery. He reaches Nasser late, but a very good knock by the captain Nasser Aziz. 27 of 30 deliveries. 5 boundaries in that innings. And the new batsman coming in, Sultan Ahmed, we know he can hit a huge ball as well. And probably that's why they didn't want Rishabh to get out.
Yes, you're right. I mean, it was better for them that Rishabh stayed out there in the middle because Sultan is a much better hitter of a cricket ball. And now he's been brought in. But you can't drop catches. You cannot drop catches. That affects your momentum, your mind frame, your game attitude, everything. You don't bat well, you don't bowl well, it's still okay. But you always need to field well as a team to win matches.
And it's that thing we keep talking about, momentum. That momentum you take from the field when you go into bat as well. All these catches dropped, as you said, will not help at all for Dubai's confidence. Good looking shot there by Sultan. He's come out and middle the first ball straight to long off for 1 run. What, 2.5 overs to go. Shoaib, where do you think Ajman will end up?
Well, 250, 255 is definitely on the cards from here on, unless we see a collapse where nobody is scoring and unless we see Dubai taking their catches. And Abdul Malik, while he's bowling decently well, just needs to keep attacking the stumps. That's what he needs to do.
Again on the pads. This time short fine leg takes the ball. Direct hit. They appeal.
Well, on the pads, down leg, good pick up, good throw, but he was home safe in the end. That's what it looks like.
Well, I think they have asked for the third umpire. Let's have a look. There is a hold up.
Mm.
This will give us a much better idea. Ooh, very close, very close. That was closer than we anticipated, Shoaib.
Yes, it's a tight call, touch and go. We just have to wait and see frame by frame, one shot at a time. That's very, very close because the ball hitting the stumps and the bat crossing the line both happen at the same time. But the bails have to be completely dislodged. That is the question.
Well,
Okay.
that looks very close, Shoaib.
Here,
I think
He's home.
he's safe. I
Yeah.
think he's safe.
he's home. He's home. Looks like he's safe, but a very tight call. Good fielding effort. Sultan Ahmed will survive.
Well, that would have been a very big wicket. They were just a matter of centimeters in that run out opportunity. They're still looking for maybe another angle because that was really, really close. We're having a look again.
Just waiting for the umpires to check that one more time. The match referee, the third umpire, going. That's when it hits. But the bails are not dislodged here. The ball has hit the stumps, but the bails have to be dislodged.
Really, really close. That is one of those times where I really, really don't want to be an umpire. It's very difficult decision to give. That's just literally milliseconds of framework.
So they're still checking. And it's a very tight call. Sultan Ahmed taking it a little too lightly. He thought that the ball will not hit the stumps. Just a casual jog, and then finally, suddenly he realizes that the ball is going to crash in to the stumps.
That's a very tough call. The umpires on the ground, the third umpire is watching this and the replays to make a decision. We're trying to give you as many angles as we possibly can.
Not out, says the umpire, and rightly so,
Yes.
because it was inconclusive, and the benefit of doubt should go to the batsman. Lucky Sultan. Now he needs to play like Salman Khan of the movie Sultan.
Well, it's one of those things that one single frame, that one additional frame of the video that saves the batsman. Sultan plays it to the offside, takes a quick single.
Yes, he takes a single and moves on the non-striking end. Rishabh, meanwhile, has been brought into the batting side. He will be facing Abdul Malik. He's on 13 of 19. Last ball of the over coming up. Straight to the fielder and no run. So a dot ball to end the over. 48 overs gone. 238 for 7.
Well, sure, we've seen a lot of misfields and fumbles. Could the dew be settling in at this time? I haven't seen a lot. There was a little bit of a breeze outside when I was there, but we see a lot of misfields and fumbles from the fielders.
Well, I'm sure you're hoping for some dew for Dubai to come out and bat easily. But no, I don't think there is much dew right now because you don't see the towels coming out. You don't see the hands being cleaned or the ball being cleaned by the towels. As you can see, those people enjoying the game of cricket. I'm sure they're enjoying the commentary as well. Brought to you by some really nice gentlemen in the com box.
We're in the last round match of the Emirates D50, powered by WOLF777 News.
Smile if you are happy. And that's the field setting for the last 2 overs of the game.
Well, Shoaib, this is a very interesting end to the game. Dubai will be very confused whether they want to be happy or sad, because the way this started, they were looking at chasing down 300. Dot ball, very good short delivery there. So they were expecting to chase down maybe 300. We were saying 300, 310 when Sagar and Asif were going on. Then they've pulled things back and then they've conceded some unnecessary runs.
Yes, absolutely. So mixed bag of emotions for Dubai. Again, Sultan should have been anticipating that short delivery. Did not anticipate it, and that's the reason why he missed it. If you would have seen the game before this, you've seen Amir Hamza only bowling 2 deliveries. This time again a short delivery up in the air. Clears the fine leg fielder. Will go for more. Amir Hamza. Not good bowling.
Well, Dubai seems to be the only team that's relying on a short ball approach or a short ball plan. We've seen Fujairah, Sharjah, Ajman themselves, even Emirates Blues, not seen a single fast bowler focus so much on bowling short. With the heat, the humidity, all that energy going out of you, bowling short is not easy, especially on a wicket like this.
And when you're bowling short, you cannot have the fine leg fielder inside the
Exactly.
circle. You need to keep the fielding according to your bowling, and that's not happening. Unless you're bowling Yorkers, yes, you can bring the fine leg up because the ball won't go there. It's a tail ender who's batting, so obviously the chances of him not middling the ball are more than him middling it. You need a fine leg.
Well, that hits something. The umpire is still not given a wide. Let's have a look. The leg buys were spoken like a true fast bowler, Shoaib. That's absolutely spot on. If you're bowling short, you should have fine leg, square leg deep, and the mid wicket up, because there's no way somebody can pull you over mid wicket.
That's right, absolutely. And the field setting is totally opposite. So unless he's bluffing, where he wants the batsman to think that he's going to bowl fuller delivery and then bowls a short one, but that's not happening because out of the 20 deliveries, last 20 deliveries, 18 have been short deliveries.
Well, it seems that he's either bluffed himself or he's bluffed his captain, because we saw Shahrukh go to the fast bowler and plead to them to change their line or length. So maybe that's something that the bowler just decided halfway. And we both know as bowlers, when you're at the top of the mark, you have a plan. And if you think about something else halfway, you're going to mess it up.
Absolutely. You need to be 100% sure what you want to bowl. Another short delivery up in the air. This time the fielder was outside on the boundary line. This is much better. At least you're not giving a boundary. So that is much better than giving away a boundary on an edge, which was not timed properly.
Well, true, but I can tell you for a fact, Amir Hamza is going to go to his captain and said, if you would have kept that short fine leg in, I would have had a wicket. You can never make them happy. But yes, you're right. At least they've just conceded the 2. Actually, they've just conceded the 1. At this moment, taking wickets is not as important as keeping the score down. 245 for 7. Last ball of the 49th over. Amir Hamza has bowled a decent spell. 2 wickets for 44. He'd want to finish on a high. And Rishabh would want to finish with the boundary.
This time up in the air, straight to the fielder. And Amir Hamza gets a wicket off the slower delivery.
And they finally take a catch off Rishabh.
Yes, Bilal Chima does not make any mistake. Amir Hamza gets another wicket. He has been effective, just a little wavered and uncalled for sometimes. This was on the right length, and Rishabh was always struggling. So a dreadful innings from Rishabh comes to an end.
Well, we're in the last over of the first innings. Rishabh Mukherjee walks out. Well, the new batsman Shiraz Ahmed walks out. We've seen a lot of teams with batting all the way till 11. Shiraz Ahmed is not one of those guys. He's an out and out fast bowler, and he's proud of that.
Well, it's good to be just something, just a bowler or just a batsman, or you don't have to do everything. And Shiraz Ahmed is, like you rightly said, a proper number 11 who's been sent to bat at number 10.
So we'd wonder who's the number 11, Shoaib.
So they have two number 11s then in the team. And we always discuss this. Ajman's batting is a little thinner and very heavily dependent on 2-3 top order batsmen like Daud Ijaz, Asif and Sagar Kalyan. Whereas they have talent but not explored too much.
Well, I think they've missed on a trick here. Danish Qureshi is the last man, and I can tell you for a fact that Danish Qureshi actually is a very good batsman. So, if they fall short of a few runs, it could be because they didn't trust Danish's ability with the bat. But he has been keeping a bit unwell. Well, there was a no ball ball. The first delivery of the over was a no ball. So, free hit coming up.
Slower delivery. Good ball. Good ball. Very good ball from Abdul Malik. Not a great first ball. Overstepping. Well, the extras have been a big concern for Dubai in this innings. They've almost given, I think, around 25 odd extras. So if you remove that from the total score, that total looks below par.
Well, that delivery that Abdul Malik bowled, his foot was way behind the line. How does somebody bowl a no ball when their foot is sometimes way behind the line, sometimes way ahead of the line?
Well, that's because he was conscious about the run up, so he decided to be inside the line. This time up in the air. Somebody needs to take it. It is
Shah Rukh is a drop. Ooh, my
there
bad.
you go. That's one statement from Shah Rukh to ABT. He takes a good catch. This was a much difficult catch than the one that he dropped. So he should be happy and proud with this one.
Well, maybe that's why he's caught it, because it was slightly difficult. He usually drops the easier chances, but he's done really well, covered some good ground. It's that slight bobble, disappointment, frustration as well. He realized that drop on camera will not look nice, but he's made amends.
Yes, Sultan Ahmed gone out 8 of 9. And just to see that replay again, it was not a very clean catch. It almost popped out again, but this time he managed to hold tight and not drop that one. Number 11, Danish Qureshi. 3 innings, 8 runs. A strike rate of 100. Ajman won't mind that 8 runs if he can score that today.
Well, this has been a very interesting last over. No ball, free hit. The free hit was a wicket. But then again, he got another wicket here. Sultan Ahmed swings for the fences.
It's Shiraz Ahmed.
My apologies. Yes, Shiraz Ahmed swings for the fences and gets absolutely nothing. Just a single down to long on. With 3 deliveries into this over, and we've seen everything so far.
Well, it was up in the air. This is the catch you're talking about. Look at that catch there, almost out of his hands. Yes, you can see. There you see, it was almost going out of his hands. Good camera work here. Good direction also from our director. Well done.
And he almost proved me right. Shahrukh.
Last 3 deliveries. Nice defense from Danish Qureshi. He knows every run counts. 249. Last wicket. You don't want to lose that wicket. Even singles will do.
That mental victory for Ajman, crossing that 250 barrier. As we said, at one point it was looking they could cross 300, but then Dubai clawed back and were hoping to get them out at about 220, 230. So that 250 is a very in-between number. Both teams might walk out happy the second half.
Good ball right into the middle stump. This is good bowling from Abdul Malik. Much better, to be honest, when compared to Amir Hamza. He gets a good wicket, number 11, but nevertheless, he's got 4 wickets in this match. Good bowling.
Well, why would you bowl short and wide and slow if you can do that, Abdul Malik? But again, very well done by Dubai. They've taken all 10 wickets of Ajman. Shiraz Ahmed walking out for 1, having faced the 2 deliveries, and the 250 on the dot target for Dubai to qualify for the semi-finals.
Well, the game is in the balance because both the teams will feel that they have enough runs on board. Ajman will feel that they have a certain amount of runs that they can defend, while Dubai will feel that they have the chance to chase this down. So the game is going to get very interesting in the second innings.
Yes, we heard Nasir Aziz mention that he's played that additional fast bowler because the worry of dew. They did concede 230 runs in 30 overs against Sharjah. So they have played their best bowling lineup, Ajman. And Dubai has gone with that extra batsman. So they've played the extra batters. As we have a look at that batting lineup, Sagar Kalyan, 83 of 86, was playing magnificently. Asif Khan, 33 of 52, again amongst the runs. Safir Tariq was looking good, 47 of 61, but then not a lot of support around them. Nasir Aziz, the captain, played some interesting shots to get to 27, and Rishabh Mukherjee in the double figures. The other scorer in the double figures were the extras, 21, 249 all out. Ajman giving the target of 250 to Dubai.
Yes, a decent bowling from Dubai. Abdul Malik getting 4 in 9.5 overs. 49 runs he's conceded at an economy of 5.16. Amir Hamza getting 3 wickets. So the fast bowlers doing the job for Dubai. Josh Giuliani, no wicket for him. Mohammad Hassan, just the 3 overs for him. Lakshman Pramod bowling well, getting a wicket and giving 47 runs. Ronak Panoli bowling 9 overs, getting 2 wickets and conceding 42 runs. So 49.5 overs, 21 extras. The total is 249. So that's the match highlights. The game began with a boundary off the bat of Sagar Kalyan, and that gave him the momentum, the confidence to go all the way and score a big 80. He could have scored 100 as well, missed that opportunity today. Meanwhile, there was some good appeal, some good bowling from Amir Hamza with those in-swinging deliveries coming into the right-hander. A few appeals, and then he also got a wicket, and that was of Zubair Zuhaib. Meanwhile, it was Sagar Kalyan who was scoring some lovely boundaries at will on both sides of the wicket, on the onside, off the pads, some exquisite cover drives. So he was dealing in boundaries all throughout. This was a great shot again into the gap. Sagar Kalyan scored around 83 runs without giving a chance. Asif also was looking very good. Played a good shot, few good shots. There were some sweep shots coming in from Sagar Kalyan as well. And then stepping down the ground and playing that beautiful shot. Asif Khan then got out, lost focus a little bit. And then it was a difficult catch being taken by Josh. Wickets kept falling. And then there was a small partnership between Safir and Sagar Kalyan, a steady partnership which got them to a decent total. That time it was straight to the fielder. Sagar must be disappointed with himself. Safir hit a few blows out of the park, in the end, they were lacking some finisher. Ajman, they could have really got to a decent total. This was a beautiful catch by Amir Hamza. Some poor bowling in the end from Amir Hamza. Some short deliveries outside off, and that's it. Some boundaries and from the edges, Nasir Aziz played a handy knock, played some fine shots. Hassan was a little bit expensive. Almost everywhere. Nasir Aziz. And then there were wickets in clusters. This one, a catch being dropped by Amir Hamza. And then by Abdul Malik. An easy catch. There was another catch that was dropped by Shahrukh Ahmed. Some boundaries off the edges. And then finally Shahrukh takes another catch. Difficult catch, ran all the way towards the extra cover region. And then that last wicket of Shiraz Ahmed. So the final target is 250. That is what the team will chase in the second innings. But we have a break, and before we go into the break, we will leave you with some exciting conversations that Abdul Rahman Tariq had on his show, The Outside Edge. So watch it, have fun, eat your dinner, and come back for the second innings.
Hello and welcome to another episode of The Outside Edge. I have a very special set of guests today. We've been talking about women's cricket and its growth in the world for the past few years. Franchise tournaments like the BBL, the Challenger Cup, and even the 100 taking place. There's been a lot of focus on women's cricket, and we've had an opportunity to speak to some people who are part of the UAE cricket setup. I've got with me today as guests Chitrali, the manager of the UAE women's cricket team, Coach Najib, their captain Chaya, and young Kavisha. Welcome to all of you. It's lovely to have you guys here. So I have the first question is, the women's team has had a lot of highs. You guys have played the qualifiers. There's some very interesting cricket going on. So how is that helping you guys? How do you guys feel? And what was the structure that was put in place for something like that to happen? I'll start with you, Chitrali.
Well, firstly, I would like to thank Emirates Cricket Board because, the development team has played a very instrumental role in shaping the women's cricket. It's been, I think, almost more than 8 years that, we have been working tremendously hard to at least get participation at the ICC level. So obviously in 2017, it has been a very fabulous year for all of us because we played the ICC qualifiers, we played the global qualifiers, and from then on it was obviously not stopping at all. And current year, of course, due to pandemic, we had a lot of obstacles. Last year we couldn't play a lot of cricket, and it was, I think, all across the globe. Having said that, we've got a fantastic bunch of coaches, support staffs this year. So obviously we're looking at something really high. Once again, aiming at the ICC qualifiers as well as the global qualifiers. And our primary goal is to play the World Cup. So
that's a good lead up to the coaching setup. We've got Najib with us, who's part of both the women's setup as well as the men's setup. Najib, can you give us an idea of how you structure the coaching for women compared to men?
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank you guys that give us opportunity to talk about women's cricket in this region. So I really appreciate. Secondly, yeah, when we take charge a year ago, so we start with 10 to 12 girls. So it was really disappointing to see that we have very limited number of the girls with us. So, but very talented, exceptional talent. So after that, we actually had a plan, so many plans to how to move forward with this girls cricket, but unfortunately due to COVID restrictions, so we couldn't get that the target, but still we managed to get 50% our goals. Secondly, we encourage the young girls to come forward, and so outreach program. We had so many outreach program. I went to some academies and bring some young girls into our system. So it's combination of, you can say, senior and under 19, junior players. Secondly, honestly, I'm telling you, sorry boys, these girls, honestly, is really easy to handle because they mean their business. Very good listeners. Whatever I give them plan or program, they actually do it straight away. No hurdles, no like, my job is easy actually.
No
with the girls. No
troublemakers.
troublemakers. So yeah, it is very good experience to help with these girls. Yeah.
Nice. So we'll move to the captain, Chaya. How does it feel to be the captain of the women's team? And give us a bit of an idea of your role, other than being the leader of the women's team.
Sure. I mean, for any player, it's always, a bliss to be a captain, and that too of a national team. It makes a lot of difference. Well, for me, I'm an all-rounder. So I'm heading this UAE women's team from past couple of years, and it's awesome. When you're holding a responsibility and you have a burden on your shoulders to lead a team. Sometimes it pushes you forward to do something that you're not able to do, but then you are striving to do your best. And that's something I like about me doing this role. And apart from that, taking up the younger ones along with the senior players, just using their strength, it makes a lot of difference.
So when you say you're an all-rounder, are we talking Elise Perry? Something similar?
Yes, you can say that. Yes, I'm a medium pacer bowler. And then I can bat the top order as well. Yes.
So let's move to Kavisha. You are very young. We will not tell your age on air, but you were mentioning that you're extremely young. How's the experience been so far being part of the UAE women's cricket setup?
It's actually good. I've been in the in the UAE women's cricket team for a long time now. It's like past 7-8 years with them, and I've seen the team like grow up. As I grow up, the team also grows up and develops, and it's actually a good thing having the seniors and juniors and playing along, and it's actually fun, and we have a very good talented group, and once we are started grooming, we can actually have a very good team and all.
Nice. So you've been part of the setup for a very long time. Chitrai, I'll come to you. As the manager, what has been your role for the past few years? What have you been doing to help the women's team grow? We heard Najib say that there was a recruitment drive, so to speak. What is your role in this? Can you just give us an idea what the manager does?
It's more of managing the team, coordinating with players, coordinating with a lot of ECB members in terms of domestic tournaments, hosting the leagues for women, which we play every year. Obviously, coordinating with the events that are played overseas. When we travel on a tour, obviously, it's a complete management business, So, yes, it plays a very vital role when it comes to managing team. And it's amazing that from the past 9 to 10 years, the way the players have supported, the way the support staffs have been, and it's fabulous to work with this set of team,
Nice. So, Najib, I'll ask you a question. There has been a lot of focus around reducing the age of the men's team, for example. There's some very senior players. Is that something similar that you're doing with the UAE women's cricket team as well? And in terms of training, how is it different to train the women's team compared to the men's? Is it a different structure around training, or do you sort of copy paste a lot of the stuff from there?
Actually, it's quite similar. It's not that different, but as you mentioned that senior and junior cricketers. In the beginning, we had like 50-50 percentage. Now we have 70-30. We have 70% under 19 girls in our system. Sometimes actually we have planned. Sometimes we work on basics, very basics, to bring them in actually right direction. I would like to add one thing here. Actually, those who girls came from academic cricket, they only focus on batting and bowling. There's no fielding, there's no game awareness. They are not actually trying to work in other areas. So I would like to take this opportunity to send this message to all academies that if kindly work on this other aspect of this cricket, so it would be great help for us actually. because now we are trying to arrange so many games, match scenarios, because the girls are not aware how to perform under pressure, how to build the innings, how to bowl in a in a match situation, how to bowl in the opening, in the middle, in the depth. So yeah, similar kind of stuff, we're working with the men's. And one thing I would like to add that this is very important point. Last 2 months, girls are working in the gym really hard. And the best part is when Robin sir is available, he is always in the gym, he help the girls. Okay, and here Chatrali is not only a manager. Actually, very soon you will see she will be our one of the top player. The
Oh,
way
wow.
the way she putting effort in the gym, actually more than the girls.
Oh, so the question to two of you will start with Chaya, and that's the point I was leading up to. There must be a lot of internal competition as well, and I'm sure you don't want somebody like Chitrali adding to that competition. How do you guys? What's your structure like when you're talking about training? Do you guys train twice a week, thrice a week? What is the training like? I'll start with Chaya. Give us a bit of an insight on how, and is there some internal competition? Is Chaya competing with somebody?
Okay, well, of course, having a competition internally, that too in a friendly way, it really helps you to perform well. I am certainly in favor of such competitions because it not only enhances your outcome, but it also helps your productivity to increase multifold. So having a competition in a team wherein we have a blend of youngsters as well as the senior players, it really makes a difference. I mean, if you talk about running like 100-meter sprints, and that too 10 sets with this youngsters like Kavi and all, of course, then I can beat them, right?
Yeah,
so
let's
we
see.
do
Let's
that.
see in the ground.
It's like before the start of every session, we say like, okay, I'm gonna take a lead in at least 5 of the sets, and then the rest 5 maybe you can. So it's like, it pushes you forward to do something that you can't. Otherwise, there's always a competition within yourself. You can't just beat anyone else, but you can beat yourself. That's something I believe personally, and it's really working well for each one of us.
Actually, I would like to add here that this is very healthy competition. You know that
Friendly
if,
banter.
yeah, actually, if this competition not there, they cannot have fun.
Exactly.
So it's actually when they challenge each other, I really like it because our team environment is like somewhere else.
Well, a team environment is very important. As you mentioned, you guys started off with 12, 13, and now I think you've got 20 odd plus. So there is definitely that competition. It keeps everybody on their toes as well. You don't want to be complacent. As you mentioned, there are so many challenges. It's not just the way you bat or bowl. It's about the game awareness. A lot of these things you can actually learn from your teammates as well.
Exactly.
Well, I want to ask Kavisha a question. You're one of those excited, bubbly bunches. Does that get irritating when you're with the senior players? You can be very honest with your answer. Or do you have like a group where you're making fun of some of the seniors? You can be honest. We'll not tell them. But as a youngster, how's the experience for you being part of this? Well, I can easily call it a professional setup.
The best part is that even though I'm young by age, with the team, I'm actually a senior. So it's actually very hard to like balance both. The seniors are in one side, the juniors are there. But to be honest, there's always friendly banter going on. There's no secrets. We would all, if there's something, we'll just say it to the face and we'll joke it out or something. But yeah, there are groups and all, but like nothing too secret.
Yeah, but as soon as you get into the field, we all
are
are one.
one.
But outside the field, yes, there are groups. Some 3 people are sitting in that corner.
Yeah,
4 of them are there. They're talking something we don't know, maybe about us or something.
No,
Right?
it's never about you guys. It's always about
Okay.
the topic in hand. Either it's
Yeah.
cricket or like just general in life or like education and all. Because now most of my like the teammates and all are going to uni or like in 10th and 11th. So they're like all like crazy and all. And I'm already in uni, so I know how this phase is. So I'm just like the mom of the team. I'm like, it's okay. Just learn now. You'll be
She's
fine.
So I'm
Well,
like
you're
that.
the mom of the team. That's very interesting to hear.
Even though I'm a youngster, I'm like senior to them. So like, there's that thing.
Yeah, I mean, being part of that setup for so long is also important, right?
Yeah.
You can give that knowledge to people who are coming in, and as Najib was mentioning, as you recruit more players, they want to feel comfortable as they walk into that environment. Well, that should be one of those key roles for you, making sure that the team is comfortable with each other.
Yes, exactly. I wanted to add a point here. The team has been so supportive in all aspects of the game, as well as on field, off field. They've been very supportive with each other. And obviously, considering that it's a country of expatriates, coming from different backgrounds, different culture, different caste, religion, they always ensure that that barrier is not there. So the comfort level that the players have in the team is fantastic. And as I mentioned, being a country of expatriates, a lot of seniors who have been players here. There's always been a challenge, juggling with work, with practice commitments, with match commitments. Similarly, with the youngsters as well, they manage to balance both their schools, universities, as well as cricket. So it's great to see that in spite of them having so many challenges, they are able to deliver the whatever the plan is set by the coaches.
Well, on a very serious note, and this is more towards the two of you, you talked about culture, and culture is something that, if you're an Asian expat here, you sort of understand there's a lot of pressure on not just the women, but also on the boys as well to do well. We've always heard about, I want to be a doctor, an engineer, and all these things, these taboo cliches that get thrown around. How difficult has it been to convince, let's say, the parents of some of these girls who are highly talented to give them that opportunity to play cricket, rather than do the standard stuff?
Well, you won't believe, we have players who have scored 98, 99% in their board examination.
You're looking at Chaya, is she one of them, or Kavisha is one of them? Well, she's the mom of the group, and she is also the nerd of the group. Interesting.
A cool nerd.
Kind of.
A cool nerd. Not a nerd.
And I sometimes really wonder, how do they even manage to do that? So I think sport is something which really helps you overall as a person, not only having a sporting career, but I think it really supports you all in terms of studying, in terms of mentally strengthening yourself. So whenever I even speak to parents, even they at times are shocked, and they have no answers to the questions. And they say, we really have no clue how they are able to balance both sport as well as studies. So that's something really we have always looked up to, and we really hats off to these girls, because they can so manage it well. And of course, parents play vital role in that as well, because as we have a lot of young girls, taking them to the grounds, bringing them to the practice sessions. So yes, they also play a very important role.
Yeah, well, I know for a fact that the grounds are quite far away from where majority of the people live, so the parents play a huge role in picking and dropping them. I have a very important question for you. Have you faced a Amir Khan and Dangal type of parent who's come in and said, you know what, if you did this and did that, my daughter could get you 5 wickets or score 100 runs?
Yes, we have.
Plenty of
But
Very
the best part
simple.
is they understand actually. I can give you example. Once we have a training 9 to 11. We finish 12:30 in the night. And you know what? Only fielding session. Only fielding
Three and a
session.
half hour fielding
Only
session.
field, because I like every single training session we have 40 minutes, 45 minutes fielding session. But the drill we actually used to do with this girls in the match scenario, they don't want to stop. So finally, what happened? Chats called me 12:30. That we finished the Najib sir, what happened? Everything's okay. The parents are keep calling me because they're not finished the training. I just realized, because these girls, these are actually, I think I will be in trouble sometime.
I am the culprit over here. I'll
Because,
take the blame.
because no sir, please, half an hour, no sir, 10 minutes. You can
It's the
imagine
last 5
how
like
much
10 times.
the passion they have of this game. I would like to mention one more thing here. Actually, this is very important. I think 2 months ago we had a D10 game, exhibition game for the
In Sharjah, I think.
in Sharjah
Yeah.
Stadium. Yeah, it was marvelous game actually. It
Yeah,
was
yeah,
the
I
best
was there.
game
I was
of the,
watching it live. It was
Yeah.
absolutely brilliant.
it was
to watch.
best game of the tournament.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
it
was
was a
about to
super
cry.
over.
I was,
Yeah, I remember. Yes.
almost cry, but I hardly stopped myself because that was the game was tie. But what happened? This is called seeing is believing. Our secretary was there. Robin sir watching live. They were surprised that how good our girls are. Actually, I would like to mention here. They stayed and mentioned, Najib, we are going to give them a contracts.
Nice. That's brilliant.
We are going to give them a contract. Give me the list of the players, those who deserve, like category A, B, C, and stipend for the students or whatever. And we are very thankful to Robin sir. They always support me, and they give us a physio as a physio. We have a other trainer. He's working really hard in the gym with the girls. We have a video analyst, Karthik, with us, who actually video them, and actually we share the video with this girl. and give them feedback, actually how to improve when they see where the errors are. So yeah, we're a very good team working together with these girls to help them to groom their game.
Well, Chai and Kavisha, I had a couple of serious questions for you. Who are your favorite players in the UAE camp?
In the UAE, our
Yeah.
team. Okay.
Men's
That's
team.
very difficult one.
In the men's team,
Men's team.
yeah.
Okay. Well, so
Who are
for,
your role models
Role models.
from the UAE team? Well, I think you guys practice or you see each other practice as well.
A lot.
Yes, we do, and we follow each other, especially these matches, which are happening, 50 overs matches. I'm really following them, and I'm watching all the games live every day. So you start, Kavi.
Start, I'm thinking. It's hard.
Ahmad is my friend. We
Right.
often talk to each other. We've done a couple of things together. On set, we played a game together. So it's like we gel with each other. So I look up to him. Sometimes when I need some kind of advice or anything, well, I can just go and talk to him. So I kind of
the
feel
captains talk to each other.
Yeah, you can say that.
strategize.
Yeah.
Kavisha, what about you?
Actually, I don't know. I follow each and every one. I take bits and pieces of them, how they play and how they do stuff. So I don't have a particular person in the UAE team, but if it's outside, I can tell you many. If it's international, like Sachin Tendulkar, Elise Perry, Tamir Athapattu. And also, to be honest, I'm actually Sachin Tendulkar being my role model and being able to break his record is very good. Like I broke his record for being the youngest woman and person to score the half century in international.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah, so it's so since him being one of my role models, it's like a privilege that and honored that I was able to break that a record of his. And within the UAE team, I would say I would pick anyone. Like I would just take tips of everyone here and there.
Well, my favorite player has been Sarah Taylor. I was hoping one day Sarah Taylor and I could play in Ajman, but unfortunately that's not happened. And if my wife is listening to this, for sure I'm sleeping on the couch tonight. But Chitrali, just to finish off, what are the next 12 months looking like for the UAE women's team? Sorry.
Well, as Coach Najib mentioned, we've got a fantastic set of teams, especially Robin sir taking over as a director of cricket. So basically, he's a man of vision. Okay, he believes in results. He believes in hard work. So where there is hard work, obviously he's going to give his 200%. Vision of getting women's cricket at a much elite level. So of course, him being there, Coach Najib being there, we've got video analysis, as he mentioned, the SNC coach. So all in all, it's a great team, and we plan, we brief our players, we brief our support staffs, we execute, and moving forward, as I rightly mentioned, for the coming year, we only one aim we have, and that is playing at the ICC level for the World Cup. So our main target is playing in the World Cup, and understanding and knowing that the girls are so passionate and hardworking, I'm sure we can easily achieve that.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure. I really wish you all the best. It'll be great to see the UAE women's team in the World Cup, and for sure we'll be vouching for you. I wish you all the best and keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Well, with that, it's the crew signing with the setup of the UAE women's cricket team as we head back to the action for the second half of the game.
Good evening and welcome back to the second innings. This is the last league game of WOLF777 News Emirates D50 tournament. The match is between Dubai and Ajman. This is the second innings. The two umpires that are walking out, they've done a decent job in this edition of the D50. While the limelight is going to be on Dubai, who have to chase down a total of 250 runs in their allotted 30 overs. To give me company in the comm box, it is none other than Ahmad Khwaja.
Thank you very much, Shoaib. Yes, looking forward to this run chase from Team Dubai. They need to win this game to make it to the semi-finals. It's as simple as that. It's a virtual quarter-final. Ajman are already confirmed for a spot in the D50 semi-finals, but the battle between Team Dubai and Emirates Blues is ongoing. It's a target of 250 under lights here at the Sevens Cricket Stadium, oval number 2. And here come the openers. Sayyid Mohammad Haider and Ronak Panoli.
Yes, so the two openers are out there in the middle. No Shahrukh Ahmed to open the innings for Dubai this evening. It is going to be Sayyid Mohammad Haider alongside Ronak Panoli. Dubai need 250 runs to win. They would have really wanted them to restrict Ajman to around 220, 230. Not the case. Sagar Kalyan 83 of 86, 47 for Safir Tariq and 27 for Nasir Aziz. Those were the top scorers for Ajman. 249 is what they've managed in 49.5 overs with an extras of 21 extras.
That could be a determining factor in this game. 21 extra runs given away by Team Dubai, but this young boy is a serious talent. Really looking forward to his innings today. But on strike, it's going to be the Dubai vice captain. We've seen him come out for the toss at some occasions. Ronak Panoli, only 21 runs to his name in the tournament, but he's a serious talent, let me tell you.
Yes, both these young players have played age group cricket. Sayyid Mohammad Haider also represented UAE in the under 19 edition. Ronak Panoli is not the man on your screens.
Umpire Naeem Anjum looking in good spirits, just checking the clock. We don't have a lot of time to go, so let's get it underway immediately. 250 runs to win in their allotted 50 overs, and it's going to be the blonde bomber, Shiraz Ahmed, taking the new ball for Team Ajman.
Well, he definitely needs a haircut. The hair color looks good. Here we go in action. Starts off with a big wide, and the blonde bomber has bombed in the wrong pitch.
Well, that's one extra that's been equalized for Team Dubai. Ronak Panoli in his signature specs when he bats and actually plays. Look at that huge wide right off the pitch. My goodness. He might have preferred the one on the left, the greener pitch.
Well, I have a question here. We haven't seen any of the fast bowlers bowling or warming up before the match or the inning starts. So I don't know why, but we've not seen that happen.
That's a very good point, Shoaib. Oh, in swinger. Now he's on the money this time. Inner half of the bat. Ronak Panoli needs to be very careful around his pads. He's already been bowled around his legs once in this tournament. So he needs to watch out for that in-ducker. You can see here Shiraz, beautiful shape on the ball. Has 7 wickets to his name in the tournament. He was absolutely on fire early on in the first week when the pitches were a lot greener. Was rested for a game here and there. But he's now back in the lineup, looking for wickets, hunting for wickets. Dubai are off the mark with that wide first up. And this time bowls it across the right-hander and safely shoulders arms.
Yes, way too wide. Allows it to pass it on to the keeper, Ronak Panoli. He's been sent to open the innings. As you see the match scorers, ECB match officials written on their t-shirts.
A very hard-working pair. They're here every afternoon on time, right there on the spot in their position, watching every single delivery. In swinger this time, but nicely punched towards mid-off. But Ronak will stay on 0.
Yes, no hurries whatsoever. All Dubai need is just a couple of batsmen playing it till the end. If they can do that, they will win this game.
Absolutely, they have a lot of batting in their lineup. Bilal Chima, Shahrukh Ahmed, Lakshman Pramod Manjrekar, Ronak Panoli, Sayyid Mohammad Haider. Ahan Fernandez is in good form as well. Mohammad Hassan is making runs in this tournament too. Amir Hamza is their kingpin, batting at number 3. So there is absolutely no excuse not to win this game. It's not a big target. And Team Ajman do not have the strongest bowling lineup in the tournament. So you just need to bat the 300 deliveries and you'll be home. And you'll be into the semi-finals. Down the ground this time, Ronak Panoli steps into that one, and that's a classy 4 to get off the mark.
Well, what a great shot that is. Just on the up, front foot, full flow of the bat, playing it straight over the bowler's head. Nicely done. Good flow of the bat, good punch, and that will give him a lot of confidence. 4 more. First boundary for Ronak Panoli and Team Dubai.
And the good thing about that shot was the execution. He was standing outside his crease. He was prepared for the inducker, played it straight. And this time, he's lost his line once again. Shiraz perhaps trying one too many things already in his first over. Trying to swing the ball both ways, trying to get that in-swinger going, and this time, very wayward.
Well, the ball slipping from his hands, I feel. It's the new white ball. A lot of shine on it. Difficult to grip, especially when you're sweating.
Team Ajman, of course, battling to finish number 1 in the standings. Looking to get a big net run rate boost as well. Once again, given as a wide. Yes, indeed, Shiraz Ahmed is struggling to control the swing of the ball and is giving away extras for fun.
Yes, that's another wide. Back-to-back wides from Shiraz. Already looks tired. It is hot, not easy conditions, but you have to be giving your 100%. You need to bowl well for your team. That is the aim that you should be looking for. You have a big role to play, especially when you're opening the innings.
Yes, he doesn't bowl very long spells. It's 2 or 3 overs at best. So he needs to utilize the new ball to maximum potential, to maximum utility. Ronak Panoli, he needs to play a big innings here for his side. Once again a wide. My goodness, they're reeling, adding up now. Shoaib, what's going on?
Well, he just needs to cross seam. You just need to bowl cross seam. Hold the ball, do not allow it to swing, and just calm yourself down. Bowl where you want to bowl. That's it. He's still trying to move the ball, and that is resulting in this horrendous over from Shiraz.
Already given away 4 wides, already conceded a boundary, and even for a batter it's not easy when the fast bowler is spraying the ball all over the place. You have to really concentrate hard, remain switched on. This time much more like it, much more better. Right behind it, good length, bowled it on the spot, and Ronak gave it due respect.
Yes, clearly this time it was the cross seam delivery. No movement at all for the ball. Bowled it on the stumps and nicely defended by Ronak. They've already got 8 from the over. They just need to play by the over. Just make sure they maintain that run rate without losing wickets. Dubai can definitely get into the top 4. Alishan Sharfu was here, hoping that Ajman win.
Lovely clip to mid-wicket, but mid-on does really well. Sultan Ahmed saved a certain couple of runs for his side. Eventful over to start the second innings. Dubai are 9 for no loss. Taking a look at the Dubai batting lineup then. Syed Mohammad Haider, Ronak Panoli opening the innings. They have Ahan Fernandez, Amir Hamza, Bilal Chima, Lakshman Pramod, Shahrukh Ahmed, the captain himself, Muhammad Hassan as well. Shrey Sethi can bat a bit as well. Abdul Malik can give it a tonk. So they have batting right down till number 10. It's not a big score. You know, you have clear goals in your mind. You just need to win this game and you'll be in the semi-finals. So just like our co-commentator Qasim Ali says, bat in increments of 10. Aim for 10 runs and they'll keep adding up and you'll eventually get home. Danish Qureshi taking the new ball from the other end, has 3 wickets to his name, has been in and out of the side, but he should enjoy these conditions to bowl, Shoaib.
Yes, you are right. Danish Qureshi likes challenges. He's a good bowler, very attacking bowler, always looking for wickets. And that is what he should be aiming for today as well. He's got a slip in place, a short gully, a short extra cover. Ball will move away from Ronak. Oh, that's a nice start. Very nice start from Danish. Taking the outside edge of the bat right on the first ball. Right on the money. Good area to bowl. Good bounce. Good pace. Nicely done.
And getting some extra bounce as well. Hit the splice of the bat of Ronak, who did well to get behind that, to be quite honest. It was a beauty to start up. So Danish Qureshi, he'll be fighting for a spot in the playing 11 for the semi-finals. He can make a big impression here. Solidly behind that is Ronak Panoli. Nasir Aziz, the captain of Team Ajman, was perhaps wanting more runs on the board for his side, but 250 is still a sizable total. We've seen the nature of this pitch change completely under lights. It becomes a lot more batting friendly, and with the dew factor, it's hard for the spinners, the wrist spinners in particular, to grip the ball. Slip and a gully in place. Down the ground, what a flick by Ronak Panoli. My goodness. One bounce, couple of bounces, and it trickles over the rope for 4.
What a great shot. Just a beautiful use of hands. Not too much footwork. But you don't need footwork when you play those kind of shots. It was in the slot, read that ball early and played it nice and over the mid-wicket fielder for 4.
Well, we have RCB training in the adjacent oval, so AB de Villiers would be very proud of that flick over mid-wicket. My goodness. Perhaps that has inspired Ronak Panoli tonight.
Well, the bat says Sky, which is another good drive, which is a short form of Surya Kumar Yadav. So that bat is a Sky edition, and that shot was definitely Sky edition.
Speaking of batting well, number 13 for Ajman, Sagar Kalyan played a fantastic hand, was desperately disappointed not to get his century. Made 83, 17 runs short. Just a bit of a splice off the bat and he was caught at extra cover. And his reaction said it all. He was absolutely devastated. Oh, cutting him in half. My goodness. Brilliant delivery. An even better take there by Safir Tariq. Fantastic take there, Shoaib.
Oh, well, overall good cricket. First of all, good delivery to start off. Danish Qureshi, and then beating Ronak Panoli, and then a full length dive from Safir, who manages to get hold of it. Nicely done.
I can see there, as you mentioned, Sky 77. If he can make 77 tonight, his team will be very, very happy with him indeed.
Oh, nice shot on the back foot. This is absolute class. This is Ronak Panoli for you. What a brilliant shot that is. Pleasing to the eye. Magical. Ronak Panoli.
Off the back foot. Punched away through cover point. My goodness, that is absolutely magisterial from Ronak Panoli. Play some more of those, mate, and you'll be in the RCB squad. I can guarantee you. Fantastic.
What a great shot that is. On the back foot, great balance. This is one for the cameraman. And Ronak, if you listen to this after the game, please ask for Ahmed Khwaja's contact number. He will get you into RCB.
Look at that shot. My goodness. That deserves to be on Instagram, on your Facebook, on your Twitter. Beautiful shot, and Amir Hamza in the background appreciating it as well.
Shot of the day for me, clearly. And I don't think anything will beat that. Even a mighty 6 going straight into the other ground would not beat that masterclass of a shot from Ronak Panoli.
Meanwhile, Syed Mohammad Haider has been waiting patiently. Faced 2 overs have gone by and he's been at the non-striker's end. But Shiraz, once again, those wides continue. Sultan Ahmed having a bit of fun out there.
Sultan living in alternate reality. Thinking in a parallel world, the umpire would call that and then say, cancel his decision. But it's not going to happen, my friend.
Coming around the wicket now, Shiraz Ahmed. Chases that lovely crunch through extra cover. My goodness. Syed Mohammad Haider has absolutely nailed that square drive. 4 runs.
Well, this was another wide from Shiraz Ahmed. But this time, Syed Haider just puts back to ball, plays it towards the cover region. Another 4.
He's really enjoyed that shot. Big smile on his face. And he's one who loves some self-promotion. And he can definitely use that shot. My goodness. Excellent square drive. All along the carpet for 4. He's had a couple of starts in this tournament. Had a couple of 30s. Hasn't converted. Could this be his night? Could this be his day?
This time on the pads, nicely flicked towards mid-wicket. Sultan Ahmed giving the chase, looking for 2, will get them easily in the end. So Haider is off the mark with the boundary and then gets 2 more. Shiraz is all over the place.
Nicely worked off the body. Punched through mid-wicket. Sultan Ahmed with a very aggressive chase after that. Good to see him stretching his legs out there. But this is just the start that Team Dubai wanted. Somebody getting some quick runs, some quick boundaries. That will settle the nerves in the dugout. "24 runs off 2.2 overs. It's just a target of 250, not that big 280, 275, 300 score we were expecting. And that dugout, you can see the nerves. You can see that they're feeling the pressure.
Yes, they need a direction. They need a solid start, a solid foundation for Dubai to build and conclude this run chase. This time another good delivery, fuller length. Should have been played in the gap. Straight to the fielder. Not a great ball again, that one. He's just trying to get away with his overs.
He's trying to bowl some magic deliveries instead of trying to just bowl it on a length. And as you mentioned, Mohammad Haider's bat was slightly angled there. 5 wides already in 2.3 overs. Shoaib, what's going on?
Well, I just, again, to get back to that point, he's not bowling magic deliveries. He's just trying to bowl deliveries, valid legal deliveries. 5 wides already. And all those 5 wides are from Shiraz Ahmed.
Full again, this time squirted away towards square leg. Looking for 2, but they'll stick to 1. Rishabh Mukherjee does well there. So you can see even from around the wicket, he's really swinging the ball into the pads.
Yes, there is a lot of movement in the air for Shiraz Ahmed, and maybe that is why he's not able to control that. But he's an experienced campaigner. He knows his strengths and weaknesses. So for him to adapt and should not be so difficult. He should know the conditions. He should realize what's working for him, what's not working for him. But that's not happening. He's still all over the place, doesn't know where to bowl. Just hoping that he doesn't get hit for runs.
Well, you are, of course, a fast bowler who's played a lot of domestic cricket here in the UAE. How do you counter it when you're struggling for your lines, your foot is not landing properly, you're missing your run-up, your rhythm is bad, and you're spraying the ball over the place? How do you handle that?
This time again outside off, straight to the fielder. What a good shot again from Ronak. He's looking in prime form. Lucky that the ball did not... he did not play that in the gap. Straight to the fielder. Well, coming back to your question, the first thing that I would do is understand that I'm not being able to get that swing that I normally do. So I would cut that first. So I would bowl cross seam deliveries, try to get my rhythm first, and then come back to bowling to conventional swing bowling. So right now, what he's doing, this is all defensive bowling. He's coming around the wicket just so that he can avoid bowling extras. That is not what a fast bowler should do. He should try and bowl from what he is good at, from the strength that he bowls, and try to get the rhythm without the swing first.
This time in the air, mistimed and straight to mid-off. Ronak Panoli, what have you done? A crazy shot to play, completely mistimed. Bottom half of the bat, and mid-off takes an absolute dolly. Dubai have lost their first wicket.
Well, a poor shot from Ronak. All that praising and the way he was looking, he's just all thrown that all away and has played a rash shot. Was nowhere close to the ball and has given away his wicket. Now you will see a different Shiraz Ahmed bowl because he will get that confidence going into the next few overs. 13 of 14 for Ronak Panoli, and Dubai lose their first.
Bitterly disappointed is Ronak Panoli. He was looking so good, had cracked 3 wonderful boundaries, was striking the ball well. The ball was coming onto the bat, but once again that impatience, that lack of experience. And Amir Hamza, he is the kingpin for Team Dubai. 185 runs in the tournament already, 12 sixes. He's right up there on top of the sixes leaderboard, and that strike rate of 86.45 is absolutely brilliant. He will once again need to play an innings and a half if Team Dubai are to chase down this target, of 250. And Shiraz Ahmed spraying the ball all over the place, struggling to control his lines, struggling to land the ball where he wants, picks up a wicket off his final delivery, and once again Dubai are under pressure.
Yes, it's the man who's in form for Dubai, Amir Hamza, out in the middle to give company to Syed Haider. He just needs to stay there now, but with positive intent. You don't need to block deliveries. Keep continuing, putting the pressure on Ajman bowlers. They've got 2 fast bowlers, and if you can score runs off them, Ajman will feel that they are under the pump.
Indeed, Danish also went for 8 runs in his first over. Down the leg side, that's a freebie. It's going to fine leg for 4. Poor bowling onto the pads. And Syed Mohammad Haider said, thank you very much. I'm going to glance this for 4.
This is a good shot from Syed Haider. Waited for the ball on the pads and then played it fine towards the fine leg region. No chance for anyone to stop that. Poor bowling from Danish, but equally well played by Syed Haider.
Yes, indeed, didn't overbalance on the ball. Stayed straight, stayed upright, allowed it to come onto his bat. All it needed was a deflection, and he put it away very nicely. This time, trying to chase that ball outside off. That is the problem, Shoaib. The shot selection. Sometimes these young lads try to play too many shots in one innings.
Yes, that was a rash shot, wild shot. He must be very, very disappointed with himself. It was so wide outside off. He could have played it anywhere. Decided to play straight and getting the bottom edge of the bat. Nicely bowled, and there you see a Labushan and a Steven Smith kind of a reaction after he plays the ball.
Indeed, that's a new trend that started in cricket from Marnus Labuschagne, outstanding batter for the Australian Test side.
Again on the back foot, no run there.
Now the thing is, Shoaib, these are easily deliveries. He can just leave them on the length or on the width offered, but he keeps chasing them. He doesn't allow them to bowl at him. He's always going towards the ball. Let them bowl straight. Let them bowl at your legs. You're really good in mid-wicket and square leg and fine leg areas. Let them attack your stumps and then you can attack them back. Why are you chasing the ball? Oh, he's been cut in half there. That ball coming in off the deck. Good pace there from Danish Qureshi.
Yes, he is quick, Danish. One of the quicker bowlers that you have going around. This time, Syed Haider was late on the ball. Was not sure whether he wants to play it on the front foot or the back foot.
Exactly, you could easily leave that ball just on the length. But since he's so frenetic at the crease, he wants to get bat on ball on everything. Nicely punched off the front foot this time. Shy at the non-striker's end, but it'll be a dot ball. 4 overs gone. 29 for 1.
So that's the team for Dubai. Shahrukh Ahmed, the captain, Ronak Panoli, Ahan Fernandez, Amir Hamza, Bilal Chima, Jash Gianani, Lakshman Pramod Manjrekar, Mohammad Hassan, Shrey Sethi, Abdul Malik, Syed Mohammad Haider, with the coach Mohammad Rashid.
And you can see, Shoaib, a lot of batters in that side. Ahan is there, Shahrukh is there, Bilal Chima is there, Abdul Malik can tonk the ball as well, Mohammad Hassan, Lakshman Manjrekar, Shrey Sethi can bat as well. So there is really no excuse for them not to chase down this below par target, in my opinion.
Yes, absolutely. I think it is only Dubai's game from here to lose. Ajman have given them all the opportunities. They've started off really poorly. Nothing, absolutely nothing, except for a few deliveries that Danish has bowled really well. Shiraz has been below par. And he continues to do what he's been doing. Rather, wherever he's coming in from, left arm around or over, he's bowling those extras because he's still trying to move the ball with the straight seam.
Absolutely agree with you there, Shoaib. Once again, he did manage to get a fortunate wicket. That was more of a wicket gifted rather than earned. And once again, he's trying to swing that ball and losing his lines.
There you see, he's still bowling with the seam up. Somebody needs to tell him. Wide ball should be called wide. This should be called wide. No, says the umpire. Thinks otherwise. Proven wrong.
That was marginal at best. Umpire Naeem Anjum having some sympathy there. That was definitely not within the tram lines, I think. But there is a slip in place. Perhaps sometimes that's counterproductive. He's trying to target that slip cordon.
Well, he's sweating and the ball is new, but bowl cross seam, my friend. Bowl cross seam. At least for a few deliveries, bowl cross seam, you'll get the confidence back. Then you can start bowling with the seam up again.
"18 runs conceded. We're only into 2.1 overs. So he's definitely been expensive.
And still continues to bowl those wides. Sometimes on the off, sometimes on the leg. And this is 5 wides.
My goodness, Safir Tariq, I feel sorry for you. Down the leg side, big wide. He just about got to the pitch of that ball. And it just wrapped his gloves and went down to fine leg for 5 wides.
So now he doesn't want to bowl, I feel. Doesn't look fit.
Having a word with the umpire, perhaps, yeah, he's feeling under the weather there. He's bowled a lot of extra deliveries. He only bowls about 3 over spells in the first place. And looks like his tank is on empty right now.
Yes, he's already bowled 3 overs in wides. "35 for 1 after 4.1. Looks like he is walking back. not feeling 100%.
And you can see on his back, he's absolutely sweating buckets out there. He's losing fluids very quickly. And looks like Nasser Aziz will have to turn to somebody else to complete this over. Still 5 deliveries remaining. This man on screen, he is the big fish. This was the wicket that has gone down, so Shiraz has at least done that much for his side. It was wide, it was moving in. He went for that big booming square drive, hit the bottom half of the bat, spliced it straight to mid-off, who took a catch very, very gleefully.
So left arm orthodox spinner Sultan Ahmed replaces the left arm fast bowler Shiraz Ahmed. Sultan's got 3 wickets to his name. Starts off with a quicker delivery.
Good start, Satish.
And it's going to be Sultan Ahmed completing this over. So at best today, Sultan will be bowling 9.5 overs.
Excellent,
A
Sultan
bit of a discount for us, but very reliable performer with the new ball as well.
Yeah.
Yes, I would have thought maybe Asif Khan would have
Very
bowled,
lovely bowling.
but he's got a finger injury. Sultan Ahmed.
Oh!
4.4 overs, 35 for 1. Dubai are looking good. 6 runs in extras already in this over.
Ready for guys.
They haven't had to score too many from the bat. Another flighted delivery.
Yeah,
Good fielding effort from Dawood Ijaz. Good intent in the field.
5 overs gone then. 35 for 1. Sultan Ahmed coming in for Shiraz Ahmed, who could not complete his over, has gone off the field. We hope he feels better and comes back into the attack. There you can see the match referee, Mr. Iftikhar Ali, on your right. A very, very pleasant person. And there you can see Shiraz Ahmed. He looks absolutely gassed.
Yes, it is hot, no doubt about it, but he looks extremely exhausted in just bowling in those 2 overs. Some fitness issues need to be resolved for Shiraz because he is an important cog in the Ajman bowling. They will need him in the semi-finals and the finals. They just have one left-arm bowler. Here we go, Danish Qureshi. Starts off well outside off. He's been bowling well, Danish.
Yes, he's settled in a bit better now. 12 runs off his first 2 overs, but he's hitting the bat hard. Syed Mohammad Haider looking a bit fidgety at the crease. Just needs to... I think he's struggling to know where his off stump is, to be quite honest.
No, that's his batting style. In fact, he likes to shuffle. You'll see him move again. There you go. Just a slight shuffle before every delivery. His favorite batsman is Stephen Smith. Tries to emulate him in more ways than one.
Yeah, that can be a bit counterproductive sometimes. Only Steve Smith can bat like Steve Smith. His technique is completely against the manual, but it works for him. Probably one of the finest test batters in the world right now. Nicely punched off the front foot. That's much more like it. Much more in control of the ball.
Yes, the ball is coming onto the bat nicely. As you can see, there's no demons in the pitch. Nothing to worry about whatsoever. The ball is not doing much. All you need to do is bat sensibly. In a pressure situation like this, where it's very important for Dubai to win this game. In the context of the tournament, it's a first D50. You want to qualify in the top 4 because the first is always a first.
Absolutely, you got a big bonus with Blues losing badly to Fujairah. Oh, big booming in swinger there from Danish, but Heather was rightly behind it. A lot of chirp out there, a lot of chatter. Ajman feel like they have a wicket around the corner. Can Syed Mohammad Heather concentrate hard here? You can see Danish Qureshi super fit. He's a natural athlete. Bowls at a very good clip. Swings the ball.
Who does he remind you of as a bowler? His bowling action? You can answer after this delivery.
Oh, we've put the knockers on him now. He's giving wides as well. I think a bit like Azhar Mahmood, the former Pakistan all-rounder. He does have that kind of double windmill going a bit.
Yes, that too. And I felt he bowls a little similar to Dale Steyn as well. His action, he's very compact. So reminds me of Dale Steyn, but Azhar Mahmood also.
Oh, this time prodding at the ball once again. Just worked towards the cover fielder, Zohaib Zohair. He's a very talented leggy. He'll be expected to bowl as well.
Yes, his name is a tongue twister, isn't it? It's Zohaib Zubair.
Pardon me? I'll call him Double Z. Zinedine Zidane.
Z's. Just like our very own Danny Morrison. Z's.
36 for 1. Final delivery of the 6th over. Oh, big in swinger once again. Trying to take a quick single. Bit of a misfield there. Sultan Ahmed, my goodness, you have to do better than that. They'll finally manage to get it in the end. It's Rahul Chopra, in fact. 6 overs gone, 37 for 1. Ronak Panoli gone for 13 or 14, caught at mid-off. So he'll be disappointed with that. Hasn't gotten a big score in the 5 innings in the D50 so far. But Amir Hamza, who's batting at number 3, he's had a fabulous tournament. He's taken wickets, he's taken catches, he's belted the ball for 6, and he's made a stack full of runs. But can he deliver one more time here for Team Dubai and take them to the D50 semi-finals?
Well, this is an opportunity for every Dubai player to come out and be a hero. Be a hero for the team. And this is a golden opportunity. Players wait for such kind of chances where you can go out, put out a performance that will be remembered for a long time. And you're being watched by millions worldwide.
Oh!
Mohammad Wasim has been a find of this D format. He's got the opportunity to play for the Abu Dhabi T10, also got selected for PSL. So he was the first, but he is not the last. There will be a lot more opportunities coming for young players in the UAE. So Dubai today have a chance to rewrite history, as they say.
Absolutely spot on, Shoaib. A lot of UAE domestic cricketers have been selected in franchise cricket around the world.
Oh!
And this man who's batting for Dubai right now, a lot of people will be watching him. Amir Hamza, he's a fabulous talent, pure all-rounder who can win you a game either with bat or ball. And you can see everybody's eagerly tallying up the score for him.
Rahul!
Yes, good bowling again from Sultan. Only taking his time. Just as Asif Khan was important for Ajman, Amir Hamza is important for Dubai. So Ajman will be looking to take his wicket. Meanwhile, Amir Hamza is taking his time to get off the mark against Sultan Ahmed. No hurries at all.
Bowled him right through the gate. He's played the wrong line and missed that arm ball. A huge wicket for Team Ajman. Amir Hamza gone for a duck.
Well, this is exactly what I was telling you. Amir Hamza, the wicket, the big fish, has fallen because he's a little too cautious wanting to play every ball on the front foot, nowhere close to the ball, and he has been dismissed by Sultan Ahmed. Sound of timber is the best sound that a bowler can get. Gone for a duck after facing 10 deliveries. Dubai lose their second.
You can see just reaching for the ball, not to the pitch of it. And my goodness, that is an absolute disaster for Team Dubai. They needed him to make runs tonight. They needed him to bat deep, go big. But unfortunately, just missed the line of that arm ball from Sultan Ahmed. So the new batter coming out is the young left-hander. Very talented, Ajman Fernandez. 88 runs to his name. Hasn't played every game, but the 2 innings he has gotten before this, he's played really well and made his wicket count. So let's hope he can deliver tonight. They need somebody to stand up and get this target of 250.
That's a big blow. A very big blow for Dubai. Now suddenly Dubai's batting order doesn't look all that strong. Yes, they have a lot of good players who can bat, but can they bat in a pressure situation like this? Can they chase down a total of 250? Can they face these Ajman bowlers? These are the questions that need some answers.
You're asking a lot of tough questions out here, Mr. Shoaib.
That's a job, isn't it?
Final delivery of the 7th over. Ajman is on strike. Short ball nicely punched off the back foot into the gap between extra cover. And they will pick up 2. Muhammad Ali Mirza doing the fielding. So that's a confident start for young Ajman Fernandez. 7 overs gone. Dubai are 40 for 2. Taking a look at that Amir Hamza dismissal. Just played the wrong line, Shoaib. He missed it completely. Perhaps a hint of grip off the surface. But he was playing so cautiously. Perhaps the occasion, the pressure of him being their main man got to him. Look at that. Just missed the line of the ball. My goodness.
So you see the bat coming from behind and then going towards the ball. That's where you lose the delivery. The bat should come straight down. That's what they teach you. This time up in the air, just clearing the fielder. Another wicket on the cards, was it? Heather playing a rash shot. Again, not going to the pitch of the ball, just putting his bat through. Lucky that the ball cleared the infield. He's got a single.
Very lucky boy indeed. He was expecting the in-swinger from Danish, but this time it went away and caught the outer half of the bat. Thankfully, he got enough of a bat to get it over backward point. Very, very lucky indeed. Nervy times for Team Dubai. That run rate is still okay. They're not completely in the mire. Sometimes you block too much and just can't get going. But they did get a few boundaries away. Just need to hang in there. Just need to show some backbone. Ajman Fernandez. He's been in good touch. He'll be important. Oh, in swinger once again from Danish, but solidly behind that. 2 slips in place. It was the double bluff. They put 2 slips in there, but then he bowled it into his pads.
Yes, this is good bowling from Danish. He has been very, very impressive in whatever he's bowled so far. He hasn't got a wicket, but he has bowled in the right areas, not given away extras. That is a big plus. So yes, good bowling performance from Danish, and he's been impressive in all different formats, D10, D20, and here in the D50 as well. This time outside. Oh, that's beaten completely. Ajman Fernandez is lucky because the ball beat the bat and it beat the stumps as well, just by a few inches.
Absolute Jaffa here from Danish. This time going across the left-hander. who was setting up for that in-swinger, but this time the ball just jagged away. And even Zohair, or maybe I've said it wrong once again, Double Z, he's talking to his wicketkeeper that Ahan was expecting something else, and this is what happened. So this is quality, high-level bowling here from Danish Qureshi. 41 for 2. Lovely clipped over mid-wicket this time. Ahan Fernandez showing his form. Sultan Ahmed dashing after it like a mad hare, and he's pulled it in. But they will pick up 3 runs.
Yes, both these players are quick runners between the wickets. And as soon as he clipped it, he realized that the ball might not go all the way. So they ran hard and they took 3 runs. Good running, good shot. Again, very nicely done. And it's always special when a left-handed batsman plays a shot like that. Just timing it beautifully. Any other ground, this would have been a boundary. The outfield is a little bit heavy. And that helped Sultan in that chase and just gave away 3 runs.
And the best thing about that Shoaib was his balance and the economy of movement at the crease. He stays very still, waits for the ball to move as it will, and then executes his shot. That's the sign of a very, very organized batter.
Very well said. The head needs to be still for a batsman to play shots like those. You need to have a very still head, good head position, and that enables you to play those shots. This time straight down the ground, but hit the stumps. One good shot from Haider. That would have been 4 with both the fielders inside the circle. But the ball hitting the stumps. Unlucky there, Haider. He would have got another boundary, but a good shot nevertheless.
44 for 2 at the end of 8 overs. Syed Mohammad Haider 14 of 20. So he's trying to get his innings underway. Let's take a look at the bowling analysis here for Team Ajman. Shiraz Ahmed was very, very erratic. Had to go off after bowling 2.1 overs. 1 for 23, the wicket of Ronak Panoli. Danish Qureshi has been very steady. 4 overs done for 18. Sultan Ahmed came in to replace Shiraz Ahmed in his 3rd over, and he's picked up the huge wicket of Amir Hamza, and he continues here. And continuing with me in the comm box is our Mr. Outside Edge, Mr. Abdurrahman Tariq.
Thank you, Ahmed. Interestingly poised this game. Started off really well, Dubai. Then 2 quick wickets.
Trying to work that off the back foot, and he's managed that down to long off. So Ahan is looking in good touch, 6 of 5. But Syed Mohammad Haider, he's gotten off to a bit of a start. He needs to make it count if they are to hunt down this target of 250.
Well, Ahmed, his body language is surely positive. That's one thing that I don't like, all these theatrics when you're playing cricket. We've seen Steve Smith and Labuschagne do it, and yes, you can do it if you score runs like they do in the international test arena. There's a lot to do for Dubai to win this game.
Oh, trying to work that away over fine leg. On the pads, a loud appeal, but that was clearly going down the leg side. And an opportunity missed. Fine leg was in the circle, you just had to miss him.
Yes, that's the problem when you're overthinking your batting a little bit. That should have been a 4. Any top order batsman would put that away.
This time a better footwork there, nicely punched towards mid-on. He's very, very close. So they're working on Haider's nerves. They're checking to see if his ticker is in order. Can he handle the moment?
Again, very well bowled by Sultan and equally well played by Haider. Again, there's a lot of focus on him as well as a top order batsman, wicket keeper as well. He's a gun fielder. But his form in this tournament so far has not been that great. So this is the ideal opportunity to make a statement.
Absolutely. He didn't capitalize on his starts and then failed in 2 innings. Nicely punched down the ground this time, beats the mid-on fielder. And there's a long one in place as well. So interesting field. That mid wicket is very, very straight. So he's taken up the entire over. 9 overs gone. 46 for 2. A very concerned looking dugout of Team Ajman. They are in the semi-finals. But Nasir Aziz, the captain, before the game told me that we're in it to win it tonight. It's not a dead rubber for us. We're looking to finish ranked number 1 in the group stage. So we're going all out. No team changes for us.
Well, Ajman has missed out on Hassan Khalid. He was not part of the squad for the last few games. He's out of Dubai. He would have made a big impact in a game like this.
Nicely punched straight to mid-off though. So this battle between Danish and Heather resumes. It's been a good counter punch versus each other. Been very interesting to watch.
Well, Heather has to realize that this might just be Danish's last over. It's a 5-over spell we've seen in the heat and the humidity, the fast bowlers, especially Shiraz.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Abdurrahman. You have to calculate your innings. You have to structure your innings. It doesn't mean you have to hammer the best bowler of the opposition out of the attack. Just see him off when he's got the rub over you. Live to fight another day. That's how you build an innings.
Yes, and with the bowling of Zohaib, Rishabh to come, there's not a lot in that tank for Ajman.
This time off the back foot, beats the extra cover fielder. Zohaib does really, really well, but they will scamper through for a single.
A good looking shot that hit the turf and those pitches right next to the one they're playing on, and actually gathered a lot of pace. Rishabh missed it, but Zohaib Zubair picked it up.
Yes, absolutely. Like you mentioned, Rishabh Mukherjee, inexperienced as is Zohaib. Young spinners, it'll be tough to deal with the dew factor. Round the wicket, Danish. Lovely punch off the back foot, but that's worked away straight to third man. Asif Khan out there. Of course, he has that damaged finger, so he can't be in the catching position, so he's just manning the boundaries.
Yeah, and you look at that. He just flicked his hand as soon as he got the ball. He's been in a lot of pain for the past few days. He still had to play. He still played today and scored some runs. Could not afford to take a rest. But good to see that commitment from somebody as senior statesman like Asif Khan.
Work towards mid-wicket. They're pushing for a quick single and they'll get it. So good call and good execution. Yes, Asif Khan, his fingers have been bandaged quite heavily. I'm wondering why is he even out there on the field? Why isn't he in the dugout?
Well, if he's played in the game and that injury has not come in the match, he can't use that as an excuse to go out. So that's one of the most important things you have to realize. You can't carry an injury in and use that as a reason to not be in the fielding side. Another thing is, he wants to field the full 50 overs. I had a chat with him and he's like, I don't mind staying in the field the full 50 overs because the fitness is very important as he stakes a claim for the UAE team.
Oh, a good bounce there off a length from Danish. Surprised Ahan Fernandez. The batting power play is up. Dubai are 49 for 2.
That's not a bad power play. 49 runs. They've lost the 2 wickets and a crucial wicket of Amir Hamza. Good to see that confidence from Ahan. But he has to realize the bowler that's bowling to him. It's not a medium pacer from the under-19 camp, my friend. It's Danish Qureshi, one of the quickest bowlers in the UAE circuit. They have to be very careful. Again, Ahmed, a lot of batting still to come. But as you mentioned, can they bat under the pressure of scoring runs and chasing this down?
Absolutely. The captain Shahrukh Ahmed, Bilal Chima, Lakshman Pramod, Mohammad Hassan, Shrey Sethi, they can all bat. They are all good players, but it's just about holding your nerve. It's all about your ticker. It's all about what you have between the ears. You are one step away from the semi-finals. You have to wait for the spin bowlers and the weaker bowlers of Ajman to come in. Just hold your nerve. You can do it.
And again, Ajman is a bowler short right now. We'll have to see when Shiraz Pia comes into bowl. So if they can see out Danish Qureshi and just knock Sultan Ahmed around, very soon they'll be into Zuhaib, who's not a very bad bowler, and Rishabh, and they can then take chances against them.
Indeed, we saw one game where Zuhaib took a quick 3 for. I think it was against Fujairah itself, one of the stronger sides of the tournament. Heather is on 17 of 29. Getting on the front foot and eases a single to mid-off. That's good batting.
Well, Ajman has not played their best bowler of the tournament, Ankur Sangwan, in this game. He's sitting outside for the drinks duty. 50 runs for Dubai. So they've done the one step, 50 down, 200 to go.
Yes, indeed. It's not the absolute worst position to be in. 50 up in 11 overs. But they need to hang in there. And this boy on screen, Ahan Fernandez, he'll be a key batter. He's been in good form. He's occupied the crease for long periods. He has the right stuff.
Fuller delivery, knocks it down for one. That innings against Fujairah was extremely impressive from Ahan Fernandez. We were expecting him to buckle under the pressure, but he kept the Dubai lineup in the game till the lower order absolutely collapsed to Maroof Merchant's leg spin. Heather 18 of 30.
Mid-on is in the circle, so he won't get a single there. Of course, there are only 4 fielders allowed between the 11th and the 40th over. So there are some gaps in the outfield you can exploit. Short ball, punch down the ground. So just rotating the strike at this stage, and that makes sense to me. That's a good tactic.
Well, all they have to do is get 5 runs and over. 4 runs, 5 runs and over from here, even till the 35th over. If they can bat like that and lose maybe 1 or 2 wickets only, there's so much firepower in that batting lineup. Bilal Chima, Lakshman, Hassan, who can bat at 10s, 9, 10s and over. Sultan bowls the last ball of the 11th over in the stumps. Very well played by Ahan. So there's no pressure of the run rate. They're not chasing 300, 350. They've got only 200 runs. As we look at the think tank, Sunil Rana from the Ajman Council, Sharif Asadullah, their bowling coach. He was the captain of the team in the first T10. You can see the shirt he's wearing. Shahzad Altaf, the legend, who's played for UAE, has the most economical bowling figures in the World Cup. And then Zulfi, their manager. They look very relaxed.
Most certainly, they're in a strong position. They're already qualified for the semi-finals. And they have put some pressure on this young Dubai batting lineup. But they're very animated and always charged up in every game. There is no such thing as a dead rubber when these guys are in charge.
Well, Sharif and Shahzad Altaf, it's very difficult for me to take his first name only. We always call him Shahzad sir. The thing is, because they have played for the UAE, they understand and they appreciate this. So we have to look at the wickets. Ronak Panoli was looking very good. And a nothing shot there by Amir Hamza. It's a very disappointing way to get those wickets. Ajman did not take those wickets. Dubai actually gave it to them.
Absolutely spot on, Abdur Rahman, as Nasser Aziz, the wily campaigner, the dawn of Ajman, coming on to bowl. Has only 3 wickets to his name in the tournament, but that economy rate is very, very steady. You can blink and forget about his 10 overs. You know he's going to bowl well in every game.
Yeah, he bowls very quickly, finishes over quickly as well. Very wily campaigner. He had a very good day out with the bat. Those 24, 25 runs, crucial for Ajman to get to that 249 target.
Nicely punched to the left of long off by Heather. 19 of 32, so he's looking good. He's looking a lot more settled at the crease now. And I had a bit of a quick chat with him during the innings break, and he wasn't happy with the score that they'd made. He said it's a little low, but he said we'll have to bowl well here. It's not going to be straightforward victory here.
Yeah, he did look a bit angry, but that's the normal way of Nasir. He always looks disappointed, keeps himself and his team to very high standards. Dawood Ijaz it slip and he bowls it to the pads straight down the ground for Ahan. Ahan is looking very compact, very relaxed at the moment. Well, Ahmed, if I'm Haider Wasi Shah at this moment, my target should be to face 100 deliveries.
Absolutely agree with you. Nicely punched towards the left of long off. He's going to give it a chase. And he's cleaned up really well there. Saved at least one run, if not a boundary.
Very good fielding there. Poor running. You only get the single, but that was hit quite hard. I was mentioning if Haider plays out 100 deliveries, he'll score about 75-80, and if he does that, Dubai have a very strong chance.
Nicely punched by Ahan down the ground as well. So these two, the game against spin looks in order, look quite organized. And we know the second rung bowlers of Ajman are not that strong. They're a bit inexperienced. The dew factor is quite heavy, so it'll be hard for the spinners to grip the ball. So just hang into the game.
Well, Zohaib Zubair has a point to prove. We saw Maroof and Dilawar, both leg spinners. And as Nasir comes to bowl, very well played. He dives all over it, the mid-wicket fielder. And they take one. So the impact has been from the leg spinners, Ahmed. Dilawar, Maroof, Merchant. And Zohaib Zubair has an opportunity to do something for Ajman here as well. His first game, the first game that Ajman played against Fujairah, where they surprised everyone by beating them. Zohaib bowled really well and took 3 very crucial wickets.
Oh, down the leg side by Nasir Aziz. This time, fine leg will have to give it a chase, but it's going to go over the boundary rope for 4. Expensive over by the captain.
Well, that's how you can do it. 5 singles and that poor delivery goes for 4. 9 off the over. So they've recovered any lost ground they had in the last few overs. Poor delivery there by Nasir Aziz on the pads, and Ahan again, that still head you guys were talking about, flicks it down to fine leg for an easy boundary.
Very, very impressive young batter, this boy, Ahan Fernandez. He's really caught my eye in this tournament. And you can see why Team Dubai have put him in positions of responsibility. He has a cool, calm head on his shoulders. His technique is very organized. And he's certainly one name for the future that needs to be underlined and kept an eye on.
And Ahmed, we've been talking about how this tournament is make and break for some people. Ahan Fernandez has not been having a very great domestic tournament or domestic performances. Wasi Haider again knocks it down for a single. So for him to perform here, it's going to make a huge difference on how he translates that when he goes to play under 19 and beyond.
And there are some players like that, Abdurrahman, who look awful in the nets, who can't make runs in the side games, in the club games. But when the lights are on and the pressure is on, they become completely different players. And he's that kind of a chap.
Yeah, played back to the bowler. Tell you what, the Dubai dugout will be wishing we stopped talking about him, because they don't want another commentator's curse on one of their batsmen.
Well, I tell you what, I'll tell you a funny story. Between the innings break, we were just watching the RCB intra-squad match going on, and me and Shoaib were just having a chat and, just doing some time pass basically. So the young batter, Dev Dutt Padikal, was batting at the crease in the squad game. And I'm a big fan of him. I like his game a lot. I'm like, oh, he looks so good. He's one for the future, this and that. Oh, in the air, but in the gap towards mid-wicket. Rahul Chopra giving chase. And he will just about rein it in. It looks touch and go. We'll need some replays of that. I think it just might be a 4. But another good shot from Ahan.
Well, that's a very good looking shot. And then again, Good recovery by the batsman. They thought it's going for 4. Ran 3. But what a good chase there by Rahul Chopra. Wicket keeper by trade. Let's have a look. Oh, he's reeled it in. Very well done there by Rahul Chopra. He saved a run for the Ajman team. Excellent fielding there. So good cricket all around. That was a dangerous ball. It played in the air, but in the gap by Ahan. Stopped the boundary and they run 3. Very good cricket all over.
Absolutely. Top stuff there. Yourself, says the keeper, and yourself, says Sultan Ahmed as well. 23 of 36, 4 runs off the over. Oh, up a shot there, beats the extra cover fielder. They'll pick up a single. 66 for 2 after 13 overs. So as I was saying, me and Shoaib Ahmed were just having a chat, watching them practice and all that stuff. And I told him I really like this guy, Devdutt Padikkal. He's very talented. He has a long, bright future in white ball cricket for India. Yeah, I'm going to watch him in the IPL. And immediately after that, he spliced one caught at short mid-wicket.
Well, definitely he's going to be following you. Make sure you're nowhere near the ground or commenting or doing anything of that sort. I saw A.B. de Villiers walk across and I was in awe of that man. I'm a big fan. So you have a look at the cameraman. He looks very comfortable indeed.
Sun's out, guns out, as they say. My goodness.
Those guns. He's got that tan. You can see that as well. Absolutely brilliant pictures here.
That is Rashid Bhai, one of our most senior cameramen. And he has the luxury of picking his own outfit, basically.
Well, if you or me, one of us showed up in a t-shirt like that, I'm sure we'd get fired that same minute.
I think Jeff would throw us out of the sevens itself. My goodness.
There'd be a poster outside saying, if you see this man, make sure you call the police.
No trespassing. No tank tops on duty.
Absolutely brilliant. No tank tops to the comm box, please. But they are in the sun the whole day. It's such a difficult job, the cameraman bringing us these lovely pictures. It's absolutely amazing.
Well, if you're in the sun all day, then why do you want to expose your arms? You're going to get sunburnt. Zohaib on to bowl. Oh, lovely top spinner immediately. This is going to be a fun contest.
Yes, that's the matchup. That is the matchup. Haider Wasi Shah has a slight weakness against leg spinners that hasn't turned a lot. There's still a lot of grip in that wicket.
Took his hand off the bat there. Very interesting technique. Gets to the pitch of that one. That's much more like it. But 67 for 2. My goodness, this game feels like a very, very tense one. It's getting nervy out there and in the comm box.
Well, definitely one of the things that is going to happen is I'm going to be feeling very nervous through the game. It's no secret. I have a soft spot for the Dubai team. Had a very interesting and very funny conversation with Ali Shan, who's the captain of Emirates Blues, who was hoping Ajman scored 300 runs. We had a big laugh about the ending. But then Dubai has given themselves that opportunity to reach the semi-finals. Mind you, they do have to finish this match 4 or 5 deliveries before the end. They can't take it all the way to the last ball.
This time worked away towards fine leg. Shiraz Ahmed is out there on the field, so good to see he has recovered, but shouldn't have given a single away there.
Well, I think that's what they've done. They've targeted that fielder. They've seen Shiraz Ahmed there, a short fine leg, and Wasi called him over for a single because he was a bit slow to the ball. You can have a look at him. He looks absolutely exhausted, Ahmed.
Zohaib is bowling really well here. Bowling on that off and middle line. So if the ball goes straight through, if you miss it, you're dead. And if it spins away, it'll hit your outside edge. I'd like to have a slip in place for him though.
Shiraz Ahmed looks like he had a baked sandwich before coming into ball. And that is now bothering him. He's absolutely exhausted. He looks miserable on the field, Ahmed.
I think every fast bowler looks miserable when he's not bowling. Fielding feels like a chore.
Grip.
In the air this time, carved away towards the cover sweeper. Upish, but safe enough. 14 overs gone. Dubai are 69 for 2.
Well, at 14 over mark, score moving on to 69 as the players are going for a drinks break. We've got Shoaib Ahmed on the sidelines with an interesting guest.
Thank you, Combs. Giving me company on the sidelines is the coach of Team Dubai, Mohammad Rashid. Mohammad Rashid, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Let's talk about this game because before the previous game ended, in fact, after that game, nobody thought that Dubai had a chance. And then you come into this game with a very strong chance of qualifying into the top 4. So how did that change? How was it taken by by your boys and by the team?
Yeah, thank you for having me, Shoaib. I think it was a very good opportunity. Everybody's very excited. They were very, up for it. We didn't play some good cricket in the previous games, but they wanted to come back very strong and put on a good show.
Yes, let's talk about this game now. You would be happy with the 250 that you got, or you think that it was a little too much in the end?
I think the way we, the first 10, 15 overs, they were dominating and they were really going well. And 300 was up on the cards for that period. But after that, we came back very strong. At the end, I thought we were like 20 runs extra. And those extras, 21 extras, I think that was also a little more than what we expected. But 250, it's a chaseable target. It's not a very difficult target, but at the same time, I think if you were on 220, 225, I would be happier.
In this tournament, we've seen there's a lot of shuffling in the batting order. Of course, you have your strategies in place, but do you think we would see that again today, or do you have a settled lineup now into this match and going forward as well?
No, I think it's a 50-over format, and because we don't play that many 50-over games, the shuffling is always on the cards, and depending on who is playing how, the form of the player, and obviously we don't have too many games. We have 5 games, so it gets a little difficult, and to set up a team in a short span of time, it was difficult to put the right people in the right places. But I think we've got some sort of an idea of who's going where, but you can expect some changes, yeah.
Very valid point there, because this was the same point that was raised by Abu Dhabi as well, that the preparation time was not too much. Now, since going forward, you will be expecting the D10s and the D20s and the D50s to take place on a regular basis. How do you prepare going forward? Do you have a certain number of players that you would want to retain and work with them?
Yes. I mean, that is the plan. After the first D10 and then the D10 and the D20, we've got a set plan of which we've already targeted our choice of players, and we're working with them. We're in contact with them. We follow their games and see how they're playing in the domestic circuit, and we put a close eye on these players, and keep it's all about following the game and understanding how the form of the player is. So yeah, for that matter, we've got a set plan in place. But when we talk about D50, it was a certain kind of a very, very quick tournament, so it was a little difficult. But yeah, I think we've done well.
Well, you're doing well. All the best for the future games, and special wishes for this game, because I think you have a game on hand.
Yes, definitely. Thank you very much, Web. I think it's a good opportunity for the guys, and I'm sure they'll try to prove themselves and win a game and go into the semis.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So that was the coach of Team Dubai, Mohammad Rashid. It's back to you guys in the com box.
Well, right after the break, Nasir Aziz has bowled a wide ball. Started with an extra run.
Yes, we've seen some loss of concentration. Something always happens after the drinks break, so I'll keep my eye on this man particularly. Oh, extra bounce there, off a length. My goodness, Nasir Aziz has got that ball to leap of a length.
Well, that must have hit the seam, because you've seen the ball has not been keeping that high at all. That's very well bowled by Nasir. Very unlucky it jumped that much. Had it been slightly lower, hit the pads, it could have been a very interesting LBW appeal.
Get a short leg in there, I say. 18 off 17, Ahan Fernandez. This young man on screen has been very, very solid. I have to stop praising him because I'm really deathly scared of that commentator's curse. If it can work even on IPL players, you never know. These boys are still playing under 19.
Well, we saw the cameraman Rashid. We saw the coach Rashid. Don't want to be in his bad books. He's appealed for a stumping and they've gone up to the third umpire.
My goodness, that dreaded commentator's curse is in action once again. Vociferous appeal by Safir Tariq, the keeper for Ajman. Nasser Aziz with that lovely flowing bouncing action. Back foot. He's fine. Good stuff there, Ahan. Well done.
Yeah, he did raise it just a little bit. Kept that wicket keeper interested. But he's grounded it on time. The keeper's convention there. Dawood Ijaz is a wicket keeper as well. Safir is a wicket keeper. Rahul Chopra is a wicket keeper. They're fake celebrating. Very good to watch.
Well, I think Team Dubai did that earlier, so they're just mimicking them.
And Rishabh Mukherjee got the memo very late. He just walked in and didn't understand what the joke was all about.
And you can see his foot never got off the ground. So Ahan Fernandez has done well there in my opinion. He's good.
Let's have a look. Much better side on angle. He's beaten. Nasser Aziz has beaten him. Ball did just in the air for a little bit. Very well done by Ahan Fernandez. But good keeping by Safir Tariq as well. That is the perfect angle for a stumping opportunity. We have these cameras in place for the knockout games as well.
Excellent camera work, excellent umpiring, and excellent bowling and excellent batting technique. Just pure excellence.
Yeah, just like the Emirates D50. Brought to you by WOLF777 News.
My goodness. He's a real salesman, this one.
Well, you've got one thing right. You've been wrong about my Bentleys and my penthouse. The one thing you've gotten right is that I work as a salesman.
Well, it's glad to see you're not bringing them to the ground anymore with the sixes. The likes of Asif Khan and Amir Hamza have been hitting. So good to see you left your Porsches and Ferraris back at home. Traveling in much more humble conditions now.
Yes.
Good for you.
Yes, my Dodge, my faithful Dodge with the one air conditioner working brings me to the ground in peace.
A change of gloves here for Ahan. Of course, it's very, very humid out there. You can see Andy Russell, the ECB development manager on your left, and Shahzad Altaf, the coach, the head coach of Ajman, in a very animated conversation. I'm sure they're complaining about us. Why do these guys talk so much? And you can see the buggy in the background.
Fantastic pictures those.
This is excellent bowling from Nasser. He's homing in on that off stump and he's hitting the splice of the bat. So Ahan and his defense are being really tested here. Tries that lap sweep, but it's gone down the leg side. Umpire Naeem Anjum, one of the very best in the UAE domestic scene.
Yes, he's had a very good tournament. Can we have a look? Ball just missing his thigh band.
That's a good shot to play. Excellent stuff from Ahan. Just a punch down the ground, beat the bowler, and you have a single.
And they've taken 4 runs off the over. So, with still a ball to go, they have the 4 runs. They need somewhere close to 5. So absolutely no pressure. You can still play a couple of dot balls. Let the bowler do the mistake. Ahmed, unless and until there's a spectacular collapse, this game should be Dubai's to win.
Oh, testing the pad of Heather there. But very, very good over from Nasser Aziz. 15 overs gone, 73 for 2.
Let's have a look at that batting card. Ronak Panoli, sent to open the batting this time, was looking really good. A bit too aggressive. 13 of 14 deliveries. Syed Haider is still there, 26 of 45. Amir Hamza, very unconventional 10-ball duck for him. And Ahan Fernandez is in there, 19 of 21. 15 extras in the 15 overs. So a lot of extra deliveries bowled.
That was an opportunity for some runs there for Ahan. Short and wide. Zohaib only 3 runs off his first over. It's going to be a challenge for him to bowl with the dew factor in play.
Yes, this is the matchup as well. All the under 19 kids playing against each other. Ahan, Zohaib, both 17. Wasi is still 20 years old as well. So all the youth of UAE at display at the moment.
Very young, bright stars. Down the leg side, bit of a stifled appeal, but it's off the pad and they'll scurry through for a single.
Well, good run there. Wasi obviously realizing Ahan might be struggling just a little bit against Zohaib. Calls him through for a quick single.
Good to see Zohaib telling where he wants his fielders. That's the sign of a player supremely confident in his skills. And good to see the captain responding as well. In the air, lofted over, extra cover by Haider. The cover sweeper is Sultan Ahmed. He'll do the cleanup job, but they will pick up an easy 2.
That's a good looking shot there. Very confidently played in the gap. Sultan Ahmed does really well to stop that ball from going for the boundary. But again, seems to be a plan. They want to bowl outside off stump and get that outside edge maybe, or get him to skew it into the cover region.
Shorter this time, beats the bowler, so he will pick up a single. So this is mature batting from Haider. Coming good at just the right time, hopefully, for his team, Team Dubai. There you can see the Team Dubai dugout. Jash Kianani on your right, Ronak Panoli at your left, and their head coach, bowling coach in fact, sitting in the middle.
Salman Farooq, yes, he's represented UAE in an international circuit as well. And very well bowled. Zohaib is looking really good against the left-hander. 16 overs done, 77 for 2. We'll have a look at the Dubai dugout. Salman Farooq having a very animated conversation with Ronak. Ronak was looking very good while he was batting. We have a change in the com box. Left arm fast bowler Shoaib Ahmed replacing Ahmed Khwaja.
Thank you, AB.
Very well, bye.
Well, today has been a day of moving around from the ropes to the com box.
Guys.
Great to interact with a few members of the team. Meanwhile, it's Nasir Aziz,
Yeah.
Don, who will be
Excellent, guys.
bowling.
Long head, guys. Long head.
For sure, this is what I would say the ideal opportunity for somebody like Ahan or Haider Wasi Shah to score and get their team over the line. Dubai will not get a better opportunity. They've been given this chance due to that spectacular collapse of Emirates Blues yesterday. I know for a fact that Dubai had actually, if they were a traveling team, they had already packed their bags, as you would say, and booked their flights.
Yes, you're right. They would have already done their shopping. The shopping list would have been completed, but since this is D50 here, and after that game, doors have opened for Dubai. Do they want to enter now is the question.
Well, we've seen funnier things happen in cricket, Shoaib. Dubai will obviously not fancy facing Sharjah in the semi-finals as Wasi Shah takes out that sweep shot, times it magnificently, runs away to the boundary for 4. Wasi moves into the nervous 30s as we tease him for. That's a brilliant looking shot there by Haider Wasi Shah.
Yes, that's a beautiful shot. On the pads, he's played that along the carpet. Everything right about that shot. Full marks, gets 4 runs. Good batting, Syed Haider. Needs to continue as long as he can. They are on the right run rate, on the right track right now. So if they score on the same rate, they will need only 50 runs in the last 60 deliveries, which is good batting, good approach to the chase.
And on the pads, this time Dawood Ijaz does really well. He started off really well, Dawood Ijaz, in this tournament. But hasn't been performing that well since then, since the first 250s that he scored. 17 overs up. Score moves on to 83. We have a look at that Dubai dugout. Amin Farooq and Mohammad Rashid, the think tank. Amir Hamza having some fun with Nikhil. It's good to see all those kids. They're enjoying their cricket. This is the best part about the Emirates D50. You get to play for a new team. You make new friends. You know, hopefully they play together for the UAE as well one day. Absolutely fantastic to watch.
Yes, absolutely fantastic to watch that moustache of Mohammad Hassan as well. Funky hairstyles has been a trend in this edition. D50, Shiraz Pia, one of them, and that Maharaja moustache of Mohammad Hassan. End of the over. In fact, start of the over, that's what I meant to say. Start of the over of Zubair Zuhaib.
We're talking about hairstyles, Shoaib. When Shiraz came into bowl, the first game against Fujairah, Zuhaib bowls again straight down the ground for a single. Not sure if you saw that. Shiraz was completely beach blonde, not even a single black hair on his head. Comes into bowl, Mohammad Wasim, first ball LBW. Life couldn't be any easier.
Well, absolutely. I think that's why he's continued with the bleach.
And I think he threw Wasim completely off. There was a lot of glare from his hair right into Wasim's eyes. LBW, thank you so much.
I'm sure Wasim would have thought this is some international bowler being brought into the attack. Only realizing later that it was their very own Shiraz Ahmed. So, talking about the run rate, required rate and current rate, almost the same. 4.915 per over. So they are, like I said, on the right track. Just need to continue doing what they are doing.
Yes, and that single down, the ground is so easy right now. There's not a lot of turn for Zohaib. We saw Dilaver turn the ball an absolute mile on this wicket. But Maroof is not getting a lot, Zohaib is not getting a lot of turn. Maroof did get a lot of turn in his game against Dubai. He was a wrecker in chief with the 5 wickets. So if he's not able to get that turn, those towels are coming out. Shahrukh was very lucky at the toss. We've mentioned he's not won a single toss, Shoaib, in the D10, D20 or D50 tournament. This is the first toss he won. Down the leg side, wide. Ahan just a little frustrated. It was an easy boundary. Wide ball, trying to go for that googly. Plays with the straighter bat. So a dot ball. And Shoaib, they already have 5 runs in the over. And you can see why Ahan was a bit frustrated. Had he beaten that short fine leg fielder, that was an easy boundary.
Well, a 50-run partnership, very solid partnership between these two. Scored in just 66 deliveries, so that's good partnership in the context of the game. One more single added to that total. Now it's the end of the over. 18 overs gone, 89 for 2.
Where we see Ajman has already used 5 bowlers. Shiraz Ahmed, 2.1 overs. He stopped his third over after the first delivery, giving away 23 runs. Very expensive, but he did take that wicket. Danish Qureshi, 5 overs, 21. Very steady with the new ball. Sultan Ahmed, 4.5 overs, 13 runs given away. 1 wicket. Nasir Aziz and Zohaib have bowled 3 overs each. Nasir has been a bit expensive, but that's the problem. 16 extras in just 18 overs bowled.
Yes, now Dubai should also realize that Ajman are 1 bowler short.
Good thinking, good thinking.
You won't be seeing Shiraz Ahmed bowl, as far as I know. So they will be anyway struggling to get that 6th bowler, 7th bowler in place. Won't have to do anything, just play on the merit.
Well, I think if Shiraz does spend a little bit of time in the ground, he might come back to ball Shoaib, because they really don't have any other bowlers left. I'm surprised they've not used Rishabh so far. When Nasir Aziz bowling, Rishabh and Nasir very similar. Again, very good looking shot there by Juan Fernandez. He's looking like $1,000,000 inside, just rotating the singles and looking very comfortable.
Yes, we'll have to find out if Shiraz can actually bowl, and if yes, how long does he have to stay in the ground to actually be eligible to bowling.
Yeah, good point that.
Inside out, beautiful shot, over extra cover, 4 more. This is an absolute class coming in from Heather. He's moved out of the nervous 30s into the confident 40s.
Well, an inside joke Ahmed Khwaja and I had with him was that if he got out in the 30s again, we'll start calling him Baskin Robbins for the 30 flavors. But it's good to see that he's actually moved into the 40s.
Come on, guys.
And
Come
again,
on, guys. Don't worry, guys.
innings like these are the making of a player. When you lead your team towards a semi-final slot, just don't take it lightly, don't take it easily. Again, dangerous shot that. Asif Khan with that heavily taped hand of his. You have to salute the commitment of some of these guys. Asif, in theory, should not have played today because of his hand, but he still wanted to make an impact for the Ajman team and was looking very good while he was in the middle. He's in a lot of pain and struggling with that hand. Last ball of the 19th over in the pads. And again, Ahan solidly behind it. So Dubai at the end of the 19th over, just 5 runs short of 100 for the loss of just 2 wickets.
So that's how the batting has fared for Dubai. So far, Ronak Panoli was out after scoring some nice boundaries. 13 of 14. Syed Haider is out there in the middle. 41 of 56. Amir Hamza was out for a duck, and Ahan Fernandez is looking good for his 25 of 34. Shahrukh Ahmed, Bilal Chima, Lakshman Pramod, Manjrekar. A lot of batting left in that Dubai lineup. As you can see, Andy Russell and the chairman of Dubai Cricket Council. In fact, General Secretary of Dubai Cricket Council, Mr. Amin Farooq, on your left, discussing about cricket, I'm sure.
Well, if he's not discussing about cricket, he's probably telling him when his next flight is. That's the only 2 things Farooq talks about.
Also a pilot, Mr. Amin Farooq with Emirates. So he must be scheduling his flights according to the matches, I assume.
well, he doesn't schedule his flights based on the matches. He follows them from the air. I've heard a lot of times the players on the ground, especially the Farooq CC players, get messages from Amin Farooq, who's 40,000 feet in the air. What's your batting order and who's bowling the first over? Well, Shiraz Ahmed is coming to bowl. We were just talking about when he would be eligible. It seems he's been in the ground long enough to continue a spell. Let's see if he still has some gas in his tank. Very good delivery there, but equally well played by Haider Wasi Shah. Down to square leg for a single. So Shiraz has started off nicely. But we've seen he loses his gas. He gets exhausted very quickly. We'll have to see if he's still feeling better, or it was just a very heavy dinner.
Well, you can see Shiraz Pia bowling. So Shiraz Ahmed, who's been brought into the attack, was on a break before, but as confirmed by the match referee, as a bowler, if you are out of the game for a certain amount of time, you need to be back in the field for that particular amount of time before you can start bowling. And Shiraz has covered that time, and that's how he's eligible to bowl this 20th over. And suddenly he's looking like a much better bowler.
Yes, I think he's just had a lot of fluids in him, gotten that rest. He's looking much better than that first new ball spell of his, where he was all over the park. We saw a trademark Shiraz Ahmed 5 wide delivery as well.
And now he's bowling with the cross seam.
Well, Shoaib, you should have spoken to him before the match. And Ahan Fernandez has absolutely smashed that. Beautiful looking shot. Mid-off was in the circle. And Ahan has timed it to perfection over the mid-off fielder into the fence for 4.
Well, that's a great shot from Ahan Fernandez. Was in the slot using the length of the ball and playing and clearing that infield. Beautiful looking shot, 4 runs.
Well, Ahmed and I were talking about Ahan Fernandez's development in this tournament. We all know he's a talented kid. But for him to come out, that innings he played against Fujairah and now today his knock against Ajman. Outside off stump, that commentator's curse almost getting him.
This time it was much better delivery. Again, a cross seam. And that's why he got that extra bounce. He knows now where he needs to bowl. So that was a good ball. Nicely bowled.
Well, with that boundary, Dubai has crossed the 100 mark. So 100 for 2. With 150 more runs to go, those nerves will be settling in just that little bit for Dubai.
Yes, scoring at a brisk pace. This is just the 20th over. They've already got the 100 runs they needed. 150 in 30 overs is not a big deal, especially now in the conditions. Nothing for the bowlers. Short ball, catch it is the call. Up in the air, fielder coming underneath it. Loose shot, given. Shiraz gets another wicket. And that's the end of the very stylish Ahan Fernandez.
Well, that commentator's curse had to wait for a couple of deliveries. I think I'm going to be banned by Dubai for talking about their stylish batsman, but that is a poor shot. It was outside off stump. For some weird reason, he wanted to drag it over mid-wicket. He could have played it anywhere on the offside, cut it over point, or guided it down to third man, but he chose the wrong option. Rush of blood for Ahan Fernandez. 29 of 39 deliveries. And could this be the opening that Ajman was looking for? Shiraz Ahmed has come back after a little break and made an instant impact with that cross-seam delivery that Shoaib was begging him to use when he was bowling with the new ball.
Well, happy for Shiraz as a fast bowler, as a left-arm fast bowler. But good to see that he's actually now thinking and bowling. Should continue to do that. But really a poor shot from Mahan Fernandez in the context of the game. He'd already got a boundary. That ball was nowhere to be hit. But he hit that, and Lakshman Pramod, the new man in, another left-handed batsman, comes out to bat. He's been shuffled a lot in this Dubai setup. Good batsman. Haven't tested him in the 50-over format. He was very impressive in the T10s and the 20s. But has his role cut out today.
Well, he has a very good opportunity as well, Shoaib. He's scored the 54 runs in the tournament at a strike rate of 120. So there's absolutely no rush for him. He's walked in at number 5, higher position than he batted in the last 2 games. This is the ideal situation. We were talking about Heather and how he has been performing so far. Well, Lakshman Manjrekar, if he can add some runs here and give Dubai that cushion, they have a lot of batting in the lower order.
क्या कर रहे हैं आसिफ भाई को कहाँ लेना है लाला को कहाँ लेना है लाला बाहर हो ना फिर और वो
The new bowler coming into bowl, Sagar. Interesting bowling change. They've gone with the part-time off spinner and not given the ball to Rishabh Mukherjee, who's a full-time off spinner.
Yes, interesting choice by Nasir Aziz. Sagar has been brought into the attack, part-time off spinner. But again, just for the left-handed batsman so that the ball can move away from him. And just to tempt Lakshman a little bit.
Have a look at the scorers, Himangi and Valerian. They've been doing really well in this tournament. Again, outside off stump. This time gives him the room. Lakshman hits it really hard, but there's a fielder. A deep cover. So just take one. These two scorers, Shoaib, have been in every game. The morning games were an absolute disaster. Then both of them were sitting outside in the heat. She's scoring manually. I think she was part of the IPL as well, as you mentioned.
That's right. She's one of the few scorers who've been certified from India as an official scorer. And just yesterday I had a word with her and she said that she had officiated in the IPL matches that happened here last year. So we have a celebrity among us.
Well, it's not an easy job scoring in any format. The D50 sometimes feels longer than it actually is. Especially you have to keep an eye on every ball. Well, believe it or not, the part-time bowler Sagar has taken the crucial wicket. Asif Khan flicking his hand. And again a wicket has been thrown away by the Dubai batsman. That was a nothing delivery.
Well, absolutely nothing. Just outside off. Could have played it anywhere. He found the fielder. Thickish outside edge. Again, a very indifferent fielding position where Asif was. A wide gully. Syed Mohammad Haider, 42 of 58, has to walk back. Not in the 30s, but this time in the 40s.
And again, very disappointing. This is going to start putting a lot of pressure on the Dubai batsmen. Their lower order has not kicked in. New batsman Shrey Sethi walking in. He's a young kid. He looked very confident. So it's very important that he supports Lakshman Manjrekar and they get about 40-50 odd runs. Otherwise, Dubai could be staring down the barrel. They have Shahrukh, Hassan, Bilal Chima still to come, so a lot of batting. But the problem is, when you start running out of partners, that's when you start panicking as a batsman.
Yes, not to lose wickets is the key here, and this is again a good call. Learning from their mistakes, I would say Dubai to send, to hold their nerves, do not panic and send Shreya Sethi. Otherwise, we saw Hassan and Bilal Chima being sent up the order. So right now they are holding their cards close to their chests. They know that they can chase even 80, 100 in the last 10 if they have the batsmen out there. So playing to their strength, this is good call.
Good looking shot there. Very confident Shrey Sethi gets off the mark with a couple of runs. So clearly he knows what he's on about. But they made this mistake, as you mentioned, Shoaib, in the Fujairah game where they sent Hassan for some weird reason at 4 or 5, if I don't remember, and then just completely lost the plot. This way, at least they have the confidence, as you mentioned. If they have to bat at even 8 runs and over in the last 10, they can chase it down with the likes of Bilal Chima and Hassan and Abdul Malik.
Absolutely. Nicely played. Well done. I like young players when they defend because it gives you a sense of calmness, and that is what is needed in a longer format like this. 21 overs gone, 103 for 4.
Well, again, the run rate is very much in check. 4.95, I think the current run rate they're going at. They need 5 runs and over or so. Haider Wasi Shah again throwing away his wicket after a very good start. And in fact, all 5 batsmen for Dubai have thrown away their wicket. Not even a single wicket was given to a bowler who actually bowled a Jaffa, as you would say. They were wide outside off stump. First, Ronak Panoli completely mishitting it. And then Wasi Shah again chasing a wide delivery, playing it into the hands of short third man. Lakshman Manjrekar.
He's very strong on the offside. We've played a lot of cricket together. Cuts really hard. And that's what I was talking about. That cut, that is his favorite zone. No, better timing.
Well, this is going to be the difference, Shoaib. First of all, absolutely inch perfect your call about what shot he's going to play. But Shiraz has been bowling like this to left-handers and Ahan has been leaving it. We know for a fact that Lakshman Manjrekar is not going to leave that delivery alone. He's going to cut and cut really hard over point over third man.
Absolutely, and that is why you need to know your opposition as well. So Shiraz should be knowing after playing so much of cricket that Lakshman is very strong there. You can't be bowling him there.
Well, what Lakshman will have to look out for now is that in-swinger. Because he's been out to left-handers bowling in-swingers. And that ball was an in-swinger, just swung just a little bit into it. But Lakshman Manjrekar was equal to the task. So good batsmanship there.
Yes, Lakshman, like we said, very strong on the offside. Very strong straight down the ground as well. You won't see him sweeping. That's his weak point. Does not sweep a lot. Is not very strong on the pads. But overall, a very, very good cricketer. Dangerous, as they say. Again, a short delivery this time. Just lucky Shiraz that the ball did not meet the center of the bat, the middle of the bat, or that could have also raced away towards the boundary.
And long mid-off and mid-on were both in the circle. So even that shot being a miss-hit could have gone for 4. Rishabh Mukherjee covering a lot of ground and saving it. But again, as you were saying, Ahmed, he's not going to let that ball outside off stump go.
Well, I've seen him play those beautiful cut shots on cement wickets where the bowlers are really fast, and the faster the ball came, the faster that ball went towards the boundary. So you don't want to bowl him in that zone.
Again, good looking shot there by Shrey. Defensive shot, but you can see there is a little bit of intent. It's not that dead bat block. You can see him again trying that shot out. He looks very confident. I did speak to him in a couple of games ago about what he wants to do. I think he's 14, if I'm not mistaken. He's 14 and Rachit was 15. So for a 14-year-old kid to be right in the middle of that action, absolutely fantastic to watch.
Oh yes, this is why D50, the D10, the D20s are so special, because you have such a great mix of talent, right from 14, 15 years old up to 34, 35. You have the best of UAE playing against each other.
Yes, wide outside off stump. This time played to point.
And then you also miss a few good players because the competition is so high. Some of them turn into commentators.
We know of one opening wicket-keeping batsman who's missed out on this tournament. I'm sure he would have lit it on fire, Asim Sheikh. He's very good in the domestic circuit. He scores a lot of runs. There are so many other players that you can think of that are hard done by. But the competition for slots is so much. In Dubai, I know for a fact, looks to play only one player. That's close to 30. Everybody else has two players above 34. Short delivery, very well played there by Shrey. Is a fielder at square leg. So there is a plan to bowl short at him. You see the fine leg and square leg fielders deep. As I was saying, Dubai probably has the lowest average age of all the teams, if you exclude Emirates Blues, obviously, because they are all under 20. That bowling card, Shiraz Ahmed, has gone for a lot of runs, but has recovered by taking two crucial wickets. Sultan Ahmed has a wicket to his name, and Sagar Kalyan, the part-time bowler, has taken the crucial wicket of Heather. Those follow wickets are what would make Dubai nervous. 25 and 38 for 1 and 2, and then 100 and 101 for 3 and 4. So when they lose 1, they lose 2.
Yes, you're right. They lose wickets in clusters. That's what has undone their performance in this tournament. Nicely played on the back foot. Very good shot from Shrey. Again, very impressive. So sometimes you see a few deliveries of a batsman and you know that he's a special talent. That is what we've seen from Shrey, because he's very good on the cut. We saw him pull a few deliveries. Very good, strong front foot defense as well. So very nice looking Shrey. I'm watching him for the first time, and he looks like a bright prospect.
Away. Lakshman Manjrekar was looking to play his trademark long on shot. And Ahmed, you were mentioning about Aryansh yesterday. Played for Emirates and was looking very good. All of these kids are in the 14-15 range. They still have about shot by Lakshman. Hit really hard. Ahmed nods his head because he knows that is Lakshman's bread and butter. Anything wide, outside, off stump, he's absolutely going to murder it.
Well, the ball was very close to the fielder. He just didn't put his hands, because that was it so hard. You can't risk another injury. And I know for a fact, because I was standing at point a few times when he hit those cuts. You don't want to put your hands when he hits those shots.
Before you mentioned that, I was going to say, if I was at cover, there was absolutely no way I would have put my hand there. There is no way I'm going close to that ball. Because that is what you call as a finger breaker.
Absolutely. He hits them really hard. Throws the kitchen sink at it. In the zone. And that's what happens with Lakshman. This is what has happened to players like Lakshman, who have played all their cricket in Mumbai, the longer format. But then as soon as you hit one boundary, you want to hit the other one because of the T20 mode you are always in playing in Dubai.
Well, that ball that he hit, the one previous to this one, his strength has always been to go over long on. He plays with the straight bat. That time he played with a cross bat shot. So I think that rush of blood is there. He's looking confident, but if he picks the right shots, he will score a lot of runs today.
That one is swung hard straight down the ground. When he hits it, they stay hit. Lakshman Manjrekar gets another one.
I don't think he's caught the middle of the bat, Shoaib. But nonetheless, outside off stump. Good looking shot there. That's his one of his favorite shots, straight down the ground. We saw him target Ayan in the game against Sharjah. So again, confident looking shot. He's taken the 10 runs in the over. 23 overs gone. The score 120 for 4. Dubai slowly and surely moving towards the target. The dugout of Ajman looking a bit nervous there. Ali Mirza, I think he's very hard done not getting a game today. Could have opened the batting, but they tried Zuhaib. Ankur, who's been the pick of their bowlers, took a 5-wicket haul in his debut game. Rested. Sunil Rana from the Ajman Council and Sharif, their bowling coach. Sharif will hold Shiraz and Danish to very high standards. We were talking about a couple of days back, games where he gave a few extras, and he did mention that they're going to get some punishment for that. Got Shahzad Altaf and Zulfi as well. Again, good looking shot there by Shrey. Shiraz Ahmed would not want to run behind a ball at this stage. He's exhausted, he's tired. He's bowled that 1 over and gone off with Sultan coming in. And now he has to chase the ball.
Yes, a good start from Shrey Sethi. This is an interesting contest. Sultan Ahmed bowling to the left-handed Lakshman Manjrekar. Nicely played by Shrey again. What a find.
Yeah, it's looking very good indeed. Again, you have to realize that he's just 15 years old. From the stumps, what a shot there. Shiraz Ahmed was in no man's land. He was looking at the point fielder. My co-commentator Shiv has a big smile on his face. That was absolutely comical. And they've run 3.
Well, Shiraz waited for 3 seconds, looking at the other, looking at the point fielder. Then he realized it was Nasir Aziz, who's not going to run for it. I think it was Dawood Ijaz. Apologies.
Well, I feel really bad for Shiraz, because he was not bowling this over because he's tired, exhausted. And unfortunately, he's had to chase that delivery all the way down to the boundary. Poor running by Dubai. They've physically run 3, but it's only 2 in the scorebooks because they were 1 run short. From the stumps, Lakshman Manjrekar. That's a very dangerous shot to play against somebody like Sultan. Nasir Aziz have made a very good bowling change here.
Yes, this is a good change, a very good change from Nasir Aziz, experienced campaigner, bringing in Sultan Ahmed. They are very prime bowler against Lakshman because they need a wicket. They know they don't want Lakshman to stay there for too long. Nicely played straight to Nasir Aziz.
Fired into the pads. 24 overs gone, 124 for 4. So it's neck and neck at the moment. Everything is even Stevens. We have a look at Faizan wearing that Prime Vision studio cap. These pictures are being brought to you by Prime Vision. The Emirates D50 powered by WOLF777 News. Live on Dubai Sports. It's amazing. I was having a conversation with Mohammad Tawqir, the Emirati, who's the UAE captain in 2015. And the fact that these pictures are coming on Dubai Sports opens a completely new demographic. Very interesting to watch.
Well, very interesting to watch is this young boy, Shrey Sethi. Another find of Dubai Cricket Council. Credit to them to bringing us these exciting bunch of cricketers who look really, really promising. The future of UAE cricket. As you see on the screens, Lakshman Manjrekar also in the reckoning from Mumbai. On the back foot. Looking for two.
तेज रन कर रहे हैं, तेज रन कर रहे हैं.
Just a single. Lakshman has played a lot of cricket for Podar College, which is in Mumbai. It is also a cricketing hub in a way. So
वो बीच में से मार रहा है उधर जाके.
a lot of experience.
And the way he came up in the domestic circuit here as well, it's a very interesting story. Again, wide outside off stump. He's looking magnificent, Shrey, when he plays that shot towards point of the spinners. He started off playing C division cricket in Bataya and all the other grounds, scored mountains of runs, got noticed by MGM, which is a very big A division club, scored a lot of runs for them as well, and now is a permanent fixture for them and a permanent fixture in the Emirates D50.
That's away, good stop.
Again, that cut this time straight to Sultan Ahmed, who's a wall. The ball going and crashing into Sultan.
Very well bowling.
He must be praying when the ball was hit this time again up in the air. Looking for two. No, says Lakshman. Good call. Not the quickest, and he knows that. He realizes that. Settles for one.
Well, there was Danish Qureshi. If it would have been any other fielder, they might have chanced on the two, but Danish has a good arm. You look, the two players for Ajman not playing. Ankur again. Difficult to understand why he's not playing. Maybe just resting him for the semi-finals. Ali Mirza. He's played for my club. Very, very good kid. His father is with him in every match. His father is at every match, regardless of whether Ali's playing or not. Again, a very good looking shot there by Shrey. The end of the 25th over. Score moves on to 128 for 4.
Sultan to continue. Starts off well on the stumps. This is good bowling. Not giving any room to Lakshman Pramod Manjrekar. This time outside off, cut straight to Asif Khan. There's a change in the comb box. ABT has given way to AK Ahmad Khwaja. Welcome to the comb box.
Thank you very much, Shoaib. Fascinating contest going on. This is shaping up to be an absolute thriller. Dubai, just when you feel they have control of the game, they've lost a couple of wickets in a flash, and now Lakshman Manjrekar, 18 of 20, is playing a blinder.
Yes, Lakshman doesn't need to do anything here. Just needs to stick around. Sultan is bowling well. You can play his overs away, and then you always have a chance to come back into the game. Should not be losing any wickets, while Ajman and Sultan will be looking to get a few wickets here.
Lakshman has come in very positive, excellent single taken there, and young Shrey Sethi, some of the shots that he's playing, my goodness, what a pleasant surprise.
Oh yes, absolutely pleasing to the eye. Young Shrey Sethi again has that cool and calm composure, and now the credit needs to be given to the academies that are doing a very good job in the UAE. A lot of cricket happening. Meanwhile, there's another extra from Ajman bowlers. Sultan bowling that on the onside. Two more added to that extra tally.
They've been extremely poor under lights. We're barely halfway into the innings, and they've conceded a truckload of extras. And this man, Lakshman Manjrekar, he's come out with a lot of determination. Tries to york him there. Nicely punched down the ground. 26 overs gone. Team Dubai, they're beyond the halfway mark. 132 for 4. A change of gloves for young Shrey Sethi. He did the bulk of the overs in the field as backup wicketkeeper, and now coming in at an absolutely crucial stage of the game. Beautiful contrast here, the young and old, Shrey and Lakshman.
Wicket over, guys.
Don't call Lakshman old.
Well, he's much older than Shrey.
Yes, definitely. There's a
Nicheo,
big age gap, so there will be a lot of interaction between the two. Wides, 17 wides in those 132 runs. That's a lot of extras.
Absolutely ridiculous. You can't give so many runs, free runs away in a tight game. Looking to they're bowling really quickly here. Even Sultan and Nasir, they're just firing it in, almost bowling medium pace here right now, not looking to turn the ball.
Well, Sultan is always a little quicker. He doesn't bowl too many flighted deliveries. He likes to keep it quick, especially when he's bowling against a left-handed batsman. Does not give flight at all. Catch it is the call. This one has been hit high. Has it got the distance? No. That's a good catch in the deep. I think it is Chopra who's taken that catch, and Nasir Aziz has got a wicket. We've seen him play that similar shot and get out in a similar way quite a few times in this tournament. This story is not changing anytime soon.
Well, his nickname is Lucky in the Dubai dugout, and it's finally run out. One shot too many from Lakshman Manjrekar. The percentages didn't favor him. Round the wicket, off break. You're trying to swing it away on the leg side. Bit of a top edge. Didn't middle it. A lot of air time, but nicely taken there at long on. So his short cameo has come to an end. 20 of 25, 2 boundaries and a 6 to his name. And once again, Dubai are their own worst enemy. Just when you look like they're in control of the run chase, they lose a wicket. And looks like it's the senior player coming in to bat for them.
Well, it is the skipper who walks out, Shahrukh Ahmed, with the MB bat. 3 innings, just 16 runs, 3 boundaries. Opened the innings for Dubai in the previous game. Today, coming down in the middle order. Has a role to play. Shahrukh, can he do it for his team?
Well, the good thing about Shahrukh is he always takes responsibility when he's batting. There was a big run chase in the previous game. He decided, I'll come out and open, set the tone. And now he's come in with his team. Half of the wickets have been lost. But they are on the verge, on the doorstep of chasing down this target. Just need somebody to show some maturity, show some composure. Can he be the man to take them home? They still have a lot of batting left after this. They have Bilal Chima, Mohammad Hassan as well. But it's starting to run out. Somebody needs to take responsibility. We're only 27 overs into the run chase. You're beyond the halfway point.
Yeah, lovely bowling, Nasir bhai.
Shrey is batting really well, 10 off 12. Just knit together a partnership. One partnership will take the game away from Ajman. You have a semi-final spot up for grabs. You have no one else to blame if this run chase goes wrong. Tucked away towards fine leg. Shiraz Ahmed was active on that one. Still a dot ball.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
So Shahrukh,
Six, guys.
the skipper, Skipper versus skipper contest. Nasir is bowling well now. He's got a sting in his bowling. He's got a wicket. He knows that he can get a few more. And Shahrukh is not very technically sound. So there is an opportunity here for Nasir because Shahrukh is a little unorthodox. Manages to get runs, score runs.
Yes, it works for him. Nicely square driven to the cover sweeper. He'll get off the mark. 27 overs gone. Dubai are 134 for 5. Only 116 runs required to win this game. They have 23 overs, plenty of time. That man on the left of your screen who's padded up, Bilal Chima, will be a key player for them. He can be the aggressor if you need quick runs. But somebody needs to hang in there, build a partnership about 30 to 40 runs. Shrey is looking good at the crease. Can Shahrukh Sheikh be the man to take Team Dubai home? Very, very fine margins in this contest. It's a virtual quarter-final for Team Dubai. Somebody needs to stand up and be counted. Shahrukh Sheikh on strike then. He's gotten off the mark. Off the pads. Quick single taken. And yes, they'll scurry through for that. Asif Khan, who's on the ball right now, his finger is damaged. So don't expect any high-flying fielding efforts from him.
Yes, he's just trying to hide himself. That's what we do when you're injured. You stand at the fine leg or the third man region where the ball is least expected to come.
Solidly behind that is Shrey Sethi. He's looked very, very technically secure out there.
I like this boy. I'm going to go and take an autograph after the match.
Oh, inside edge towards fine leg. Yes, no, maybe. Bit of confusion, but all's well that ends well.
Yes, and then a quick conversation between the two. That's how it should be. Shahrukh, the skipper, walking up to Shrey, and you can see the young boy praying. What is he praying about?
Well, I think there's only one thing they're praying for, and that's the W. But you can see the tension etched on his face. A young chap, it's his first big tournament. Down the leg side, big appeal. The umpire shows some backbone and says no, and given as a wide.
Well, for a moment, I thought Shrey is just walking away.
When this game gets close, these appeals are going to get more and more louder. Well, it couldn't have been pad, but I think there's a bit of kidology in place from the keeper there.
Yeah, just trying to avoid that extra, putting pressure on the umpire.
Now mid-off is in the circle, so they're denying Shrey that single. Will be interesting to see what's his plan B. He likes to play that late glide, that late dab. So he has to be careful playing those square bat shots.
Nicely played again. He plays that shot really well because he's played that some outside off and then some that were actually on the stumps. He's come behind and cut those shots as well, cut those balls as well. So this is good batting, but I think he needs to develop the shot that can help him get some runs on the back foot and punching it towards the long on and long off.
Excellent call by the captain. Absolutely sprinted through the 22 yards there to get on strike. He knows every run at this stage counts, and the extras continue to pile up for Team Ajman. This has been a very ill-disciplined bowling effort.
Yes, the extras have been a concern for both teams. Luckily now Dubai will be feeling a lot better because the extras are almost equaled by Ajman. Shahrukh playing a short straight down the ground. A misfield from Nasir Aziz gets him another single.
That's a poor effort. Again, extra runs being given away in a tight contest. You don't want to give away these freebies. 139 for 5 after 28 overs. My goodness, the anxiety and tension Forget the players, the com box is feeling very, very nervous right now. Shrey Sethi, 10 of 16. Shahrukh Ahmed, the captain, is out there. Just gotten his innings started. Syed Mohammad Haider played really well for his 42. But once again, some poor wickets gifted away by Lakshman Pramod, by Syed Mohammad Haider, by Ahan Fernandez. All of them will be kicking themselves for not playing a big knock and coming through. Even the opener, Ronak Panoli, very, very soft dismissal. Dubai continue to be their own worst enemy. 23 extras in just 28 overs. If I was the coach of Ajman, I'd be pulling my hair out here to him.
Yes, not really now, but if they lose, it is going to be because of the extras. Nasir Aziz, of course, for the spinners, it's a little more difficult to grip the ball, but the way they've bowled in this innings, it is really, really mediocre performance, to say the least.
Have to agree with you there. Good fielding there by Dawood Ijaz, moving swiftly from mid-wicket. Nasir Aziz, 1 for 31. He's bowling a lot quicker tonight because of the dew factor, not looking to turn the ball, just firing it in. A big appeal, and it's not been given by the umpire. Might have hit him outside the line, and they'll scamper through for 3 runs. Good running by Shrey and Shahrukh.
Well, we'll have to wait for the signals umpire. From the umpire signal, he's not signaled anything. So that has come from the bat. Nadeem Anjum. The umpire thinks that there was some bat involved and hence not given out.
Fair enough then. That's a good call if he felt there was an inside edge there. Inside edge and bowled. Can you believe it? Shahrukh Ahmed has dragged it onto his stumps and Team Dubai lose yet another wicket.
Well, that's the skipper who will have to walk back. A rash shot. Lose in a way because the foot went nowhere. Just the swing of the bat. And the bat was nowhere close to the ball getting the inside edge. And as you can see, no foot movement. The ball crashing into the stumps. Shahrukh is out. Wicket number 5 is down.
A short innings for him, 3 of 8. And now once again, just when Dubai were building some momentum, they have lost another wicket. So Bilal Chima, the wicketkeeper bat coming into bat. Very experienced, a hard hitter of the ball. He'll need to curb his natural instincts. They're just about 100 odd runs away from 250. Shrey Sethi is batting well. He's occupying the crease. But the other end, the wickets are falling in a heap. Can he be the man who takes them over the line? This game is becoming very, very tense.
Well, he's the only man who can now make a difference. 6 wickets down, Dubai. 143. Still need another 90 odd runs. In fact, more than 100.
And the brilliant thing was there, Shrey is probably half his age and he's advising him on how to play on this pitch. That's the beauty of D50 cricket.
Absolutely. You need to know the conditions well. And Shrey has been out there in the middle longer than Bilal. So in a way, he's his senior now on the pitch.
Absolutely. The only seniority in cricket is your performance. And Shrey is batting really well out there. He's hanging in there when all others have succumbed to the pressure.
You're right. And Shrey looking very good. Just that he hasn't shown us his drives yet. He hasn't played too many balls straight down the ground.
Bilal Chima coming in with a definite plan in mind to occupy the crease. We know he can hit 6s at will.
Well, he would be the last thorn for Ajman. If they can get him, they will think that the game is in their pocket.
Giving Nasser Aziz last two deliveries due respect. 29 overs gone. 143 for 6. What a game we're having tonight at the D50.
So 6 wickets down for Dubai. And that's how the batting scorecard looks. Ronak Panoli out for 13. Haider 42. He is the top scorer as of now. Lakshman Pramod getting a start, but then throwing his wicket away. So did Ahan Fernandez. Shrey Sethi is still out there in the middle with Bilal Chima.
They're fast running out of batters now. Muhammad Hassan can bat. Abdul Malik can bat. But they can is the operative word. You cannot expect them to have a 40-50 run partnership. If you want them to play a cameo of about 20 or 30 quick runs, they can perhaps provide that. But I wouldn't expect them to occupy the crease.
Yes, you're right. There's a lot of ifs and buts involved now. And as we speak, Danish Qureshi has been brought into the attack. This is good captaincy again from Nasser Aziz, bringing their fast bowlers against the young Shrey Sethi.
Yes, they want to test his sticker against fast bowling, and that's a pretty good decision right now. It's not spinning a lot. If Danish can get some wickets here, they would have definitely broken the back of the Dubai batting. So let's see what Shrey has against serious pace bowling of Danish Qureshi.
This time shot pulled nicely. Did not time it too well. Had he done that, the mid-wicket fielder was inside the circle. He could have gotten 4 runs for it. With the UAE helmet, Bilal Chima, the man with a mission. The only man now standing between Ajman and victory. Has a big role to play today. He has to keep up to his reputation, Bilal Chima.
Absolutely, he is a top class player. Needs to show his class tonight. Oh, trying to pull that away. Big appeal, but the umpire said no. It's off the shoulder, or perhaps missed it altogether. Safir Tariq, the wicketkeeper. Let's take a look here. Yeah, it's actually the back of his helmet. Can you believe it? Excellent decision there by the umpire. Well done.
Yes, a good call. There was a deviation, but a good call again from the umpire, realizing that the ball hit the helmet and not the bat. And a good call to save the day.
Even for the umpires in such an important game, sometimes the occasion can get to you, but these two have done a fantastic job. Punched off the front foot, straight to Sultan at mid-off. Bilal Chima with his signature red gloves. You can't miss him when he's at the crease. He's box office. He's that kind of a player. A pure match winner. Punched off the back foot with a very straight bat. Beats the cover fielder, so he will pick up a comfortable single to get off the mark.
Yes, he is off the mark. 145 now, 105 more needed in 20 overs.
Yorker attempted there, but straight to mid-on for a dot ball. End of 30 overs. Dubai are 145 for 6. Right then, we have Abdurrahman, who's on the sideline for a flash interview. Over to you, Abdurrahman.
We're here at the sidelines with the Honorary General Secretary of the Dubai Cricket Council, Mr. Amin Farooq. He's given us the interview in the condition that we'll be socially distant and he'll keep wearing his mask. Mr. Amin Farooq, how are you feeling about the match so far?
It's a tight game. Anyone can win.
Well, we've seen your ethos, the Dubai team's ethos, and even your local club's team's ethos has been about focus on the youngsters. We see 14, 15-year-old kids playing here. So what's the reason behind that?
Well, cricket is a young man's sport. You start early, you build up on it, and the kids will show. That's a 14-year-old kid playing. He's been playing for, I think, almost 30 deliveries now.
Well, give us some idea about yourself as well. You've been involved in the cricket from the time of Fly Emirates team all the way up to DCC. How have you seen that change, especially with tournaments like these?
Well, when I joined DCC as a General Secretary about 6 years ago, we decided that we need to have a youth program. So we started with our flagship program called Youth League, which was for under-19s. And then we figured out that younger kids were not getting enough opportunity. So we started something called Phantom League, which is for kids between 10 and 14. This year we're going to have another tournament called High Flyers, which will be for kids between 13 and 16. And Youth League will become a tournament for kids between 15 and 19. So we start looking at them young. Most of the kids that you see playing, Alishan, Ronak Panoli, Vritya Arvind, Aditya Shetty, Nilansh Keswani, they're all part of that program that have come through.
Yes, we've seen that. I was having a chat with Alishan in the commentary as well. And I know we've faced them as well. So a lot of the kids that are in the under-19 camp, even in ECB right now, are because of the youth program that you guys have. Who can we look out for in the future?
Well, the man is right here. He's batting. 14-year-old Shrey Sethi. There's another, I think he's about 14, Shaurya Raj. Unbelievable talent.
The leg spinner.
The leg spinner. Yeah. I think another year. He needs a year. Rachit Ghosh is sitting out. He didn't get a game so far. I think he needs another year. They'll all be there. We'll see them all next year.
Thank you so much for talking to us. Wish
Yep.
you all the best
Thank
in
you.
today's game.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Back
Bye-bye.
to you guys in the comm box.
Thank you very much, Abdurrahman. That flash interview. The General Secretary of the Dubai Cricket Council, Mr. Farooq. We thank him for his time. And somebody who needs to take time at the crease is this man with the red gloves, Bilal Chima. 31 overs gone. 146 for 6. Taking a look at the bowling analysis here for team Ajman, Shiraz Ahmed had to go off after bowling a couple of overs, but thankfully he has returned. 2 for 34. Danish Qureshi has been very steady, none for 23. Sultan Ahmed, 1 for 25, has done a very good job. And this man on screen, he's been steady, but if he can break this partnership, you do feel that team Ajman will take it home. Short ball, my goodness, that was excellently bowled, just past the nose of Bilal Chima. Look at that, my goodness, very, very close to his helmet. He's already been grazed once, not quite pinged, but he needs to be careful.
Yes, a good ball to Bilal Chima. While you see some of the hardworking men behind the production, Prime Vision Studio. Another good delivery. That has to be hurting him.
Well, that has hit him right in the undesirable area, the inner thigh. Sharp bounce and pace from Danish Qureshi once again. And my goodness, my co-commentator is wincing just looking at it.
Well, I know because we've experienced the kind of pain, and it is not good at all. The next minute or two, it's really very, very painful.
Well, like the coaches used to say, walk it off. That's something that you certainly can't walk it off. But he seems to be fine. He's a brave chap, Bilal Chima. He won't worry about it too much.
Yes, he's a hard nut.
There you can see the match referee in animated conversation. And good to see some spectators out here for the D50.
Oh yes, now clearly they are here for D50, because earlier we thought they might have come for the RCB team. Oh, what a beautiful scene this is. The moon in full flare, glamour, some great camera work. Nicely done.
A very picturesque evening here at the Sevens Cricket Stadium, Oval number 2. So I've given you the exact address if you want to see some high quality 50 over cricket. Please come by. We're on the Dubai Al Ain Highway. You can't miss us. And if you do come here, then do say hello to us. Taking a look at the standings of this tournament then. All the group matches have been done for Sharjah, Fujairah, Blues and Abu Dhabi. This is the final group game. Ajman versus Dubai. And as you can see, the top 4 go through to the semi-finals. Look at the net run rate of Emirates Blues and Dubai. Absolutely identical. So if Dubai can win this game, that bump in the net run rate will put them in the semi-finals.
You're right. Absolutely right. Unless they don't win on the last delivery, because then the run rate won't change. So clearly now it is on Dubai to win this game for themselves. Right now they look in a very, very concerning position. Danish is continuing bowling really well. Hasn't got a wicket. He's unlucky, but he's bowled really well in whatever 6.2 overs he's bowled until now. Dubai require 104 runs from 111 deliveries.
Danish Qureshi is bowling really well here. 6.5 overs gone. Only 23 runs conceded. Short ball over the top. In fact, wide of backward point. Asif Khan working hard at the third man boundary. And young Shrey Sethi, I thought he was about 16, but the General Secretary of DCC telling us he's just 14 years old. Can you believe it, Shoaib?
Yes, in fact, we had a word with ABT here, and he also was of the same opinion that he's 14, and really he's a talent. 14 years of age. Nicely played on the back foot.
At age 14, what were you doing? I bet you weren't playing 50 over cricket against grown men who can bowl 140 kph.
Well, no, not really. No, I started my professional cricket at the age of 17. So at the age of 14, I was just going to school and playing cricket in my building and things like that.
My goodness, these kids are uber talented. This time once again trying to hook that away, but hit on the arm. Bilal Chima frustrated with himself. An interesting over once again from Danish. 32 overs gone, 147 for 6. Bilal Chima and Shrey Sethi holding the hopes of Dubai in their hands, in their gloves, in their bats. They're almost there, only 100 runs away. They have plenty of time. The run rate required is even below 6. So they really don't need to make any mistakes. Just bat the overs. And Nasser Aziz has made a bowling change here. Zohaib is back into the attack, the leggy. Zohaib Zubair, 3 overs, none for 13. And it's going to be a challenge bowling with the wet ball here, Shoaib.
Yes, you're right. It is going to be a challenge. 102 required of 108 deliveries. Almost 6 and over now. Again playing into the square region, not playing straight.
Yeah, he tends to play that horizontal bat shots against the spin. He seems to be very comfortable moving around in his crease. That works for him. So let's see what is Zohaib's plan for him. 3 overs, none for 13. And when he needs to stop the ball dead, his technique is immaculate.
Yes, you're right. He knows how to defend the ball, which is closer to him. Nice front foot out, bat in front of the pad. Again, setting up for that cut shot, but then at the last moment, just checking his shot, playing it fine with soft hands. Will rotate strike and give the strike to Bilal, who's on 3 of 16, and he's been hit 3 times already. Once on the helmet, once on the shoulder, and once on the thigh.
Well, he's a warrior. He's not going to give it up so easily for his side. Punch down the ground, very straight. They're pushing for 2. Shrey is looking up for it. It's his call. They're coming through. Chance for a run out, but yes, they will make it. Excellent call by Shrey. And 150 is up for Team Dubai.
This is good running between the wickets. The first run was run hard, and then Shrey decided to see the ball first where it was, saw that there was a slight fumble, and then took off for the second run. So good cricket overall. 2 valuable runs added, and 150 is on the board for Dubai. 100 more to go. In fact, 99 of 104 balls.
Flicked away towards the leg side. The square leg will get around to it. Does really well. There could have been 2 there, but he was very active and very aggressive on the ball.
Nice, good fielding. Was on the ball early. Released the ball early as well, restricting them for just a single. 98 runs on 103 balls required. Almost 6 and over. Not easy for Zohaib to grip. Nicely done. First ball played straight down the ground for a single.
33 overs gone. Dubai are 153 for 6. The required runs are below 100. 97 needed of 17 overs. Surely they cannot mess it up. They have lost 6 wickets. They still have Mohammad Hassan and Abdul Malik to come into bat. Just need one long partnership. It's all on the line at the Emirates D50. The team Ajman dug out there. Ankur Sangwan on the extreme right already has 5 wickets to his name on his debut in the Emirates D50, but rested for this game. There's going to be a change in the bowling. It's the blonde bomber coming back. Coming into the attack for his 3rd spell. He struggled in his first spell, was feeling nauseous and had to go off the field, was spraying the ball all over the place, but even then, he has 2 wickets to his name, 2 for 34, and he has 5 overs and some to bowl. That economy rate is very high, 8.29, but as long as he keeps on breaking these partnerships, his captain Nasser Aziz will be very comfortable to use him again and again. Shrey, the 14-year-old on strike. Nicely worked away, but straight to backward point. Dawood Ijaz, fantastic fielding there. Excellent technique.
Yes, that's right. Bilal and Shrey. After that, there's only Hassan, who's a recognized batsman, an all-rounder. And then you have Abdul Malik, who can bat a little bit. And Josh, the number 11. Slower bouncer, checked at the last moment, played it in the gap. Just a single. This is good batting from Shrey. But now Bilal, they need 96 runs. So they need to plan how they're going to chase this total down. Are they going to take singles and doubles? Or are they going to look for a shot here and there or target certain bowlers?
Well, Shoaib, I think the plan should be just to bat the overs. They have Bilal Chima who can hit sixes at will. Keep that required target. Get that down to about 30 or 40. They need to hang in there, dig in for a while. There's no hurry. Hooked away this time by Bilal Chima. Deep fine leg is giving chase. It's a big square boundary, but they'll only pick up one. That's brilliant fielding by Danish Qureshi. Really, really well done.
Yes, Danish Qureshi is very quick on the outfield. He was in the fine leg region, ran a few yards and then collected the ball cleanly and threw it back to the keeper. Just a single. He wants a substitute fielder.
This young boy, my goodness, only 14 years old, and he feels like the key batter here for Team Dubai. Nicely flicked away to square leg once again. He has been extremely impressive. Look at that. Look at that commitment. My goodness, he almost ran himself out. Calm down, Shrey. What are you doing?
Right, so good running, but then, like you rightly said, was looking for another run. The throw, had it hit the stumps, Shrey would have been nowhere close to the crease. And that throw.
Oh, he was gone. He was gone, Shrey. My goodness. Can you imagine if that had hit the stumps? Their coach would have blown a fuse there. My goodness. This game is already hanging on by a thread for Team Dubai. And if Shrey had been run out like that, that would have been an absolute disaster. Once again, slower bouncer, hooked away towards deep fine leg. Danish Qureshi will have to put in some work there. It's always been funny to me that they put the fast bowlers, after they finish their over, down to deep fine leg, and the ball always follows them.
Yes, you're right. Fast bowlers normally tend to stand in the fine leg region. Need to get some rest. And as you can see, Prime Vision staff, the cameramen, thumbs up. Yes, thumbs up back to you, my friend. You're doing a great job. Keep rocking.
Final delivery of the 34th over, Shrey Sethi. He has been extremely impressive. I keep saying it. Oh, good Yorker there. Wide Yorker. That's left well alone. 34 overs gone. 157 for 6.
So 6 bowlers used, and the 7th bowler is the extras. 23 of them. Sagar Kalyan just bowling 2 overs, taking a wicket. Nasir Aziz also getting 2. And Shiraz Ahmed getting 2 as well. 157 for 6 in 34.
Look at the fall of wickets there. They were 102 sitting pretty, and then that collapse in the middle. 143 for 6. And since then, it's been Bilal Chima and Shrey Sethi trying to reorganize, rebuild. And it remains to be seen what will be the result of this game.
Come on, Zebi. Yeah, cheese, Zebi.
Could start from Zuhaib Zubair.
Very well, Zebi.
4 overs for him. He's given away 18 runs. Very impressive right from the D10 and the D20 editions. Zubair Zuhaib. Yes, no, misfield. And now they go for a single. Shiraz. A wild throw, so everything happening there.
My goodness, a comedy of errors there. Shiraz taking his eye off the ball. The ball really seems to be following him. He's absolutely drenched in sweat out there. My goodness. Bit of a slip there for Zuhaib. He has a very side-on action, so his foot lands at an angle. Sometimes, when the footing is not great, he does get a bit uncomfortable. Once again, playing that glide with the square bat. It's a very, very strange technique, I must say. But he always middles that shot, to be fair.
You're right. But my only concern is those are not run scoring shots. This time on the pads. Down leg. Called an extra. Disappointed Sethi there. Could have played that into a gap and got 4 runs for it.
Well,
No.
at this rate, Shoaib, I think extras may end up being man of the match. I don't know for which side, but he's scoring heavily tonight.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Once again, cut away, but Sultan Ahmed does really, really well there. That should have been a single if Bilal Chima had responded on time. But this battle is very fascinating.
You know, I have a question now. We've already seen some really great spinners coming from the underage cricket. Some really good batsmen as well. We've got some left-arm spinners, Nilansh Keswani, some leg spinners, Aditya Shetties and the likes. But we haven't seen a good fast bowler come through the ranks. All the fast bowlers right now are the experienced one, the seniors who are already making a mark. But we haven't seen any good fast bowler coming through the UAE age group cricket. And that will be a good question to ask to these esteemed dignitaries that we have from the councils as to what could be the reason behind not finding some homegrown fast bowlers. And that's I ask because obviously I have a soft spot for fast bowlers.
Well, I think it's something that you can't really teach. You have to be born with speed. You must have that quick twitch muscles, that action, that agility, that athleticism. And perhaps we need to improve our scouting all over the UAE. Try to look for boys with truly raw talent, raw speed. And don't overcoach them. Let them develop naturally. And you never know. They could be a superstar in the future. Of course. Oh, bit of an inside edge. Squeezed away to fine leg. End of the 35th over. 161 for 6. You're talking about raw bowling talent. Of course, Waqar Yunus, the legend, grew up in Sharjah. So you can say he's a homegrown player.
You're right. And that's the batting scorecard.
Ronak Panoli, 13 of 14. Syed Mohammad Haider, he was batting really well, 42 of 58. He'll be disappointed with his dismissal once again. He's got 3 starts in the Emirates D50 and not converted any of them to a sizable score. But one person who never disappoints us and who's joining me in the comm box is ART. Why do you call him ABT? Abdur Rahman Tariq.
Even I'm forgetting my name now, Ahmed. ABT, ART.
Don't call yourself
ARTB.
AB de Villiers by mistake, though.
No, that's one mistake I will not make. I can't bat. I can't keep wickets. Clearly can't field as well.
Well, since you mentioned that, let me tell you an anecdote. Of course, I know you support Man United. You're a die-hard fan of the Red Devils. Sir Alex Ferguson, the great coach, was once asked about David Beckham. He said he can't pass, can't shoot, and can't run. Other than that, he's a very good footballer.
He's the complete footballer other than that.
Sultan Ahmed into the attack. Nicely. Oh, mid-wicket does well. Rahul Chopra, excellent fielding there.
Well, an interesting conversation before I walked in about fast bowlers, the under-19s and under-16s. Sultan comes again, bowls straight. He's in his 9th over. Well, there's Rachit Ghosh, who's not got a game, unfortunately, for Dubai. And Ali Nasir, a talent to watch. Right outside off stump. Again, that weird shot towards mid-wicket for a ball outside off.
I think at first he wanted to cut it, then he wanted to pull it, and in the end he didn't do any of it.
So yeah, Ali Nasir unfortunately is missing out. He's recovering from COVID. Gun fast bowler and very good batsman as well in the lower order. He's just 18. I think 6'2", if I'm not mistaken, for height. And then we've seen somebody like Vinayak Vijayan, who used to be an off spinner, trying to be a pacer. So absolutely, Shoaib Ahmed was spot on. Not a lot of fast bowling talent coming out, but hopefully in the next edition we'll see a couple of new faces.
Down the leg side once again. The extras keep piling up. If Ajman lose this game, they will have only themselves to blame for giving away so many freebies.
Sultan comes to bowl again, this time in the stumps. Played very well by Shrey. I'm not going to say anything good about him because I've jinxed almost all the batsmen of Dubai. But the Ajman coaching setup was very upset about the extras as well when I went out and had a look at them.
36 overs gone. Dubai are 164 for 6.
Well, there's almost a run a ball now. They were going comfortably at 5s and over, and you can look, 25 extras. Ahmed, they bowled 36 extras in that last game. If you remember, we were covering the day game. So that record is definitely under threat at the moment. We still have 14 overs to go. And Dubai, had they been 164 for 4 even, they would have been extremely comfortable. But they're 1 wicket away from exposing that tail.
And these sides are very lucky we are not doing home and away setup in the group stage of this tournament. Otherwise, there would have been serious repercussions for the captains for their over rates. All sides have been very, very shoddy with bowling extras and taken a lot of time to bowl their overs. So they definitely need to improve in that area. All 6 sides.
Well, Ahmed, I think you're being a little bit harsh on Sharjah, who bowled their 43 overs in about 1.5 hours, if you remember. Outside off stump, he cuts again. That cut shot has been really beneficial for him, but this time he gets 4. Some release of the pressure.
A bit short, a bit wide, and Shrey Sethi's twinkle toes rocks back on the back foot and nicely cut away. I think that is not an edge, that is a calculated shot, and it runs away on this slick outfield for 4.
Yes, he's played that deliberately. Again, wide outside off stump. Lot of deliveries wide outside off stump. 4 of them have gotten Ajman wickets. They've also given away a lot of runs.
23 wides, my goodness. Absolutely ridiculous and not acceptable at this level. Oh, he was shaping up for that square shot once again. But he's very, very organized. His defensive technique is immaculate.
Well, one of them was the Shiraz Pia special at 5 wides that he always gives. But other than that, they've almost bowled 4 overs extra. And in a small run chase like this, when you're defending a 250 total, not just every run, but every ball that you have to bowl extra counts as well.
Come on, Zebi.
168 for 6. Zohaib. Nicely hit away towards mid-wicket. A no ball. Can you believe it? Abdur Rahman Tariq. I'm about to lose it in the com box. What is going on tonight?
Well, as a leg spinner, Ahmed, I can tell you for a fact, in the last 15-16 years that I have played cricket, I have never bowled a front foot no ball. I have absolutely no idea why a spinner would bowl a front foot no ball. Let's have a look again. Yes, he's completely lost his footing there. Very close, but on the line is a no ball. And Bilal Chima is going to get that release shot.
Absolutely. Free hit then. Here we go. Zohaib to bowl to Bilal. Down the ground, and he's missed it completely. He will be stumped, but of course you cannot get stumped off a no ball. Off a free hit.
Well, that was a very poor shot from Bilal. Yes, it's a free hit, but he's so good when he goes downtown. He's so strong from the crease itself. He's got a very strong base. So he's missed out.
That's much more like it, getting in line with the ball. Pushing for 2, but they'll stick to 1. What he did wrong in that free hit, I feel, was he stepped away from the ball. He should have gone towards it. But look at that. 79 required of 79. 80 required of 80. It's absolutely on the wire.
And again, a no ball. single, extra run, an extra delivery, a free hit, all of these are going to add up. And Ahmed, that was a very good catch. When he ran down the wicket, he ran away from the ball. Maybe he was expecting something in the stumps, but Zohaib bowled really well.
Oh, slog sweep from Shrey Sethi in the gap and is gone for 4. My goodness, this young champion is playing the innings of a life.
Well, again, I'm not going to jinx it. I'm just going to say good shot and move it back to you, Ahmed. He's looking like $1,000,000. Sorry, I can't resist. He's playing really well.
14 years old, playing in the marquee tournament of the UAE domestic scene, the Emirates D50. With the game on the line, it's a virtual quarter-final, and Team Dubai's best batter has been a 14-year-old. Can you believe it? That is the beauty of UAE cricket.
Yes, when I had a chat with Amin Farooq, he was adamant that giving the opportunity to the youth on this format is very important, and you can see why the batting guns of Dubai have failed. They've disappointed a lot. And then you have a young player like Shrey taking the charge.
Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Sultan to continue. It's going to be his final over, -1 delivery. Sultan Ahmed, some tomfoolery there with young Shrey. Of course, he's never going to do that. And Bilal Chima, as long as he's there, Dubai have hope of victory.
Well, they need to be wary of the fact that this is Sultan's last over. This is the last over of his spell. He's going to be bowling 1 ball short of a 10-over spell. So if they can see him out, they have the opportunity to target the other bowlers. Sultan has looked very menacing.
Nicely back cut away towards the sweeper this time. And can you imagine, if you had told me this morning that a 14-year-old would be the key player in this game, I would have laughed in your face, Abdur Rahman. And not because of your jokes.
Well, that would have been the joke. That would have definitely been the joke. A 14-year-old. Unbelievable.
And what an inspired selection as well. It's a big game. You will say, yeah, let's get out the old reliables. No. They had the guts, they had the fortitude to pick a 14-year-old to play this do or die game. Fantastic. Nicely punched down the ground by Bilal Chima. He's just hanging in there. His strike rate is not too flash, but he's still out there occupying the crease, batting as per the situation.
Well, after the 40th over, there's going to be another fielder outside the circle, so you can get more singles. With a runner ball to chase, the pressure is on the fielding side to make something happen. Last ball of the 30th over. And again, Shrey just plays it straight down the ground. You are absolutely right there, Ahmed. They could have gone with the seasoned Nikhil as the left-handed batsman. They've given Shrey the responsibility. And if I'm Shrey, I'm not listening to Bilal right now.
And even matchup-wise, it would have made sense to pick Nikhil Srinivasan. They have Sultan Ahmed as the left-arm orthodox. They have Zohaib as the leggy. Those percentages would have suited them. Nikhil on the extreme left of your screen. But credit to Mohammad Rashid and his coaches. They picked young Shrey in a very, very important game. And he's delivered big time. He's taken them to the doorstep of victory and to the doorstep of a semi-final spot.
Yes, and you can look on the right of Nikhil was Rachit Ghosh. I was talking about the fast bowler. Unfortunately, he missed today's game. But this will also put a lot of pressure on the likes of Ronak Panoli, Haider Wasi Shah, who have not performed with the bat. They've given glimpses and then given up on their responsibility.
Well, you've heard of the expression iron molds iron, and if young Shrey is the one who's setting an example for these older blokes like Ronak and Wasi, good for him, setting an example. Bit of an outside edge, down to point. I think that should have been a single, to be honest.
Yeah, that's poor running there. They have to chance on Shiraz. He doesn't look 100% fit at all. He's coming all the way from the inner circle, the edge of the circle.
You can see the anxiety, the body language for Team Ajman has changed because of this partnership. Sagar Kalyan being given an extra over, misfield at extra cover. They're going to get one, maybe two. No, they'll just stick to one.
Well, one thing is for sure, Ajman is not taking this game easily, which is good to watch. They've already qualified for the semi-final. It's a no-win situation for them. I think they will remain two, regardless of where this match finishes. Even if they win, they will still remain 2 or 3. The partnership moving on to 36 and 58 deliveries. So it's been slow, but they've still maintained that run rate of 5 runs and over.
Sagar Kalyan, definitely not a regular bowler. This time punched down the ground once again, and that slow partnership is perfectly fine because of the sheer number of extras that Team Ajman have given up tonight. That has given a boost of literally 30 runs to this score that has been posted right now for Dubai, and they're looking very comfortable.
Well, they're looking very comfortable, but we've seen this happen to Dubai. They've lost one and they've lost the second wicket very quickly. This has happened in all 6. You hear Safir Tariq urging him to go for that throw on the stumps.
We already saw Shrey get very lucky with a speculative throw from fine leg, almost ran him out. This time worked towards the point region. There could have been a single, but I think that's a wise decision. Don't run on Zohaib's fielding.
Yes, you have to choose your fielders. Zohaib the better of the lot in Ajman. So good call there, and again, there shouldn't be any additional pressure on Dubai at the moment. They still need 6 runs and over, very much doable. There's a lot of batting still to come, and Ajman has run through their premier bowlers.
Worked away towards mid-wicket, a big shout for 2 from Chima. And Shrey, the young stallion, has said, yes sir, let's go. Beautiful running, 39 overs gone, 182 for 6. This game is going to be an absolute thriller. The final group game of the Emirates D50.
Well, it's complete opposite of the last round game that we saw yesterday, which finished in a total of 51 overs. Emirates Blues versus Fujairah, and that was the game that opened the door for Dubai. No issues of run rate, no issues of how many wickets fall.
Mr. Shehzad Altaf is so nervous he forgot to open the cap of the bottle and he was about to take a sip when he realized he hadn't taken the cap off. Drama here at the D50.
But it's very good to watch. I like this time. I like the way Ajman has set themselves up. I've spoken to them. They're looking to win this tournament. And I was watching Zulfi from outside, and he was so upset on a misfield. So it's good to see that they're holding themselves responsible and making sure that they deliver on their talent at least.
Completely agree with you. I've been involved in the UAE domestic scene for about 5 or 6 months, these past few D10, D20 tournaments, and the passion with which these guys play day in, day out has been absolutely through the roof. Their commitment to the game, their commitment to excellence, their commitment to each other has been really a real eye-opener for me. And it's such a bright future for UAE domestic cricket.
And I know Sharif Asadullah right now must be itching to get on his kit, his spikes, and bowl the last death overs. He's a fantastic fast bowler for UAE. Shiraz Pia comes into bowl.
Worked away towards third man, Shrey Sethi once again holding it together. This boy is only 14 years old. My goodness. At 14 I was watching Dexter's Lab and Powerpuff Girls. This bloke is out here winning a game for his team.
Yeah, I remember at 14 we were watching Channel 33, 4 o'clock cartoons. That's the only time you got to watch TV.
My goodness.
Absolutely
Extremely.
fantastic.
Got to love the talent here. The raw talent of this boy. Number 1 on his back. Even having that number is its own pressure in itself. But he has absolute nerves of steel. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Second delivery of the 40th over. And he's called him through for a quick single. For some reason, Shiraz Pia was asking for an LBW. The ball has hit him on the thigh pad. Bilal playing all over it.
I'm honestly not sure what he was appealing for there. Look at that. Way down the leg side. Hit him high on the thigh pad. But I guess desperation times have come on for Team Ajman.
Or maybe trying to throw off the non-striker from running. He saw Shrey coming in and he was appealing and moving towards him as well, trying to throw him off. And in the end, a quick single taken.
My goodness. Shrey Sethi on screen now. Write down his name on your phone, on a notepad, somewhere. Just note it down. He's going to be a star of the future. Shiraz Ahmed round the wicket. Foolish delivery. Good delivery this time. Bowling that fifth stump line right in the block hold.
Well, Shiraz has been a mixed bag of bowling. He's taken the 2 wickets. Well, some would argue Dubai gave it to him. Wide deliveries outside off. Playing nothing shots. He's bowled a lot of extras in the middle. And in the end has produced some amazing deliveries.
66 required of 63 deliveries. Dubai have to remember that they need to finish the game perhaps an over earlier to be absolutely 100% sure of that net run rate boost to take them into 4th place. So all to play for. You can say it's 66 of 63 minus 6. They need to keep that in mind. Oh, he's bowled him. Can you believe it? A slower delivery. He was early through the shot. And that has just clipped the off bail. A huge wicket here for Team Ajman. A hammer blow here for Team Dubai. 184 for 7.
Well, we've talked him up, and unfortunately, he's played a very poor shot in the context of the game. Slower delivery, he's rolled his arms. A nothing shot in the end. Bilal Chima throws his bat in disgust. And that's hit just the top of middle. Shiraz Ahmed, bowling in parts, but making an impact, has taken 3 wickets. Shrey Sethi, 33 of 45 deliveries. He was looking unmovable, but unfortunately has to walk back.
Well, that 33 is worth double that in my very frank opinion. Just beat him. The guile and experience of Shiraz Ahmed coming through. But I think he has set the platform for this man who's coming in. Mohammad Hassan, 95 runs to his name. He's looked in good striking form in this tournament. They should finish this game off from here.
Yes, I think what they want to do now is between Hassan and Bilal, get a 30-odd run partnership in quick time, run a ball. So even if they need Abdul Malik to tonk a few, at least there is that gap. But again, 60-odd runs, maybe a bit too much.
Shiraz Ahmed, slower ball, held it back. Excellent length, just clipping the bails. And young Shrey, he played so well. I think it's quite harsh to criticize him. But he should have just about hung around there and finished the game off. But no worries. Over to the experienced campaigners. Mohammad Hassan is a very fine player in his own right. And they should win the game from here. They only have themselves to blame. But this young boy, he has been extremely impressive. I would dare say the find of the tournament.
Yes, between him and Aryan, who played for Emirates Blues yesterday, 2 14-year-old kids. Amazing with the bat. You can have a look at him. He's absolutely disgusted with what has happened. He wanted to finish that game. There was that focus. There was that intent in his batting. Completely lost the plot against the seasoned campaigner, Shiraz Ahmed.
Nicely pushed towards backward point. Shy at the stumps from Dawood. Just keeping the non-striker honest. So let's see what kind of ticker does Mohammad Hassan and Bilal Chima have. Shrey Sethi, who's half their age, has set the platform. He has set the blueprint on how to bat on this wicket. And they need to follow his example.
Well, there's a 20-year gap at least between Shiraz Ahmed and Shrey. And you can see that 20 years worth of experience coming in that delivery. He's exhausted. Looks extremely tired. But still putting in a mammoth effort here, Shiraz.
Edged and taken. Can you believe it? Mohammad Hassan has fiddled that one. And Dubai have lost 2 wickets in the same over. Shiraz Ahmed 4 for 40. Disaster for Dubai.
Well, we've said this before. You get 1, you get 2 against Dubai. And that's exactly what has happened in this over. Outside off stump, he pokes at it. Plays away from his body. Safir makes it look very easy. And Dubai now in a lot of trouble. 2 wickets away from crashing out of this tournament.
Desperately disappointed is Mohammad Hassan. Gone for 0 off his second delivery. Shiraz Ahmed, he's struggled with fitness. He struggled with his line. He's bowled about 20 odd wides, but still got 4 wickets to his name. And Team Ajman, now that body language has completely done a 180 since a couple of overs ago.
Well, if you have a look at Shiraz, I can tell you for a fact, if you add all the wides up, he has bowled his 10 over quota already.
He's bowled his 10 over quota of the semi-final as well.
But highly disappointing for Dubai. Abdul Malik walks in. Well, he doesn't deal with anything other than a 6. He's got 35 runs. 5 of them have been 6s. So he's bothered to take just 5 singles. Other than that, the ball's going to go out of the park. I'll tell you what, Dubai will take 5 6s right now.
My goodness, that is the most ridiculous stat I've seen this entire tournament. He has 35 runs to his name and 5 6s. My goodness. Nasir Aziz, the wily campaigner, the Dawn of Ajman, bring himself into the attack. Now he knows it's time to cut or thrust. Bilal Chima will have to counter-attack now. There's only one batter remaining after this, Jash Gianani. So these two have to finish the game.
Well, we saw the umpire give the signal of the last power play. There's going to be an additional fielder outside the circle now. Nasir Aziz, this is a very interesting matchup. Very interesting bowling change here, Ahmed. This could go either way. If Abdul Malik gets a hold of Nasir, we could see half the deficit get wiped out.
Well, there you see there's a deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and the cover sweeper. So they have manned the fences for Bilal Chima. And he just pushes it down the ground. So this is perhaps probably more for Abdul Malik, and Bilal Chima, even without completing his run, is begging him, don't play a big shot. Just hang around. Just stay here with me.
I don't think that's going to happen. If it's going to be in the slot, Abdul Malik is going to go downtown. Mid-wicket. Long on, long off.
Well, you need to board up the windows at the outlet mall because this guy is going to be aiming for them. 65 required. 59 balls in hand. My goodness. What a thrilling end to the group stage of the Emirates D50. Nasir Aziz 2 for 36 on the day. Can he do the trick for his team? Well, I don't believe you, Abdur Rahman. Look at that front foot defense. My goodness. How good was that?
Well, I can guarantee you that next one is not going to be a front foot defense. If it's in the slot, it's going straight downtown.
My God, what a game we have had this afternoon and this evening. Picture perfect. Right out of the coaching manual.
Well bowled by Nasir Aziz on the pads, not giving him that room.
You can see him having a smile to himself. He's saying, how long can you resist? A lovely punch down the ground. Excellent fielding by Dawood at extra cover.
Well, one thing is for sure, Ahmed, this approach is not going to help Dubai at all. If he plays out 20 dot balls, it's not going to help them in the chase.
Oh, work towards fine leg. He's in the circle. Asif Khan giving chase. They're pushing for 2. And they will pick it up. So Abdul Malik gets off the mark.
Well, that was a poor delivery from Nasir Aziz on the pads. Just had to get a little bit of bat on it. Abdul Malik is asking for a different helmet. That one keeps coming in front of his eyes.
Yeah, it does look a bit too big for him. Needs to strap it up more tightly or at least get it changed. But Nasser Aziz racing through his over now. Once again, nicely pushed towards the cover fielder. I don't understand why you're laughing here, Abdurrahman.
The helmet, as soon as he played the shot, the helmet came in front of his eyes. It's absolutely amazing to watch.
Well, whose helmet did he bring out if it isn't his own? I don't understand.
I have absolutely no idea. That was absolutely amazing. He played the shot, and as soon as that ball hit the bat, the helmet was right in front of his eyes.
Well, he doesn't seem to have changed it here. Not sure what's happening. And why is he even wearing a helmet against the off spinner?
Well, maybe because Shiraz is bowling from the other end. This is a very interesting grill to this helmet.
It looks like a barbecue grill, to be quite honest. But he is a very clean striker of the ball. Shiraz Ahmed, a 4 to his name already. Can he take number 5? Can he put the final nail in the Dubai coffin? This is the final recognized pair. There's no more coming back after this. Oh, hitting in front of the pads, but down the leg side. Shiraz Ahmed a bit frustrated, but I think that's definitely not hitting the stumps.
And that's a very dangerous shot. Bilal has tried that a couple of times. He walks across, tries to flick it, misses it. He's done it 3 times already. If one of those deliveries is slightly straighter, umpire's finger is going to go up. Have a look again. He's missing that flick shot every time.
Rishabh Mukherjee on screen. He wasn't given a bowl, perhaps because of the tough bowling conditions. Not easy to grip the ball and give it a rip. Bilal Chima, he is the key player now. He needs to finish the game. He has the striking ability. He has the temperament. But he's fast running out of partners.
Shiraz still has 3 overs to bowl in his spell.
Edged past the keeper this time and running away to third man for 4. Priceless boundary for Dubai.
Well, that's a very, very crucial boundary. Outside off stump. Again, the batsman pokes at it, but this time he flashed hard. Ball races away and hits the WOLF777 board.
Well, they are 8 down. Why don't you have a slip in there for your pacer who has 4 wickets, Nasser Aziz? My goodness, those are 4 runs gifted away to Dubai.
Yes, and there is a buffer. They still have the runs to play with. 60 odd runs still to get. A slip would have been great captaincy.
Short ball, perhaps a bit too short. And yes, the leg umpire is signaling it as a wide. Arms outstretched. That was clearly over the head of Bilal Chima. Take a look at that bouncer. Clearly over the head of Bilal Chima. So once again, those extras keep mounting for Team Ajman. $192 for 8 here. Team Dubai on the doorstep of victory, but also on the doorstep to the exit from the D50. Solidly behind that, Bilal. Fascinating game going on, Abdurrahman.
Yeah, he had absolutely no idea where that ball went. He just tapped at it and walked towards the square leg. Rishabh is looking at his captain, maybe expecting a ball. I can tell you for a fact that he is not going to. 192 for 8 in 41.3 overs. 58 runs and 51 balls. If only they had 2 wickets more in hand.
Well, they have only themselves to blame. A lot of soft dismissals, a lot of poor shots. It was young Shrey Sethi who had to create the blueprint for them. Foolish delivery, attempted Yorker, worked towards mid-wicket, straight to Rahul Chopra. So Bilal Chima has had to bat within himself, and he's just about hanging on.
Very good delivery there from Shiraz. Good field placing as well. They've got the shot mid wicket. They want to give him that easy single.
And the best part is he has at least 2 or 3 overs left in his quota. So Nasser Aziz can keep bringing him back into the attack. There you can see the match referee, Mr. Iftikhar Ali. Behind him is the ECB development manager, Andy Russell. He's been here for every game, watching every ball, keeping an eye on proceedings. We run into them on an almost daily basis. Very friendly, very relaxed, and enjoying the cricket, just like us.
Yes, and I think I've gotten Andy Russell hooked on the omelette paratha that you get from the cafeteria.
Yeah, I can clearly see you've had a few of those.
I've had 3, I will not lie.
3 of them just in the last 20 minutes. Nicely punched off the front foot. Good fielding at extra cover by the Don himself.
A big smile. Even Ajman knows as long as Bilal Chima is at the crease, anything can happen. He's played knocks like this. Well, that's my penthouse. You were mentioning that last time. As you can see, still a lot of renovation to do. I'll hopefully move in there one day.
I've heard there's quite a nice breeze blowing in there. 58 required of 49. That run rate required is pushing above 6, stretching towards 7 now. Solidly behind that dot ball to end the over. 42 overs gone, 192 for 8.
8 overs to go. Shiraz still has 2 overs up his sleeve. He won't bowl the full quota of 10 because he's bowled 1 delivery of that over and had to walk out. That batting card. Everyone giving us glimpses of what they can do. Lakshman Pramod 20 of 25. Ahan 29-39. Shrey 33 of 45. Shahrukh Ahmed and Muhammad Hassan disappointing, not even getting in the double figures. That's the last pair. Bilal Chima on 23 and Abdul Malik on 2.
27 extras. If this game slips out of Ajman's grip, they only have the extras to blame. Oh, that one was a roller, kept low. My goodness, that could have gone absolutely anywhere.
Well, if that had been at the stumps, it would have been curtains for Abdul Malik. He's completely lost that. Nasir Aziz showing that experience.
Big swing for the fences. Long on is in business. No, he isn't. That's gone all the way for 6.
Well, Abdul Malik has had enough. He's gone to Bilal. He said, look, I cannot play that way. I'm not doing this blockathon. He's not even middle this. And it's gone miles over the long on fielder for 6.
And your penthouse was in a bit of danger there. But thankfully, it's missed the windows. Mind the windows, Tino. As Fred Flintoff once said. 198 for 8. Abdul Malik has had enough of this blocking rubbish. He's going to smash it for 6. Beautiful batting, beautiful batting, just pushing it for a single. I think you have to give Abdul Malik a lot more credit. That's really, really sensible stuff. And he's covered the run rate in just about 2 deliveries, so Bilal Chima can just relax and hang on to an end and just push it around for a single.
Well, Abdul Malik has 45 runs in the tournament, and 36 of those have been in 6s.
Yes, you're absolutely right. A very economical style of batting. Oh, that was a chance for a cotton bowl. Nasser Aziz, have you given the game away? Unbelievable scenes here at the D50.
Let's have a look at that again. It was hit back real hard. But as his chance, he's lost his footing. He's lost that right foot while he was trying to go on the left-hand side to get that ball. A lot of dew. Even the wicket is a bit damp. Have a look again. He's lost that foot. Otherwise, that could have been an easy chance.
If anything, he overran the ball. His left hand was outstretched. The barest of margins between victory and defeat here. My goodness.
With that, Dubai has crossed the 200 mark, so just the 50 runs to get. But the problem is that wickets column, 8 wickets down, 2 wickets in hand. It's all going down to the wire, Ahmed.
50 required of 44. Nicely pushed away towards point, but it's going to be a dot ball. Not only are there so many people watching this live on Dubai Sports, live streaming it on YouTube, but even 20 odd men of the Emirates Blues squad are watching this game with keen interest. Their semi-final spot is on the line as well. It's a game within a game.
Yes, there are three teams playing today. 2 of them are on the field and 1 of them is outside praying. Emirates Blues have not done themselves any favors. And neither has Dubai.
43 overs gone by. Dubai exactly 200 for 8.
Well, 50 runs to get in 7 overs. And we have a look at the people bringing you these lovely pictures. This match, this tournament being broadcast live on Dubai Sports Channel 2, Dubai Riyadiyah, and streamed live on YouTube, the Emirates Cricket Board social channel, and WOLF777 News. Been amazing coverage of the tournament. In the last 7 overs of the round games, Danish Qureshi being brought into bowl. So very intelligent bowling change by Nasir.
Yes, he's looking to challenge Bilal Chima and Abdul Malik with pace. They know it'll be hard for Malik in particular to resist going after him. He's bowled really well today. Only 25 runs conceded in his 7 overs. And now he's into the death bowling stage. Let's see if he can execute under pressure. Oh, big appeal. It's hit him in front. The umpire is thinking about it. And he's given it. Can you believe it? He took an absolute age. But that dreaded finger has been raised. And the Dubai dugout, their expressions say it all.
Well, there was a DRS calculator going on in the umpire's head. He had put the tram line in, lined up the delivery. That's a good decision there by the umpire. That's hit him in the back leg. Was going on to crash into the stumps. If anything, on the top of stumps, similar to how Shiraz got the wicket of Shrey. But nonetheless, a poor shot by Bilal. That tentative poke that he plays every time, just giving him no result.
24 of 49. He dug in hard, but in the end, Danish Qureshi doing the trick for the team. Bilal Chima battled valiantly to take his team into the semi-final, but now they're 9 wickets down and 50 runs away. It feels like it's a bridge too far.
Well, Josh has a lot to do now. His partner Abdul Malik has to hit those 6 sixes that he's hit in the tournament so far. 11 runs in the tournament. So he can bat. If he can give those 11 runs and Abdul Malik can score those 45, that's game over.
Very, very optimistic is my co-commentator, but let's take a look at that dismissal. Bang in front. Perhaps you could have debated about the height, but that was extremely straight. It was a prolonged appeal from Danish Qureshi. The umpire thought about it for an absolute age, and in the end, he raised the dreaded single digit.
Well, Bilal Chima has seen that replay and realized his mistake. Umpire has made a very good decision there. He took his time. There's absolutely no rush as an umpire. You have to recall that delivery. It's a very good decision given there. Last wicket, Danish Qureshi. Brilliant bowling change by Nasir Aziz. And Josh, straightforward, off the mark. 2 left-handers at the crease now. Abdul Malik has a lot to do. We saw a last wicket 50-run partnership from Sharjah. And there was a left-hander, Akif Raja, who did the majority of the scoring for them. So if he can pull that off, it'll be a miracle of sorts.
Slip in place for Danish. safely left that alone. Didn't want to mess with anything outside off stump. But it does feel like a very, very tall order for that man on screen, Abdul Malik. He bowled really, really well in the first innings, but now he has to do something with the bat. It's probably going to require all the runs coming basically from one end, and it does feel very unlikely. Bilal Chima absolutely shattered. He gave it his all tonight. Squeezed away towards backward point. Bit of confusion. Yes, no, maybe, but they've turned back in the end.
Well, that was an easy single. For some weird reason, Abdul Malik has wanted to keep strike. There's still 2 deliveries left in the over. They're not batting to save a test match. They have to score 49 runs. So every run counts here.
Team Ajman, they were determined to win this game tonight. They were determined to finish number 1. They might not achieve that, but they're definitely looking very good for the semi-final stage. Short delivery into the ribs of Abdul Malik, and that has pinged him. That's going to sting tomorrow morning.
Nasir Aziz. Brilliant bowling change that. Shiraz Pia was looking good for a fifer. He takes him off, brings in Danish Qureshi, and first ball gets that crucial wicket of Bilal Chima, the only set batsman that Dubai had. Well, Ahmed, Dubai only have themselves to blame. They had the perfect platform to chase this down. And they've completely messed it up. And he's bowled him. So Dubai have been knocked out by Ajman. Danish Qureshi, 2 wickets in the over. 201 all out in the 44th over. Extremely disappointing from Dubai, but clinical from Ajman.
Absolute disaster here for Team Dubai. They were on the verge of victory, but kept losing wickets. Danish Qureshi, straight as an arrow. You miss, I hit, and he's pinged that off stump. And Dubai have been shot out for 201 and knocked out of the 2021 Emirates D50.
Well, the Emirates Blues team will breathe a sigh of relief. They get another opportunity against Sharjah in the semi-finals. But this has been extremely poor from Dubai. 250 runs. If you would have told Dubai at the toss they'll be chasing 250, Shahrukh would have bit your hand off. But this is unbelievably poor from Dubai's batting, especially the senior batsman.
Abdul Malik just missed the line of that ball. Danish Qureshi, you miss, I hit. And that death rattle behind him, Abdul Malik knew it was curtains for him and his team. Team Ajman, they held their nerve. They were a bit shoddy in the field, a lot of extras given away, but their bowling quality shone through, and Dubai's inexperience and lack of temperament has been their downfall. So Team Ajman enter the semi-finals of the Emirates D50 with confidence and with a victory behind them.
Yes, it's very important to take momentum into the knockout games. Ajman had lost their last game. They were looking a bit out of sorts. As we have a look at that batting card, Ronak Panoli started off really well with Wasi Shah. 42 of 58 for him. But then again, the problem that they've had, they lose 1, they lose 2. Ronak Panoli, Amir Hamza falling very quickly. Ahan Fernandez looked good for 29. Again, loose shot. Lakshman Pramod, similar to the same story that he's had. He looks good, then throws his wicket away. And then Shrey Sethi.
Shrey Sethi, young 14-year-old Shrey Sethi, held the fort down, kept his team in the game, took them on the brink of victory, but Shiraz Ahmed round the wicket, slower delivery, and just flicked his off bail and sent him packing. After that, the captain, Shahrukh Ahmed, could only manage 3 of 8, chopped it onto his stumps. Bilal Chima hung around for a long time, but was trapped leg before to Danish Qureshi, and after that, it was all she wrote. Mohammad Hassan was dismissed in the same over with Shrey, and after that, that game had gone beyond Team Dubai, and in the end, they were shot out for 201 in just 44 overs.
Yes, 201 all out, 27 extras. We have a look at the bowling card. Shiraz Ahmed bowled 3 different spells, takes 4 wickets for 45. Danish Qureshi, the last 2 wickets that he's taken, bowled really steadily, 2 for 26. Sultan Ahmed 1 for 31. Nasir Aziz taking 2 crucial wickets. Shah Rukh Ahmed and Lakshman Manjrekar 2 for 46. Zohaib was steady. And then Sagar Kalyan, part-timer, taking the crucial wicket of Wasi, who was looking very good at 42. And you can look at the follow wickets. They've been an absolute cluster.
At one stage, they were for 100 for 2. They were cruising in this game. And then 201 all out. My goodness, that is the match summary of the game. Sagar Kalyan, 83 of 86. Safir Tariq, 47 of 61. Asif Khan, 33 of 52. Abdul Malik bowled exceptionally well, 4 for 49. Amir Hamza, the all-rounder, chipping in with 3 wickets as well. Ronak Panoli getting 2. And in response, Dubai, 201 all out in 44 overs. Sayyid Wasi Muhammad Haider, 42 of 58. Shrey, 14 years old, batted absolutely beautifully, 33 of 45. Ahan Fernandez was looking very promising as well, 29 of 39. Shiraz Ahmed, 4 on the day. Danish Qureshi cleaning up the tail. And Nasir Aziz, the captain, with 2 for 46 as well, as Ajman sealed victory by 48 runs.
And Ahmed, as you can see, Sagar and Sayyid Muhammad Haider, the 2 top scorers. The big difference between the two.
Right then, let's take a look at the highlights of the second innings. It was an absolutely exciting game. Ronak Panoli had started out swimmingly, was batting beautifully, that lovely lofted straight drive. Danish Qureshi was punched off the back foot for 4. That was a princely looking shot. Wasi Haider was also batting really well out there. Nice square drive to get off the mark. But then this shot, my goodness, really hard to describe. That bottom edge of the bat straight to mid-off. Haider hung around, nicely flicked away to the fine leg boundary. He was looking very fluent. Even that flick shot over mid-wicket by Ronak Panoli looked good. Amir Hamza had 5 wides gifted to him. But then this was the disaster. Missed the line. And Sultan Ahmed cleaned him up. Ahan Fernandez was looking very steady, very organized at the crease as well. Was batting really well out there. Both batters were looking well set. Haider and Ahan, lovely lofted extra cover drive for 4. Shiraz Ahmed came back into the attack, was pumped down the ground for 4 runs. And look at this shot. There's absolutely ridiculous dismissal, trying to pull off the front foot and caught at mid-on. Wasi Shah, a nothing delivery, just cut away straight to Asif Khan, who was fielding there with an injured finger. Lucky Lakshman Manjrekar came in and tried to counter-attack here. Nice shots on the offside, powered that through extra cover. This one down the ground, that was a massive hit, gone all the way for 6. But even he eventually just ran out of patience. Top edge, and that was a very good catch at long on. If he had stuck around for a couple of overs, this game could have been very different. Shah Rukh, the captain, inside edge onto the stumps. But Shrey Sethi, all of 14 years old, nicely cutting that away down to fine leg. Bilal Chima, that was a free hit. He was lucky. He looked very patchy in his entire innings, wasn't timing the ball. Young Shrey Sethi took the mantle, took the leadership, was guiding his side to the victory, but then missed that slower delivery. And after that, it was all she wrote up to Rahman.
Yes, we saw Dubai was losing wickets in the cluster. They lost 1, they lost 2. There was a glimpse of hope as long as Bilal Chima was there. Abdul Malik loosened his hands just a little bit. But then in the end, LBW plumb in front, Bilal Chima, followed by straighter delivery, played all around it. An unfortunate way for Dubai to get knocked out of the tournament. They had a chance, but Ajman has made sure that there is no way Dubai gets into the semi-finals. And we're waiting for Shoaib on the sidelines for the post-match discussions.
Thank you, Combs. This is the post-match presentation, and this was the last league game between Dubai and Ajman. What a great game. We always thought that Dubai had a chance, but just faltered a little bit in the end, and Ajman got that opportunity and got a win for themselves. I have the 2 captains with me in the post-match presentation. I also have the man of the match, but we'll start with the losing captain for tonight. It is Shah Rukh Ahmed from Team Dubai. Shahrukh, overall a good tournament. I would see there are a lot of positives that you can see in the team. Some great talent coming from Dubai team, and we've seen that throughout different tournaments. But give me your perspective of the tournament, where you were right and where you think you can correct yourself in the next coming tournaments.
See, yeah, we have seen good changes in the side first of all, and then you know what happened is we had good senior guys coming in. Let's say like Abdul Malik. That was a brilliant change. He did really well. Supported the bowling lineup, which we were lacking before. We always had good spinners, but we were lacking in a fast bowler department. But you know, the thing is that I think we are still lacking in the batting department. Our middle order is not performing. You know, we are losing a couple of wickets in, let's say, one ball or two balls time. So that's the main, you know, concern. And I think we're going to look into that, and let's see how it goes for the future tournaments.
In hindsight, this game in particular, you won the toss. Were you happy with the target that you got, or now that you think, would you wanted to bat first and then chase, or are you happy with that?
No. I think when the coin was flipped and it was in my favor, I was so happy that yeah, we won the toss, and we actually wanted to feel. We knew that the dew is going to play a part later on, and the wicket is going to get flatter and flatter. I think, honestly speaking, there was nothing in the wicket. There was no turn even. I think we gave our wickets away to Ajman, basically.
Right. So, what do you think going forward? What is the plan for Dubai as a team? You have been right in the middle of the table throughout different editions. How do you get into the top 2-3? What do you think is the differentiating factor between your team and the others?
See, I think right now I wouldn't say that. I think we are all playing competitive cricket and aggressive cricket all over the UAE at this point of time. The domestic circuit is, you know, going level up every now and then. I think the biggest example is that Shrey Sethi, the way he batted right now, I think that's phenomenal. And, you know, facing the top bowlers, those who are performing regularly on a regular note in the domestic circuit, that was amazing. I think the council is doing well for the kids, and this is how you're going to get the new breed, basically.
Absolutely. Cricket. I think Dubai as a council is doing great wonders. I wish you all the best as a team and look forward to many more performances from your team, hopefully in the winning cause.
Hopefully. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Shahrukh. Thank you. So that was Shahrukh, the losing captain for tonight. But today we also have a very happy face. It's Nasir Aziz, who is the winning captain from Team Ajman. Nasir?
Yes, sir.
जीत तो गए आज, अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस थी. पहले तो बैटिंग की बात करें, 250 रन कम बने, ऐसा लगता है आपको या इट वाज ओके?
250 रन टू बी ऑनेस्ट हम लोग का जो टारगेट है, क्योंकि बैटिंग ट्रैक है और बाद में कंडीशन भी ड्यू का है, तो हम लोग 300 रन देख रहे थे. 50 रन हमने कम किए.
राइट. और ड्यू की बात करें, मैंने अभी भी बात की थी आपसे, जब भी आप खेल रहे हैं तभी ड्यू होता है, वरना ड्यू नहीं होता मैच में.
डेफिनेटली आप सही कह रहे हैं कि हमने प्लान भी ये किया था, क्योंकि लास्ट मैच हम लोग खेले थे तो मुझे लगा था कि टीम मैनेजमेंट ने डिस्कस किया था कि यार फास्ट बॉलर से हम लोग कम खेलें. तो फास्ट बॉलर से आज हम लोग 2 फास्ट बॉलर से खेले थे, तो वो उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा यूज़ किया जी, बहुत अच्छा बॉल किया उन्होंने.
पहले शिराज को क्या हो गया था, काफ़ी वेवर्ड लग गए थे और थक भी गए थे, तो क्या हो गया था शिराज को?
नहीं, वो शिराज थोड़ा वो कह रहा था कि मुझे थोड़ा वोमिटिंग हो रहा है, क्योंकि आपको कंडीशन ऐसी है, फास्ट बॉलर का देखें आप, इतना ड्यू है तो हो सकता है ये, लेकिन थ्रू आउट उन्होंने फास्ट बॉलर ने बहुत अच्छा किया जी. बहुत टीम कॉम्बिनेशन है, इसी कंडीशन में आप जीत जाना, पूरा क्रेडिट मैं अपने सारे टीम बॉयज़ को देता हूँ कि वेल डन बॉयज़.
आपने भी बॉलिंग अच्छी की, तो उस बारे में भी बताइए.
मैंने भी टू बी ऑनेस्ट कोशिश किया था अच्छा करने का, कंडीशन ऐसा था, बस थोड़ा एक्सपीरियंस है कि जगह जगह पे करना है, थोड़ा चांस भी करना है, तो इस वजह से थ्रू आउट अच्छा हो गया.
अगला गेम बड़ा गेम है, सेमीफाइनल है, फुजैरा के साथ है, तो कैसी तैयारी करेंगे और क्या मैसेज देंगे अपने टीम वालों को?
तैयारी तो वही है, इंशाल्लाह जीतने के लिए खेलेंगे, क्योंकि आप जब जीत के सेमीफाइनल बड़ा गेम है, अब सेमीफाइनल खेलोगे तो डेफिनेटली क्या लड़कों का जो मोरल है वो वैसे हाई है, तो जीतने के लिए खेलेंगे इंशाल्लाह.
चलिए, ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द सेमीफाइनल. सी यू.
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू.
So that was the winning captain of Ajman, Nasir Aziz. Now there were quite a few performances in that Ajman setup. There were good bowling from Danish, also from Shiraz. But the man who really performed well, exceptionally well, in the batting of Team Ajman was Sagar Kalyan, who scored 83. He's also our man of the match. Let's have a quick word with Sagar. Sagar, congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Good performance. Tell us, how has the challenge been opening the innings for Team Ajman?
स्टार्टिंग में थोड़ा मुश्किल था, तो क्योंकि विकेट थोड़ा स्लो था, तो जैसे जैसे मैं खेला और विकेट का आइडिया हुआ
जी।
तो बस यही था, आसान हो गया उसके बाद।
अच्छा ये बताइए कि कैसा लगता है टीम में जब आपके साथ आसपास एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर्स, और ये आपका पहला डी फॉर्मेट का टूर्नामेंट है, तो अब तक का आपका सफ़र कैसा रहा है, क्या एक्सपीरियंस रहा है आपका?
मतलब सबसे ज़्यादा थैंक्स तो आसिफ भाई का है, वो मेरे साथ खेलते हैं और थ्रू आउट द टूर्नामेंट मेरे साथ ही खेले हैं वो
जी।
मतलब मैं कम से कम सबसे ज़्यादा उनके साथ ही खेला हूँ क्रीज पे, तो उनका काफ़ी थैंक यू है।
और बैटिंग की बात करें तो काफ़ी अच्छे कवर ड्राइव शॉट लगाते हैं, वो आपका स्ट्रॉन्ग जोन है, वहीं पर आपको खेलना ज़्यादा पसंद है?
या कवर ड्राइव मुझे थोड़ा ज़्यादा पसंद है खेलना।
चलिए अब बड़ा गेम है, सेमीफाइनल, ऑल द बेस्ट अगले मैच के लिए।
थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you. So that was the man of the match, the very shy Sagar Kalyan. That's it from the presentation party. I hope you enjoyed the game. It's back to you guys in the com box.
Thank you very much, Shoaib Ahmed. Sagar Kalyan, definitely a deserved winner of the Man of the Match award. And those are the final standings of the Emirates D50 group stage. Sharjah ruling the roost. 4 wins out of 5, plus 1.39 their net run rate on 12 points. Fujairah 4 wins out of 5, 0.82 is their net run rate. And Ajman have ended up as third with 0.8 as their net run rate. And Emirates Blues have snuck in there because Dubai have lost 4 out of their 5 games. So the first semi-final is going to be Sharjah versus Emirates Blues, and then Abdurrahman, the second clash.
Well, we were expecting these semi-final lineups. Dubai had that opportunity today, but let it go. And as we have a look, the first semi-final between Sharjah and Emirates Blues on Wednesday, the 15th of September at 3:30 p.m. Second semi-final, Fujairah versus Ajman on the 16th. All to play for here at the Emirates D50, powered by WOLF777 News. And with that, we'll all say goodbye to you from the com box and see you for the semi-finals.